Yes, I understand, but you know, I have to pay Jeffrey for
Donald, I've been here 10 years, right? Have I ever called in sick or missed a shift once? I've worked Christmas Eve and Thanksgiving. I don't know where my boy is. He's gone. I don't know if I'm gonna ever see him again, if he's hurt. I need this phone and 2 weeks advance. And a pack of Camels.
We're all clear.
Copy that.
Extraordinary.
Ready are you? One knows you have ready.
His name's Yoda. He can use the Force to move things with his mind. Like this. Oh, this is my dinosaur, Rory. Look, he has a speaker in his mouth so he can roar. These are all my science fair trophies. We got first every year. Except for last year when we got third. Mr. Clark said it was totally political. You know Will? Did you see him? Last night? On the road? We gotta go.
And macaroni. Okay. Ted? Is that you?
Just me, Mom!
Mike? What are you doing home?
1 second! In here. I'll be right back, okay? Please, you have to get in, or my mom, she'll find you. Do you understand? I won't tell her about you. I promise. Promise? It means something that you can't break. Ever.
Michael?
Please.
Alright, enough of the rewatching Stranger Things in the background.
What is this? This is by Moronic Minds called If the Cinematic Intros Were Honest. Oh! Okay. What's this? I love Moronic Minds. He's really cool.
The noble humans of Stormwind are a proud, tenacious race. Picking a human is not boring. It's a safe pick, not boring. Safe doesn't have to mean boring. The haters will say that it's creatively bankrupt. All of these fantasy races, and you pick the white middle-aged boomer neighbor down the street named Greg, who knocks on your door to complain about how you left your trash cans out on a Thursday evening when the garbage truck already got the garbage an hour ago, and how your garbage cans really should go back into the shed.
Oh,
Not
God.
everyone have to look at them all day. What the haters don't understand is that Greg is a misunderstood hero and the backbone of society. Hold your boring head high. Burn your unoriginality like fuel on your journey. Here are some great excuses for picking a boring human.
Okay.
Haha, dude, IDK, man. I just chose the first guy that showed up. I don't really care, hey. Or how about, dude, I just picked human for the racials and sword specialization, dude.
Yeah, classic.
Have you even done damage calcs?
True.
I understand you, bro. I actually think a balding, middle-aged dude looks cool.
Yeah, true. Dude, it's so on point with the parsing thing, man. Oh my god, I feel attacked. Holy shit. Human male warrior. Yep. That's it.
You're that guy.
Oh no.
Wow, man. Let me be the skeletons. The cool bad guys.
Yep.
I don't judge you, man. To be honest, if you're still listening to this dialogue, that might be a Forsaken player record or something.
True.
The escape key is top left if you want to skip out on the dialogue.
Okay.
Not that you need to hear that. You probably have a word per minute of 200 and 8 different add-ons to optimize quest effectivity.
Yep.
Sorry to hear that you missed out on XX Avalon's intro dialogue skipper 8.7. Maybe you downloaded the one for retail. So anyway, you rolling a mage this time?
Oh,
or are you
classic.
going with a rogue again?
Yep.
The old bread and butter. Combat rogue. Swords build. An excellent choice, sir. I'll just spawn your character in amongst the other try-hard ninja skeletons.
Oh gosh.
Let's give your character something to stick out from the masses.
Oh no.
Perhaps a theme song for your sick PvP frags compilations.
What?
Let me just...
What?
What do you think of this one?
What is it? Oh god. Oh, okay.
Pretty badass, right? Yeah, I know you. This is your theme.
Oh,
just go, dude. Fuck the others. In this world, it's just you, yourself, and the loot, man.
Dude, undead players are the most edgy ones there are, dude. Always rogue, always mage, camping in Stranglethorn Vale, dude. Jesus Christ. Unbelievable. I feel called out. Yep. What's this one?
For those over 30, physically or mentally, the stoic dwarves of Ironforge stands out as the perfect pick.
Okay.
Nestled into the corner of their back office behind their 3D printer, they ponder over a video discussing if Gimli could have taken the ring to Mordor on the one screen, while discussing grass mowers with fellow dads in guild chat on the other.
Oh, shit.
There's nothing wrong with picking a dwarf. I like power metal too. Have you heard Windrose? I can't believe they did a cover of Diggy Diggy Hole. What's that? That's 4 years ago? Barely news? What you fail to realize is that dwarf players talk about the same 5 anecdotes or topics over and over again.
Extremers, I guess.
For a dwarf player, time moves different. We're not discussing the news. We're discussing the classics.
Oh, that's a good one. Okay, okay. What's this? Orcs! Okay. Badass.
Long ago, many orc good.
Oh!
Wrong. Then demon.
Yo!
The demon bad. The orc come bad too.
Yeah.
They be angry. They come to Pinkskin place, Dumb Forest, and that yellow place you fly Zeppelin to get cool red mask for you. The orc come 5 pigskins, but for wrong reason.
Good.
Demon reason. Orc almost chill all pigskin, but that is that in story I tell now.
Suck.
Long time after, nice orc named Thrall, your boss. He magic orc with big hammer. He make orcs strong again.
Yep.
But no demon this time.
Yep.
Except if you warlock, then some demon, but way less.
This one was good, dude. The Crash Bandicoot theme, man. This one was a S+, man. Orc players rise up. Holy, what a good video. What's next one?
So you took the gnome pill.
Oh gosh.
Based.
Oh,
Dude, if I
gosh.
could just live like a gnome. Imagine life. Not a care in the world.
Oh,
just
fuck
live
me,
in a
man.
mushroom and ski around the
Based.
wintry forests of Scandinavia or
Oh!
something.
What?
When I say Scandinavia, I mean the Scandinavian peninsula, not Denmark.
What?
Who the fuck would want to be a Danish gnome?
What?
Va, jeg kan ikke få dørens gnomer engang op. Jesus Christ, what a nightmare. So anyway, gnomes get a bad rep from the other races of Warcraft. As it turns out, people find it annoying to get one shot from the shadows by a 2-foot pink mustached fucker.
Dude, that's fucked
or
up!
have their face blasted off by an arcane-powered pyroblast.
I feel directly attacked by this video. Like, this is bothering me.
From someone too short to ride the wild mouse roller coaster while
Brody,
waiting
thank
for
you.
the boat to ratchet. What gnome players should recognize is that this hatred is not a weakness.
Oh gosh.
It's a strength. Embrace it. They want a bad guy? Well, say hello to the fucking bad guy. Better watch out for tall grass, asshole. We're coming for you.
What did it say in Danish?
Danish gnome. Fa.
It says, Dad, I can't open the
Jeg kan
door.
ikke få dørens gnomer.
I can't open the door to No Morgan. That's what it said. I can't open the door to No Morgan. Whatever. Yeah, whatever.
For you.
God. Alright, cool. Oh, trolls!
The rarest breed of horde players, the troll player is one of two people. Nicest guy you will ever meet, or stoner that goes AFK in the middle of a dungeon run to take care of something on the balcony.
Yep.
Yes, the balcony of the troll player sure is a place of mystery, and many times even urgency. What's that? We're all at the
Yeah, this
instance,
shaman's fucking
except for
shit.
Healer.
He's
Where
using
is the
loyal
troll
beta and like
priest?
he's like,
Check
no, I
the
should be
balcony.
using loyal beta.
You
It's like, bro,
hang
I just fucking pulled off.
Hold
You
up,
should
we
be using
hold
alpha.
on
Like,
one
what the fuck?
quick hour before
You're not even like ODPS me. No point in going
down to
beta.
the shop again. What's that? I just did. That's crazy, bro. They're fine. They're fine. They're cool friends. Just don't let them tank, okay?
True. Oh god, that was a good one. Okay. Night elves? Oh yeah. Oh god.
You're an elf player. No, I'm not judging. It's a
Yeah.
free world. I mean, come on. You can do whatever you want. I don't care. It's just like, really? Really? Are you sure? I mean, it's just like the ears and the... I did not sigh. That was not a sigh.
Oh
It
no.
was just like a yawn. I had a long night, okay? I don't judge. I knew a guy that played an elf alt.
Oh.
If I liked him. I mean, like, how do you define how to like someone? I mean, you can tolerate a guy, sure. Okay, let's just stop this, okay? Play your stupid elf, I don't care.
I can be petty too,
It's
man.
just-
I don't know. The shaman's like, he's like, you don't know how to play shaman. It's like,
look at that architecture.
I fucking pulled off.
It's so
Like,
unnecessary.
just go alpha. Like, what the fuck? You don't need to go beta.
Pink
Like,
and purple.
we're not rating. Like,
And then
fuck.
you think of the
I,
elf
I'm.
players.
I'll find another
They're
group easily.
locking themselves inside that treehouse, pretending
I'm not gonna stand for that shit. Telling me I don't know how I haven't played enough Shaman Tank. Bro, I fucking played this before SoD. You shut your fucking whore mouth.
It's
God
like a
damn
furry
it.
convention every day, and it's like, Battle for Azeroth was a train wreck of an expansion, but honestly, they can't burn that tree down fast enough.
Oh, fuck.
Go pretend be a cat or whatever you elves do, I don't care.
So true! So true! Okay, torrents. Okay, this
Ever since the dawn of Azeroth, there has been one question left unanswered. What, in the ever-living fuck, must they have put into the waters of Mulgore to make the Tauren players so goddamn good at the game?
Oh!
And actually, not only good at the game, but also overall just excelling at life in general.
Oh, okay.
Handsome, brave, strong, smart, unbiased, and overall else, humble. These are only fractions of the main characteristics of the Tauren player. We could sit here and list all the other nuances of brilliance and genius, but let's just listen to this sweet tune instead, man. Perfection.
There you go.
Much like the Tauren player.
Okay.
Good choice, man. You're a rock star.
I would like to let you guys know, though, that I actually, my first character was a Tauren Shaman. You can take that as you wish, but that was true. That was true. Unbelievable. I feel like this might be a little bit of a biased video, but so be it. What is the end here? No. Oh gosh.
No, we're not doing that. There will be no elves on the wrong side. There will be no space goats. Let's keep it classic, okay? Thanks for watching and all that. See you in another 7 months.
How does Moronic Minds come back, just make one of the best videos ever, like after like 7 months? That's crazy. Dude, Moronic Minds is awesome. I love him. He used to make so many banger videos, dude. Holy crap. Check out Moronic Minds.
Easy. Didn't even need that group. It's actually easier to get into a fucking group as an AoE DPS than I was struggling leveling my fucking Shaman tank and priest through this shit. No, I was healing and tanking. Fuck's sakes, man. I guess maybe this whole buff thing helps, and people that are playing the actual roles like healer and tank just need their AoE DPS. So my mage is tamed to Shan.
All right, so my guild did our second ever speedrun in Gnomer today, and we were able to do 18 minutes, 17 seconds. It was a world record, which has actually now been beaten, but I just wanted to show it to you guys so you can see what speedruns are looking like in Gnomergan. Now, I played terribly in this run. This is my first run on a hunter that just hit level 40. 2 weeks ago. This is my third reset on this hunter, so this was not a very clean run from me. So anyways, enjoy guys. Fucking truck me hard.
What, not gonna go into any strat, just kill it quick? Unless they do like some kind of jumping down strat. Oh yeah, that is absurd to me. 18-minute gnomer, like what the fuck are these people doing? Okay, yeah, they just instantly killed that in like under a minute. They are all zooming real quick. Are they using like, they're using swiftness potions. Yep, they all just jamp down. With slow fall. They're straight up to the next boss. I didn't know you could jump down. I thought jumping down in this version would just kill you or something. Okay, so that would save like a bunch of like time, like a bunch of minutes. Okay, he's Hunter pulling for the, okay. Hunter's pulling for the tank. They're already onto the second boss. Like, what is this? Like, less than 2 minutes in to the video. And he spent like maybe 10, 15, 20 seconds just talking about what he was going to do for this video. But yeah, they like all use like a noggin fogger, or they all got slow fall or some shit like that. Oh fuck, we got a warrior. I can't pump with this. I'm gonna like rip thread off this dude. Ah, fuck me. These are gonna be slow pulls. I guess I'll just chill it down. I guess I don't know. I'll probably just go Arcane Blast then instead of Living Bomb, because I don't think this guy's gonna be doing huge pulls unless he proves me wrong. I don't know if Warrior's got a buff this week or something.
I pull back my... For a second. I didn't grab the one mob. What? When?
Yeah, we're all just realizing the warrior's level 36. I don't think he's gonna build a whole threat like once we get to like the bosses and shit. Man, these guys are fucking schmoovin'. So, oh yeah, I see he has Swiftness Potion keybound on his bar, so they're like all using it like in tandem, like they're moving hella quick somehow. Oh, no, he's aspect of the pack on everyone. Yeah, they all just jammed down and didn't take the elevator. I guess that saves them some time. I guess this guy's just melee hunter. Yeah, he's just spamming Raptor Strike. Or he's like Beast Mastery as well.
I might have briefed using that.
He's like Beast Mastery melee, I think. I see Bestial Wrath on his bars.
You want me to be able to trap on this section? Got it.
guys? No, they don't have a shaman tank. Yeah, they're alliance. They've got like warrior tanks doing this, or is it a druid? Yeah, it's a druid. I'm looking at the threat meter.
Bye.
Druid solo tank. But I guess Alliance also has like salvation. I'm trying to look on their buffs. They got that. No, they got might. They only have one paladin, so. I guess maybe the druid just does good threat. They don't need salvation. Granted, this I'm watching like a hunter's point of view here, and he's like not really top DPS. He's like the 6th top DPS. He's like bottom DPS.
I'm gonna shoot.
Oh, he's doing some pre-pulling. I think the druid might be using oil of immolation. If I look closer, I think that's what he's doing.
I didn't know you
For,
actually had to do the
AoE
very
threat.
middle
I'm pretty
for
sure
that,
we've
so I
got
kinda
oil
agree.
of
Also, there's
immolation
definitely
in,
times
phase
where I
2.
could have extra wrath in there.
Alright, so I guess they're getting the druid to solo tank all this. Yeah, the druid they're cleaving all of them on Menagerie, what the fuck? Okay, now they're moving out from the sheep to the silence.
Get the debuff up on everything really fast.
You got tank? Oh shit, we do. Alright, let's go.
Oh. Stay away from fire there. Okay, fucking burn this.
Okay, the Warlock does good threat. Shadow.
My timer is still playing. Fuck me. fuck was that RNG? Oh my god.
Yeah, I like this tank. He knows what he's doing. He knows the LOS trick. Any tank worth their soul should know this. That way you get all the ranged heads kind of stacked up in melee so people can death ball them. Oh, but I think I'm taking damage. Oh! Shit, the Fire Nova got me. That's the only downside is I gotta go in melee range to Arcane Explosion.
Shit, Seven is being fucking slapped. Angry Pat. We missed one technician, that was world record.
What else can I put on the background here? Dear Blizzard, Mythic rating needs a change. I don't even play retail, but let's listen to that.
Hello, I'll just provide some background on who I am. Perspective, I'm Dobie, I'm the Guildmaster of Nason. I've rated a high level in WoW ever since Mists of Pandaria, farming Molten Core 52 times a year whenever it came out, and I'm still here farming Mythic Emulator still. Our guild has been rating at the top 100 level for a few expansions now, and we also do it at a very modest 9 hours per week. My goal in writing is supposed to provide some insight into some of the problems we now face in WoW as a Mythic rating guild, and to reflect on the state that it's in. My hope is that this helps paint a clearer picture to Blizzard and what will ultimately lead to improvements. Our guild really loves rating, but there are quite a few things that we hope can be improved. Okay. To preface a few of these topics, what we may be what many may consider elite. However, I do believe if the improvements are made to these issues, all of raiding will improve. The pace and structure of raids. As well as transition to a seasonal model, there has been an inherent move towards the homogeneous content cadence and structure. True. The most obvious expansion level, even whenever Ian recently said it's the typical 4x. Bro, I'm so glad that he brought this up. Bro, this was such a disappointment. Oh, wow, you're going to get 4 zones, 8 dungeons, and 1 raid. I don't think this is a bad thing, but I also don't believe it's a good thing. Why is that? It's too predictable. Yeah, it's fucking boring. Absolutely. I also believe that it inhibits innovation and creativity. Creativity in one aspect. I don't know. How about any aspect? I mean, fuck. Perhaps the lore doesn't need to fit a single size of content, and doing so may lead to content while in aggregate maybe a certain size, but may be represented by any smaller size of raids, like 3 zones, 6 dungeons, and 3 raids. Not all zones are the same size. Exactly. Remember whenever we used to get 1 or 2 boss raids, where did those go? Why don't those exist anymore? Why haven't we seen anything like SSC and TK be released at the same time? Yes, we're aiming for a 5 to 6 month content model, so it's so we have to right size, but why not have 2 5-boss raids released simultaneously? Great question. Actually, great question. Yes, true. Why not a Magtherodon, a Gruul's Lair, and a 5-boss raid? The lore is so narrowly focused on a singular issue that we've lost creative exploration of content, varied content structure. We got Crucible of Storms, but the timing is what really killed the raid. It was too close to the end of the tier. That's probably true. Additionally, not only is every raid just 9 to 11 bosses, we basically need to have the same set of bosses every single raid. Do we always need a patchwork boss? Do we always need a council boss? It's become very formulaic, which is continually less exciting or interesting. He's totally right. He's fucking right about this too. Does a raid have to tie into some massively important piece of lore, or can there just be a tough dragon hanging out somewhere? Why aren't there any hard world bosses anymore? Well, I think that there's very hard to do that. But overall, yeah, why can't we get a challenging world boss that isn't looking for group? Farm no longer provides the benefits that it once did. Once upon a time, farming the raid meant that you were passively nerfing the raid every week to go through incremental power gains. This is no longer the case. We've reached 90% of the maximum power by the time that we get to the last boss now. This equates to a hard final few bosses, but it also means that they never get any easier to farm. We acquire gear and then some small amount of power from the farm, but nothing meaningfully nerfs content over time. Yeah, and it would feel good, right? Whenever you finish the content and you can come in and just beat the shit out of it. Yeah, absolutely. It's awesome. There used to be a benefit that if we farmed full bis, it would give us a small advantage in the next tier. That doesn't really exist anymore. Yeah, it's right. Instead, what exists is endless Mythic Plus farming sessions at the first week of the tier that replaces everything but our tier sets. This is pretty toxic, frankly. And I feel like it feels bad to put in the months of farming only for it to be useful for clearing higher keys sooner. So I will go a step farther. I do not think that there should be any catch-up gear except for maybe a couple of pieces of gear like in, Isle of Quel'Danas, etc. in BC. I hate the fact that there is catch-up gear inside of an expansion. I think it's fucking stupid. Every single raid should be relevant for the entire expansion. And you say, oh, that's old content. No, it's not if you're a new player. Vaulton was new content for me as a Lost Ark player in the year 2022, and I fucking loved it. The idea that, oh, well, it's old content. Get the fuck out of here. You should have to go through the raids and then do that. Like, I think that going through the different raids and then being able to progress into the new one feels a whole lot better than just getting reset every patch. It sucks. They should just delete everybody's gear every patch. I understand the goal was to leave the old stuff behind, but that's only ever really been an issue for trinkets and rare items. Well, who says it's an issue? The people that play the game professionally? Who gives a fuck? What the fuck are we talking about here? Oh my god, there's an Arcano crystal that you can get that's really good. Who cares? Wait, what is it? Like, why is this even a factor? It's crazy. In terms of item level, the jump between tiers is a really disincentivizing farm. Bro, fucking true. So fucking true. I cannot even believe it. Absolutely. It's massively disincentivizing. Why would you want to go and farm all of this stuff only for it to get deleted in the next tier? Like, you're basically, you're playing an expansion every 5 months. Farm is mostly for selling carries for gold and collecting mounts now. Sometimes we get a mount that everyone wants, but the gear is sadly way less useful for the next tier than it used to be. Yeah, exactly. The tuning problem. I'll preface this by saying it's hard to get this right. It requires some really good testing to dial in with players who are really good at pressing their buttons, and I think it requires relatively good understanding of class dynamics to optimize. Previously, I mentioned that we are getting the ultimate or penultimate boss with roughly 90% of our potential power. This was not the case years ago. Back in Nighthold, after 2 months of farm, Gul'dan was falling over. What's going on now? Well, I'm going to tell you what's going on. They're tuning the bosses for people that play the game professionally. That's the problem. Whenever the raid comes out, it's tuned for people that play the game professionally. This is stupid. I think every single time that Blizzard has to retune a boss, it is a failure. You should never have to retune a boss. The boss should be released in a way that is fair and fun, and if people kill it quickly, so be it, and if people can't kill it, then get better gear. If they fix raiding, then they kill the race to world first in Blizzard's mind. Well, who gives a shit? I mean, what? That doesn't even matter. Like, that's a streamer thing. It's not a Blizzard, that's a streamer thing. Like, it's not, like, most people that play retail WoW don't even know what that is. Like, what, literally 1,000 people care about World First. Yeah, people watch it. Yeah, for sure they're gonna watch it. But, like, but what? What is this? Why does Race to World First need to last 2 weeks? If it takes a couple of days, it's fine. Yeah, like, who decided that Race to World First has to last for 2 resets? Who decided this? What? Why? The race is tuned for Liquid and Echo only. Yes. There is no reason that these bosses are tuned as hard as they are. If you look at the amount of nerfs that, for example, the Jailer got between, like, whenever it got released and whenever Dragonflight came out, there were, like, I'm not even kidding you, like a dozen nerfs on this boss. And they were like 20 and 30% nerfs in some cases. What the fuck is going on? What is this? Like, why is this even happening? The big component is tier sets. Tier sets normally adding 10 to 15% of player power. Considerable power jump disrupts the linear difficulty and curve pretty substantially. This is why during the first week of raid, you may have struggled on Nara, but by the second week, she's falling over without much of an issue. This naturally feels feeling that tuning was way under on the first few bosses, and you're likely to hit a wall towards the end of the raid. The linear scaling continues on to the end of the raid. However, the tuning for the last bosses has really been dialed up. I think this is because of the Race to World First. I think it is. I'm going to say it, and I know some WoW players are going to get mad. I think that the Race to World First and Blizzard's fixation on creating competitive content has ruined the game. That's what I genuinely think. I think that it has ruined the game in every single facet. I don't think that it's like, oh, it's been bad in like this one circumstance. No, I think that it has totally ruined the game. It's ruined PvP. It's ruined raiding. It's ruined Mythic Plus. It's ruined everything. It even ruined the core DNA of the game whenever they removed the AoE, or sorry, they made an AoE cap because people were killing and AoEing things down too much in the MDI. Why are we even thinking about competitive gameplay in an MMO? I'm sorry, but if you want to play a competitive game, get the fuck off of an MMO. Stop playing an MMO competitively. It's not a competitive game. It's not designed to be that way. It's like you're not going to go play chess and try to make it a first-person shooter. It's not the way these games are made to do. Games more often doing it. MMOs are cooperative. Well, they're competitive, but they're not competitive in the same way. So yeah, the tuning for the last boss has been dialed up. I think Race to World First. Yeah. So PvP is garbage. And the reason why is because the people that play it all the time have increased the skill cap so high that a normal player, it's completely unapproachable to them. Battlegrounds are completely worthless. Nobody does RBGs. World PvP is completely fucking dead. Every Mythic Plus dungeon has like 8 different levels of metagaming in it because nobody wants to fail a key and have it downgraded and be locked into 30 minutes of bad gameplay. It sucks. Being competitive isn't the issue. That's the point of PvP. Professionally competitive is a whole different thing, though. Well, balancing the game. So, think about... Okay, so... Let me think about it like this. Okay. So, this is all of the players that do PvP. This is all the players that do competitive PvP. And this is all the players that do Arena. Okay? So, what I mean by that is... whenever you make Arena the defining variable that PvP is balanced around, you are making balance changes for the minority of the players. MMOs are not, like, I think Arena has always been dog shit. It's always been bad because that's not the way the game's designed. It's never been designed that way. RBGs always should have been the focus. And, like, larger battlegrounds always should have been the focus. Arena? What the fuck is Arena? What is this? Is that an olive? It clearly is. Wrath of the Lich King arenas were a blast? Yeah, but think about how much better an RBG would have been in Wrath. I would have loved that. So that's my point. 5v5 was sick. I've been saying this since BC, yeah. And anyway, let's look at the rest of these. The most annoying problem is the reliance on nerfs. Unfortunately, this appears to have become common practice. I understand the need for putting on a spectacle and for these bosses to not fall over in the face of massive gearing blitz. I don't. Within 24 hours, tons of people had completely demolished and beat Elden Ring. Does that make Elden Ring bad? What's the logic in this? The longer, like, who the fuck thinks this? It's just, it's such a stupid way of thinking. Like, this is, again, it's like such a massive fucking, like, elitist shit with WoW. It is so fucking cringe. He was doing so well too. Yeah, I don't know what to say. If it's for engagement metrics, devs are making the game for investors, not players. Well, then why are they making it for only a handful of the players then? I don't know why. So, Preach's video said the race to world first guilds depend on a long race or they can't exist. Well, the Susan Express depends on selling gold or it can't exist. Does that mean that Blizzard should let people sell gold? What? What does that mean? Like, so because they've decided to make a culture around this and make a career around clearing a raid quickly, that means that the entire game has to be contrived in a way that makes sense for them monetarily? What the fuck are you thinking? It's just like such a brain dead thing. Like, what is wrong with Blizzard? Oh my god, why are they doing this? Oh. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind, man. I don't get it. It's a basement mentality? Yes. I think they're agreeing with you. They're saying it's bad design to design the race. No, I know that they're agreeing with me. What I'm saying is that I think that Blizzard is actually designing the game for race to world first. I genuinely believe that, because if they weren't, they wouldn't need to nerf every boss 8 times. Why is it that whenever you release a boss, that boss is not in its final condition and it needs to be nerfed 50 times? It's because you fucked up. That's why. Yeah, like that's it. So what are you doing nerfing the boss under? It shouldn't have been released balanced? Like, what's the, like, I don't understand. Like, and this is what's so crazy to me is, like, I'll play other games. I'll play other games and I'll come back and I'll play WoW again. And I'll be thinking to myself, wait, why is it like this? Well, because it's always been like this. It's just the way it is. But why? Why? What is this? It's just like, it's so crazy to me. Final Fantasy 14, no nerfs? Pog? I don't know. Maybe they do some nerfs. I'm not sure. Why the fuck isn't there a power creep buff like ICC if they're intent on this design? There should not be anything like that. The boss should be released, and as you get better gear, it is easier to kill the bosses. Any time that Blizzard has to nerf a boss, it's because Blizzard fucked up. That's all there is to it. I don't think anyone cares about Final Fantasy 14. Well, some people care about it, right? Anyway, let's read what his points are, right? The most annoying problem is the reliance on nerfs. Unfortunately, this appears to be common practice. Here's why I think it should stop. It's frustrating. Have you ever progressed on a boss, got close, and then had it nerfed exactly the next Tuesday? How did that feel? I'll tell you, it feels absolutely awful. No, it doesn't. You get the loot. I only rated for loot. I don't care about progression or anything like that. I want the stuff. Worse yet, the nerfs forced a change of strategy and actually caused you to regress. Suddenly, you were some 10% on Tendril, but now you're rerunning orbs, and you're back to wiping in Phase 1. All that time spent, and your closest competing guilds are now caught up to you. It's unreliable. We're praying and hoping for nerfs, and sometimes they come out and sometimes they don't. Or maybe they don't nerf the fight the way you think they should have, and they just change the strategies without making the boss easier. We're at the whims of a company that may or may not be preoccupied with their own development efforts to tune a fight down. It's unnatural. Unnatural in the sense that it's not something that is simply accounted for naturally through one or more systems in the game, whether that's farming gear, an explicit mechanism controlled by the players, or some passive effect, like the ICC buff I'm saying. So, this is what I think they should do. They should stop making the raids really they should, like, the way that a person who's played the game for 15 years is going to beat a boss should not even be calculated into how good the boss is or the quality of the boss. This is something that should be totally fucking, like, separate in every single way. I was in a rank 7 guild for a long time. They agree to make the raid easier and not give crap about world first. Yeah. The difficulty makes for aspirational content? No, though. But how can you aspire to do something that doesn't exist anymore? Like, if it's aspirational content, then why not leave the aspiration in place? Because, like, for example, you're not really, like, doing, like, right now, you go into retail WoW, and you go clear ICC, and you kill the Lich King in one attack, right? Is that aspirational content anymore? No, it's not. Why? Because it's been nerfed by the game. So, whenever you play the game, and you beat the boss after it's been nerfed 7 times, it doesn't mean the same thing as it did whenever you beat it, and it hadn't been nerfed 7 times. Only maybe once. You should never have nerfs. That's my perspective. You should never have nerfs. If you have to do a nerf, you fucked up. That's it. No nerfs. In Old War, you can make a fight more difficult by removing the aid of an NPC, adding a mechanic to the boss with some mechanism in the boss room. That wasn't required to defeat the boss, but it did provide rare achievements few would have. Yes, these were great. And it could also provide additional loot as an incentive. There are many options here, none of which are currently being experimented with. The last time they did that was in Mists of Pandaria. I believe part of the reason why hard modes no longer exist is because there is a whopping 4 raid difficulties right now, which is something which sort of achieves something similar. We traded a creative and natural mechanism for the game world for something artificial in pursuit of varied difficulty and broader access to game content. It's not necessarily bad, but it has introduced more problems. The 4 raid difficulties is also what's driving up those large item level gaps between tiers, the complexity of which bleeds into many other systems. He's right. Blizzard is trying to fit 2 raid tiers of difficulty into Mythic, and it's not working. He's right. He's right about this. Didn't a large majority of guilds not even enter an axe in vanilla? I remember a lot of guilds didn't clear Black Temple until they nerfed it for the prep for Wrath. This is back whenever the game was designed as a core MMO, but the raids were still inaccessible back then. Well, the reason why a lot of people didn't do Nax is because it wasn't worth the time, because BC was going to invalidate everybody's gear, which is ironically kind of the argument of what I was saying about why it's not fun to progress in one patch and then have the gear replaced, because that's effectively the reason why people didn't raid Nax as much. It's because the amount of investment and time that you had to do it versus the reward wasn't really that important, and it wasn't that meaningful. And I think also, like, a raid being inaccessible, a raid should be inaccessible as a default, but it shouldn't become more accessible artificially.
For a DPS,
because that's obviously a balance problem.
Bro, you are a waste of
what
energy.
I mean is that
Just
if the intent of the raid, like Naxxramas, is to be extremely inaccessible and very hard, then it should start like that. You shouldn't just make it easier and easier and easier over time. Because if you have to do that, that means that you clearly missed the mark whenever you made the game.
This guy's asking me for water. I was like,
let's see here. Raid composition is becoming extremely restrictive. I think this is commonly understood now, but it's worth reiterating in the context of the other issues being outlined. The typical retort is just being a player. Optimization only matters for
never mind, we got a
skills.
40
This implies
Shaman
it's a
tank.
self-inflicted problem. However, it certainly will be. However, the reality is raids are presented and tuned around such optimization. Further, because, what's this here? Because farming is so diminished in effectiveness, the guild, the fact that we only rely on nerfs has led to guilds inevitably prescribing what is the most optimal because that's generally the easiest way to progress. Keep in mind, this is in the context of progressing at a certain pace, generally Hall of Fame. And if we were not reliant on nerfs and tuning was not as strict, then the flexibility would be more possible. Thus, if you're a guild above the 200 to 300, you're unlikely to feel these issues as much, but it doesn't mean that they're very real for hundreds of guilds. True. The nature of raid buffs and now multiplicative player empowerment has forced guild rosters to shrink over the last few years. You consider playtime equally, it means you're not going to be able to maintain a roster of 26 plus very easily anymore. I don't really know a whole lot about this, to be honest with you. Like, I think it really just depends on the guild. But every end raid tier has had additional nerfs since TBC, since they want to make sure that any skill player can see all the bosses. Well, I think really, so like, Supatees, what you're talking about is they did do a lot of nerfs at the end of Burning Crusade, but I think that those nerfs were primarily the outcome of better, what do you call it? They were primarily the outcome of better class damage. So, for example, like, I remember back whenever I did, like, I can show you and compare it, right? Because, like, I have it in, like, this video. And, like, so if you look at the damage that we were doing, can I find, like, Sunwell or something like that? I think this is actually, like, pre-patch. Yeah, this is it. And so anyway, like, the damage that we did on this fight, like killing Brutalis, players were doing like 30 to 40% more damage with Wrath of the Lich King talents. Like, that's really the reason. Like, the bosses got nerfed a little bit, but it was primarily the talents. The talents were so massive and so powerful, they took people that were doing like 1100 DPS and they started making them do like 3000. It was crazy. Arms Warrior was so much better and more fun. Yeah, that was the big reason why I think that those raids were easier. Not even because of the numbers nerfs. And also, Blizzard nerfed those fights because they knew that retuning all the classes would be hard to do. And so I don't even think that they were necessarily nerfed as a reason to, like, make it easier. I think they didn't know what was going to happen. Divine Storm, yeah. They're hyper-tuned and tweaked rating, Trinity role, and class experience to make all the roles feel similar or play the same. And also, like, I'll tell you again, like, this is, again, probably my most unpopular WoW opinion, is that I think they should go back to 40-man raids. I do. I think they should actually go back to 40-man raids. Because if you had a 40-man roster, you would have less trouble in raid composition. But why? Because it's cool. Yeah, that's it. Higher chance of more dumbasses in your raid, though? Then just make the raid easier, so it's not as big of a deal. I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, that's it. It would be even easier to funnel loot. Yeah, I mean, sure, but it's already easy to do that. You said multiple times that 25-man raids help the game. I don't know. You'd have to look at, like, what the context of that was. Big disagree as a former guildmaster in Classic. Shit was AIDS to organize. Yeah, but, like, this guy's just posting about how it's AIDS to organize now. So, like, what's really the difference? It's just a different kind of AIDS. You know, like, he's having HIV, you're having AIDS. Like, what's really worse, right? I mean, what are we talking about here? These are all bad. 40-man, 2 difficulties only. Bosses having hard modes activated in dungeons. Yeah. The user interface should level up. Encounter design itself has been leveling up. The bomb mechanic made famous by Halandris and later utilized in Farak is a great example of continuing innovation. Other examples were the addition of the energy bar to encounters, player symbols, and animated arrows for directional beams. The ping system is additionally a great in-game system. However, all of these except the encounter energy bar are improvements to the game world and not the user interface. The core of any encounter is your interface. Overall, I will also give, community is so competitive that even a 40-man raid group, they'd min-max and stack whatever class does the most damage and mandatory buffs. Look at classic stacking warriors. You are absolutely right, Supatees. And so the way that they need to make the community less competitive is by disabling every single add-on and every single thing that reads information from the game. Get rid of all of it. Get rid of the ability for these tools to read the information from the game. just on a base level. Like, view them as being against the terms of service. Because another reason why this happens is because the players that have all of these advantages become, it's like a force multiplier for like their skill.
Want people using
so they're
shit
not
like
100% better than you. They're 200% better than you. Because not only are they better at the game and they're better at doing the rotation and everything, but on top of that, they also have the advantage of just having these add-ons that give them a level of awareness that's unnatural. Do you see what I'm saying? So like they are 120 or 150% better than you because that 20 to 50% on top of the 100% is from add-ons. Call-out bots are the worst. Bro, if you go and you watch a rating stream in Retail WoW and then you look at a Guantanamo Bay torture experiment, you're going to hear the same air horns, the same sounds, and the same noises. If you want to fucking put somebody through torture, have them do a raid. It's crazy. 3, 2, run away, little girl, run away. Holy fuck, guys. What is this? What's this? What trash is this? Like, how the fuck did this happen? So yes, my opinion, delete every single add-on. Every single one.
All right.
Delete them.
All right, give me your cooking license.
Make it completely undoable.
Shut up.
DBM deleted. Recount deleted. Details gone. All the things deleted. Mogget deleted. Let's see. Macros. Some macros probably, you know, limit functionality of macros. Bagon deleted. Clean slate. Yep. And then just make the game better. I remember discovering boss mechanics by noticing weird sound effects at certain timings in ZA Thunder Troll had a crash sound before the massive AoE damage, but now everything's pre-solved and expected to be handheld. You're totally right. And there were those little tells that you'd have, and then also whenever the boss would have a mana bar, sometimes whenever his mana bar reached a certain point, that would mean, oh, that means he's about to do this. So yeah. I used 0 add-ons this whole season, 9 out of 9, and 2,500 Myth Plus rating. I didn't say that you can't be successful with add-ons, but if you had add-ons, you'd be more successful. I mean, what do you think? You're really better than the people that play in Limit and Echo? They're using add-ons. You think you're better than they are? You're not. Add-ons just make you better at the game. That's why the best players in the world use them. Anyway. As we know, a core encounter for anything is your interface. Yes, need to spread 6-yard bombs. Neltharion, good luck self-organizing without any tools. Need to assign 20 players around Farok for bombs for random color assignments in 6 seconds. Good luck self-organizing without any tools. The problem is that you should never need to organize this because these encounters and these mechanics are way too invested and way too involved to have ever existed in the first place. This should have never happened in the first place. There should have never been a fight like this anyway. The only reason that they have that is because they're constantly in this arms race with people that want to play the game as a job. You need to assign 20 players around bosses for random color assignments? Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, you should just disable all add-ons. A note on legendaries. The acquisition of legendaries has been a subject of a lot of criticism. I think 2 legendaries in Dragonflight haven't really felt legendary at all. Personally, I believe these items need to be more difficult to build, potentially taking weeks, but easier to begin building. Really, what makes an item legendary is the activities that went into building it. Historically, items like Shadowmourne and Terragosa felt truly legendary. The biggest issue with acquisition currently is that starting a journey has a minuscule drop rate. Here's the problem. You want to figure out how to fix legendaries? It's simple. Make them drop only from the highest boss on the highest difficulty. That's it. Problem solved. Because at that point, it doesn't matter how good they are. Because whenever you get that item, it's already going to be at the pinnacle level, and you won't need to worry about it. No more. Yes, welfare legendaries become a requirement for raiding. Do you guys remember back in Hellfire Citadel, for example, whenever you wanted to raid, but you didn't have the ring, so nobody would play with you? That's what happens whenever you give people welfare legendaries. Like, yeah, the Cloak and Mop was the same thing. Super Tease, you're right. Yeah, you remember that. And it's like, remember, if you didn't have that, you weren't getting invited. You weren't even getting invited to Heroic. Like, everybody needed to have that. Yeah, welfare legendary. What a fucking, like, what a, an oxymoron. What is this? Yeah, so I totally agree. Now, in general, with the legendaries, I think that you want to hear, like, these are the good legendaries, okay? Here are good legendaries. Atiesh, greatest legendary of all time.
And Ragnaros.
Warglaves, kind of interesting since they added Sunwell afterwards. And I felt like people kind of had to have Warglaves, especially because every boss in Sunwell was a demon. And Warglaves gave a bonus to demons. I would say those are the two best. Those are the Thordile, you know, like the bow from Kill Jaden. The problem is that this is what, and this is the problem that Blizzard has. Is there a Thunder Fury? No. No. The way that it was added into the game was problematic, and it created bad interactions. Yeah, I would actually totally disagree with that. I just missed that. I almost missed that there. Yeah, what in what regard? Because it becomes expected that you have Thunder Fury to tank by the time that you get into AQ40. That's the problem. That's what happens. And this is what happens in the game, is that once something is existing in the game, people get excluded for it. I think I changed Legendaries Mob because it felt bad not being the player who got the Legendary in the guild, making it so everybody gets it and it's not special and nobody cares. I will remember the day that the guy in my guild got the first Dragon Wrath, and the first Dragon Wrath happened on my server. I don't even remember whenever I got my Legendary Cloak. And I remember I got one lottery Legendary from like a, you know, what's it called?
Legion.
The Valhalla, the Stormheim reputation. It was something Val something in Legion. I got it out of that box, which was really good. Valinir, yeah, no, it was like a faction box. And so anyway, yeah, if you're still reading this, my apologies for the link. There's a lot to cover. The intent here is to see improvements with raiding as it has become stale and systematic issues have crept in and not only limit the potential for raiding, but also threaten guilds and communities that wish to continue engaging in this form of content. So let me go ahead and say that this is probably one of the best this is the most true and real post I've read on the WoW forums in probably 5 years. Everything that he says, I agree with. I think that he's right about literally everything. Yeah, this guy knows. So, again, how would I fix WoW rating? I would never make bosses that had to be nerfed unless it was an absolute, like, worst case scenario. I would release bosses and they would be at a defined difficulty, and the players in the guilds that could they could clear them quickly will clear them quickly, and good for them. I would remove the ability to have any add-ons at all, in any capacity, in any way. I would remove anything else that would automate gameplay and increase a player's awareness beyond what they would naturally have access to as an average player. I would make it to where every single spell effect did not overlap and mold in with the same color of the ground. There would never be another red floor with red circles that you have to avoid. There would never be a green floor with light green circles. I would completely remove that. I would also double the raid size to 40 players and then make the raids a lot easier, because I think that would be more fun for more people. I understand that this is an unpopular opinion, but that's what I would do. I think that's a better experience for an MMO. And I think that if you want competitive gameplay, you shouldn't be playing an MMO. And also, people complain about negative frame rates. Has it ever occurred to you that the game being over-designed is the reason why you have negative frame rates? Maybe they should stop over-designing the game, and then you wouldn't have
I
that
agree
problem.
with that shit. I don't know why the fuck they always like.
The game is massively
make you have a better
over-designed.
graphic card every expansion.
And I think
like,
the truth
fuck off.
is
Let me
that
play with my potato PC.
with WoW in
Jesus.
general, it is massively over-designed to the point to where it's completely inaccessible. Like, I couldn't imagine a new player trying to get into retail WoW. Having less add-ons, but hogging the CPU might help? Yeah. Having no add-ons would help a lot. Yeah, imagine how much better your frame rate would be if you didn't have to run 50 different add-ons. Get rid of IO and parses on top of that. I would totally remove the ability for you to parse out damage in the game. as somebody who was a meter whore, like, I used to love doing that. Like, if you go back and you look at Warcraft logs, this is many, many years ago. Look up Asmongold, and way, oh, this is a guild? Wait, why is it a guild? There we go. Yeah, if you go all the way back to Legion, whenever I used to raid, I did pretty fucking well, guys. I used to raid a lot, and I had a lot of fun. I like doing this all the time. But the truth is that this type of gameplay was not necessarily good for the game. Legion was good, yeah, exactly. So, after seeing this happen for this many years, I think they should just totally get rid of this. DPS meters is everything in WoW? Yeah, it is. You barely can have a guild with 20 active members without having roster issues, let alone having 40? No, that's not the problem. You misunderstand the problem. The problem is that nobody wants to raid. Nobody wants to raid because raiding isn't fun. If you make raiding more fun and more rewarding, you won't have roster issues. That's the issue. Like, for example, you should never have to run back to a boss. You should always respawn in front of the boss. This idea in metagame of wipe protection is fucking stupid. And anybody who thinks that it's good for the game is a fucking idiot. Like, it's not even a question. Mythic Raid really sucks compared to Mythic Boss? Yes, you're just a fucking moron if you think that. Food buffs not persisting through death. Why not? Why does a flask persist but a food buff doesn't? Logically. There's no real logical reason. Food buffs should also persist through death. Like Final Fantasy has all of this? Yes, and the game is better because of that. So, the only time that I do raids is soloing content for 2 expansions ago to get good transmog. Can you define what's good for the game? What is best for the largest amount of people that play the game or would play the game? I think it's healthy for the average player base. Kind of funny, a lot of your hot takes on what WoW should be doing is what Final Fantasy XIV already does. Yeah, because I think they do it better than WoW. And after playing the game, I realized that. It's that simple. Have macros gone too far? Okay, I'll look at this.
Welcome back to another quick video. In today's video, I want to show you guys a crazy discovery I just made. Valentine's Day, just woke up, just having a nice morning coffee with my fiance, and I opened up my boy Venruki's stream. I noticed he's playing some solo shuffle on Holy Pally, and I see this rogue that he's playing verse do something kind of sus here. So watch this really quick. I'm just going to play this. You'll see this rogue. He does like a step kidney and instantly hooks back in to the fight. And this is definitely kind of crazy, kind of like cracked to see these mechanics. So I was a little bit kind of iffy about it, and I kept watching. I was kind of like half paying attention, and then I actually noticed Venruki pointed something out. So I actually went back here, and he showed a replay of this. But basically, in one of the earlier rounds, the rogue did the same thing, but he did it with a kick. So watch this. I'm gonna put this kind of slow here. Venruki's over on the side here. He puts up a Tears Deliverance. And then I think it's right after this, he starts casting a rep. So I'm going to put this in slow motion. And I want you guys to just watch this enemy rogue, okay? He's over here with Subterfuge up. Watch what he does here. Rep starts getting cast. The rogue step kicks and hooks back in. But the hook happens basically instantly. So he's already hooking back in as he does a step kick.
Yeah.
Now, this is something that is extremely weird to me. Because, you know, I am a rogue main. And you know, whenever I think of what just happened, I think of this, okay? If I have my hook facing over here, and then I step a target, my hook is now going to go over here. Because basically your hook is based off where your camera angle is and your position. And Shadow Step's going to change
how do you do that?
So I don't really understand how this works. And then apparently some people in Venruki's chat were saying that this guy's not a cheater, he's just using a macro. That's how I found out about an insanely broken macro that you guys definitely should not use. You probably all are going to use it, but I'm going to show you guys this because it's too crazy to not show you. This is complete insanity. Okay, here's the macro. It's got a basic show tooltip kick. It's got a bunch of shenanigans going on here, which is basically just a focus kick, and then it has an at cursor grappling hook. So what the at cursor does is that's just a little macro that you can use with spells that have like this little green circle where you like place them somewhere. All this at cursor macro does is make it so the circle doesn't come up. If you press the macro, it'll automatically just grapple you to wherever your mouse is.
Got it.
So what this macro does is here. I'll pretend that this guy over here, let's make this guy Moon, make him my focus. And then we'll say that this guy's Skull and I'm attacking Skull, right? So if I hit this macro, I have it on a mouse scroll keybind right now, shift mouse wheel down.
Yeah.
All I'm going to do is I'm going to have my mouse near my target right here. And I'm just going to spam shift mouse wheel down and watch what happens. It literally step kicks Moon and hooks me back on target. Now, if this isn't the most broken macro I've ever seen for Rogue, I've lost my mind. Like, this is...
Oh my
This
God.
should be illegal. I don't know how this is a thing, and I also don't know how I didn't know about it. So, obviously, you can assume you can make the exact same...
Rogues have, like, a hook thing like SV hunters have. They have, like a hook thing where it's kind of like a warrior charge for melee hunter in retail. Rogues have that, too? What the hell?
Macro here, and if you just replace kick with kidney shot, my cat's meowing, I don't know if you can hear that.
Yeah.
If you just replace kick with kidney shot, you can do an entire second macro, which basically does the exact same thing. You could hypothetically do it with cheap shot as well. You could also do it with blind if someone's at a range. As long as you're in step range of your target and you have kick or whatever CC, this macro just kind of sends you out of the fight and sends you back in. I just want to do a disclaimer. I don't think this is actually a super good macro. I think it has a niche use because as Outlaw, you know, hook and step is like all of your mobility, maybe like Blade Rush. So just shoving it to get like one kick, all your mobility, probably not worth it a lot of the time. But it is a crazy macro. I had to share this with you guys. I'm not going to drag the video. I just wanted to show you guys this macro. Let me know what you think about this in the comments. Have macros gone too far? This is complete insanity to me. I can't believe it works. I'll show you one more time what it looks like, guys. So here's Moon. Same attack and Skull. My mouse is right here, and I'm going to spam the macro. It just does a step kick and it hooks me back on target. It's complete insanity. But yeah, like the video if you guys enjoyed. Don't forget to come stop on my stream. I stream every single day at twitch.tv/Palomore. But let me know what you guys think in the comments. Thank you so much for your time. Hope you guys have a great day. Happy Valentine's Day, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.
Well, shit. Yeah, all right, there it is. So you're basically the Flash. Yeah, this is why Arena is dead. Yeah, no, you're right. This is the reason why Arena is dead. It's because of content like this. Yeah, that's a good video. Great video, by the way. This guy, like, really well explained it. Like, that's awesome. It's automating. It's been around for 7 years. Why do you think so many people have jet fast reaction time? Duh. Well, it's just not a good thing. That's my point. Yeah, Arena hasn't been around. It hasn't been good since, like, WoD. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's really ever been a great thing,
the Legion,
right?
PvP.
I'm a player, OG Ascent and Vanilla World First Rag. Tried to come back in Mythic Plus, and raiding was so intimidating, I just gave up on the game and doing those things. On Thrall server, I remember my friend Jeff used to always get all, I think his name was the warrior tank that you guys had, Alderic. He would always try to get Alderic to tank his Gruul's Lair raids, and Alderic was in Ascent. I remember that quite well. It was many, many, many years ago. On Thrall, yeah, Thrall server, man. Yeah, it's just like, the game is just so competitive now, and it's built completely around competitive gameplay to the extent that I just, like, is it even fun anymore? Like, that's the question that, like, I would ask, and, like, I don't really think that it is. It's just not, like, it's just so competitive and so sweaty that it's just not even fun. WoW caters to the hardcore gamers that no one wants to water the time. Yeah, I mean, esports nerds, gatekeeping RPG nerds. Yeah, it's just like everything in WoW. Like, I've done this many times, right? It's like you go over to the, you look at somebody playing WoW, and you look at retail WoW, like what's happening in this game, and you can't even tell what's happening on the screen sometimes. Like, there's just so many things happening simultaneously. It's exhausting. Players are leaving in droves. I don't know if they are or not, but I'm just speaking from my perspective and what I think about the game. And I think that a lot of people agree with me. I mean, is retail dying? I mean, I don't know. People say retail's doing pretty well. And it's like, that's great. But like, like, I've come to the realization that I am not the target audience for retail WoW anymore. I'm not. They did not make that game for me. It's too hardcore now. Yeah, it's just, and it's hardcore in a way that's not fun. Like, I have no problem being hardcore. Like, I've put, since Grand Blue has come out, I have 400 hours in Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. Now, to be fair, most of that is AFK time. Most of it is AFK time, but I have no problem playing a game and taking it really seriously if I feel like I'm having fun in the game. But the problem is, like, I'm not, like, why would I do that in WoW? Like, Monster Hunter, yeah, like, look at how much time I put into Monster Hunter. Like, I played Monster Hunter for what, like a month? And, like, what's the time I put on that game? 170 hours. That's insane. That's a lot of time. I was playing that game, like, fucking 8 hours a day. It's just too much, man. It's too sweaty. It's not fun. Yeah, it's just not. Like, I don't know what else I can say, but I think this has been, like, a huge problem in the game for a long time, and... like, I think that the game needs a complete reset. Like, that's really what I was coming down to, and, like, I wanted to talk about more, is, like, I think that they need to totally reset WoW. There's too many buffs, there's too many debuffs, there's too many there's too many everything in the game. It's just too complicated. It's too bloated. Like, it's been too bloated for, like, 10 years. Like, it's just too much. Huge problem in Season of Discovery. I'm actually going to go back and play SoD whenever the experience buff drops. It drops in like 3 days, right?
This is what I mean. I was in trade chat for the longest time. And
he's got
I was trying to
Berserker
get
helmet.
into Gnomer. I was spamming. I was like, I have epic gun from BFD.
Yeah.
I have 6 out of 6 experience. I raid lead it, blah, 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 blah. And at some point, there was one guy, and he was considering taking me. He's like, have you cleared it on your main? I was like, yes. He's like, what's your main's name? I was like, number 2. He's like, you're a mage? He's like, do you pump? I was like, well, I did it as a healer, but I pump, yes. He's like, okay. What spec are you going to play?
Is the Gnomer raid even hard enough that this is required? No?
Yeah, sorry, we can't
It's
take
not
you,
that
you know?
bad.
It
It's
was like
just
a,
like people
like a
are
job
bad,
interview kind of
actually.
thing.
Naturally.
So at that point, I just got fed up, and I was like, you know what, Chad? Let's just make our own Gnomer group, because I
That's
saw
what
a
you
bunch
should
of
do.
people spamming in
That's
trade
smart.
chat as well. That they were looking
Always
for a
make
group,
your own
and they were
group.
all obviously playing rogue and warrior.
That way you can ninja the loot.
You know, it's just like
You change the loot rules in the middle of the raid.
After trying to get into too many groups where
Don't
like,
tell
people are
anybody.
Like, yeah, show me your logs.
It's a
show
surprise.
Me your gear score. Show me this. Show me your, you know, your bank account. So we made our own group.
Yeah.
And I made a group with the garbage. I'm telling you guys, the worst of the worst. The scum of Azeroth, the outcasts, the people that no one wants to play with, all the people in trade chat who are spamming.
I know how the ending of this goes. They one-shot every boss and everything was fine and it was no problem because it's classic WoW.
Day in and day out and getting 0 responses. My people, yeah, I decided I'm going to make a group with them. I'm going to make a group with them, and we're not going to go on Discord, and I'm not going to ask for gear score, and we're not going to check their logs, and I'm not going to ask them if they have 6 out of 6 and all this other bullshit requirements, and we're just going to go in and blast.
Just kill the boss, yeah.
And that's what we did. There's so much spam, bro. It's insane. Like, how do you filter through this, bro, if you don't have add-ons? 6 out of 6 XP.
They need to just, like, I'm going to give an unpopular opinion, and obviously I'm not really playing the game a lot, so, like, maybe this is from an outside perspective, but I wish that they would have just the notice board that retail WoW has. Like, not LFD or LFR, but, like, a place where you can list your group and other people can join your group. I think it's stupid that they don't have that. Like, really, just have the system that retail WoW has. It's so simple, it's so easy. You just do that, and that way you don't have trade chat fill up with all this spam. It's an add-on. Well, like, that's, again, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's another example. Quest board it? Yeah. And I think that in classic WoW, you should have to interact with a quest board in order to use it. I know this might be an unpopular opinion, But I think that giving people the reason to be in town and be in the city is very important. And you should have different quest boards, maybe in different cities and different areas, that you can interact with to find groups. Like a bounty board, yeah. And that's all you need to do. I like that idea. Yeah, I talked with S-Fan about it, and that's what he thought, and I thought he had a good idea with that.
Hunter, full biz, consume, and world buff. We get into a good group and leech, man. Like this. It's just, everyone's just looking for healers, bro. I'm spamming everyone, dude. Milkman, come on, Milkman, bro. Come on, he's got to be the Milkman.
Jesus, man, he just spam. That sucks.
No more XP, 6 out of 6. Did it twice as raid lead on my character number 2. I'm ranged. Fuck, man. This guy's asking a lot of questions. I'm BM spec. Come on, bro. BM is good. Nah, he's not gonna take us, bro. He wants a melee hunt. With that pumps, man.
Oh my god. I just, bro, is it really this bad? You can't even play the game? Oh my god. People are scared to be locked out? Why don't they just make it to where, like, you can just be loot locked? So are you locked to, like, a raid ID? Or are you locked to a boss? Why are there raid IDs? Like, we have healing mages. I don't want to hear about, oh, because it's classic WoW. There's mages to heal. Warlocks tank. They're needed. Science isn't there yet. Yeah, people complaining, go to retail instead. People complaining, go to classic instead. Go to era instead. You understand you can make the exact same argument? I don't get it. Like, why is it like this? Like, it's just so, what the fuck?
He's the one to shit BM Hunter, man.
What? That's so stupid.
He's checking my logs and shit, man.
And do you remember what I said before about how every bad system in the video, every bad player behavior is the fault of the developers? Every single bad, I firmly believe that every bad player behavior and every bad trend that players have is the developer's fault. When you punish players for making mistakes, players will work harder to avoid being punished. And if you are punished for making a mistake by inviting the wrong person, then players will be even more restrictive in who they invite. So this entire system that Zico is dealing with right now is completely engineered and created by Blizzard. They have made this problem. Blizzard created this problem. This isn't the community's fault. The community is adapting and responding to the incentives and rewards that Blizzard has created within their own game.
Dude, what is this? A job interview, man? How hard is it to get into a group, man? Honestly, retail isn't even this sweaty. Dude, this is insane. I cannot get in. It's impossible.
Back in the day, I would always message people with literally almost nothing. I would be like, invite, it's me. You know, or invite, I've got all the gear. I'm Biss. And, like, I would get invited all the time. And this is before I was a streamer.
It's impossible to get in, chat. He says, no, sorry. He says, good luck finding group. Okay. The milkman is not taking us, boys. Dude, I cannot believe we can't get in.
Yeah, I'm not like the other girls. Yeah, that's a good one.
Our own group. But then we need to find tank and healer. And if we don't find tank and healer, it's GG. To make our own group and invite this guy, for example.
Yeah, that's what you need to do.
Look at this guy.
LFG Gnomer.
9 out of 9 mythic retail raider.
Look at the dude. They're not inviting him because of, like, discrimination.
Holy shit, man.
He's probably a scaly.
There's no Gnomer happening. I'm telling you, Chad, if we don't make our own group, there's no way we get in. I'm making a Gnomer.
That's so sad. That's actually so sad.
All right, this guy says LFG Gnomer. Rogue DPS world buff consume 6 out of 6. We'll
so he's not even inviting out of his stream. He's just inviting randoms.
This is gonna be interesting.
Maybe he invited some out of his stream. Probably half and half.
This is trade chats. This is the biggest rejects in the entire game right now. We are the rejects of trade chat. Nobody wanted us, and from the sewers we emerged. Where's my DPS? 200 is not bad. This is gonna be a complete shit show, by the way.
Why are they... Oh, I see. Okay.
We did it. Wait, we killed the boss.
Good job.
My tank's pumping. Yeah, my tank is actually owning.
Wait. But I thought...
No, that's what you want to hear. But, yeah. He's definitely farming.
Yeah.
I'm focusing on the boss, dude.
So this is just a random group?
Good job.
Ooh, we got the dagger.
Zero is on
Damn. Toxic Revenger.
Holy shit.
I got that on my chamois. I've seen it drop like 3 times now. It's not super rare.
Shit,
This is crazy. So like...
There it is.
Yeah, let
there
me move it. Yeah, so you guys can see the item.
Holy
oh,
shit.
Fuck, I got moved it.
The tank deserves it.
They should give it
what
to
if
him.
we actually get items? What if we actually get an item?
I'll move it.
Wait, we got an item. We got
It was just the epic dagger.
This could be first class run. This could be like the run where everything drops. Ooh, that does not look good. Does not look ideal.
What an idiot. You see him just get knocked off? See? See, if Zico had checked his LinkedIn, his Raider.io, his ancestry report to make sure that he doesn't have, you know, like any Dumbos and like his you know, family tree, make sure that, you know, like this guy's been playing the game since like actually vanilla WoW, like that he probably wouldn't have gotten knocked off.
Uh-oh, they're spinning.
The 5 years of experience raiding this raid that's been out for 2 months.
I've never seen this.
Or 2 weeks.
Is there an enrage timer? Is everyone just getting yeeted? Look at my DPS, dude. Holy shit, I almost got yeeted.
Uh-oh.
Ah, my cities are up. My pet solos this.
That's it.
Come on, something good. Something
Easy.
good.
Oh, the pole arm.
That's really good.
For Hunter.
Bro, this raid has been so clean so far, man.
So they're just clearing all the bosses without struggling at all, even though they brought in random people?
I forgot to put Hunter's Mark on this boss.
That's crazy. Just move away from the stuff. It's not hard. Full randoms from trade shot.
Uh-oh. Move away from me, man. Holy hell, I bothered.
Oh, God.
Come closer, bro. He fucked himself. Bro. Stack on your mark. Like what? Where's he here?
Jesus. The DPS is mid at least. Still clearing.
DC'd.
I mean, if you're... Like, this is my perspective. Like, I view doing the raid... Like, this is a big problem that a lot of people have with, like, their mindset for doing raids. Is that... Like, they don't calculate in the amount of time that it takes to make the raid. And if you can make a raid really fast with people that you're going to wipe a couple of times with, you will probably, at the end of the day, spend less time in the process of doing the raid. That's why usually I'll just invite the first person.
Yeah.
Especially if it's something like this. Why not just have a group finder?
Thank God. Give me that little explosive trap here for the
Yeah,
boys.
this is my first time actually seeing the new raid.
Explosive trap, dude. Holy
Seems like a lot going on here. I'm assuming this is probably the second to last boss, seems like. I don't know. It's like a council fight. LFR mechanics, yeah. New raid's a lot of fun. I'll try it out. I've been thinking about playing WoW again recently. People are way too obsessed with Warcraft logs. It's so dumb.
DPS on cheap.
I think the best thing that Blizzard could do for the game is disable every add-on in the game completely with no restrictions on that. Like, literally disable every single add-on and every API reader in the game. I think that they've completely ruined the game. But quality of life? Good. Expect Blizzard to do it. Literally disable every single add-on. Damage meters, healing meters, like buff, like, you know, allocation, disable everything.
More on Dragon.
They'll never do that. Why not? They should, you know what they should do? They should announce that they're doing it after the next expansion. They should be like, hey, this is the last expansion you're going to do with add-ons. After that, no more. They should announce it like a year ahead of time. What about macros? Severely limit the amount of interactions that macros can have. Like, massively limit it.
Lesson Dragon, Care Dragon. Care Dragon. Cheap.
I think that basically, like, what ends up examples of what? Like add-ons that are like too powerful? I think Peekaboo made a video recently about that.
Come on.
Oh, I guess they have to die all at the same time or something.
Well
like
played. There's no way, dude.
Yeah.
Whatever. We had a good run though. We killed 5. All right, we're going with the Shadow Priest healing.
The game would revert to whoever dies gets kicked. I'll explain at the end of this why WoW is this way. Because it's actually very simple why the game works this way.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Yeah, and it's easy to understand why it happens once you look at like how the systems in the game work.
25 DPS. Yeah, that's the biggest problem. The biggest problem is that we don't do any damage. Honestly, guys, I just wanted to get to level 40 and enter gnomer and try to get leech an item or two. And I feel like we've done, we did pretty good. We got shoulders.
That's
we
good.
Got the weapon, which is nice. But I don't think we're getting anything more.
That's a lot.
I don't think we're killing this boss. Which is a fucking shame. This animal is getting added to the
why not?
list,
just kill him. Why didn't he just kill the boss?
He's definitely going to add to the shit list. This is the boss we needed, man.
Yeah, I actually kind of want to see the fight.
I really wanted to try to get the crossbow.
Oh.
But yeah, apparently we're trying to 9-man this now without a healer. So we have a mage
solo just don't die.
This with a Shadow Priest. And as you can see, our rogue tank is taking the biggest cock of his career.
So the warlock tank has to like absorb those bombs or something?
No, honestly, this rogue tank is not bad.
Ooh. Oh, is this like a Nubricon?
Like you can
for
work
the tank,
with it, you know.
Hunter zoom already?
DPS,
yeah.
Like
4 bosses are a joke, more or less, yeah.
Just look at the state of our DPS, dude. Look how fucking bad we are.
I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, you just do the mechanics right.
These are some gray logs right now.
Okay. This doesn't really seem that bad at all, actually. Yeah, this is fine.
High. If they think we're even making it to phase 2, man.
DPS doesn't matter as much in this fight. We'll just get out of the fire. That's a lot of bombs, to be fair. That is a lot of bombs.
There's like no one clicking. What the fuck?
Jesus, that's a lot of bombs. That's an assload of bombs.
Good, boys. It was a last-minute run. I think we had the last boss with a few more tries.
Yeah.
Yeah, for what this
At the beginning of the video, he's like, people are way too sweaty and restrictive, and then they end up being unable to finish the raid. This is why people are selective. Yeah. Oh, I'll explain why.
It was incredibly nice. Yeah, I had a good time. Good job, guys. GG's.
And also, by the way, I'm sure some of the sweaty raids also don't kill all the bosses.
Not even on comms. We should all feel great. Thanks for letting me get the last-minute raid lockout in.
Yeah, let's be honest. Sweaty people are bad too. Yeah, exactly.
Good run.
Can't they just go again? Yeah, but they've probably been in there for like hours.
Yeah. At least we got some XP. Good night.
There it is.
All right. It was a fun time. Honestly, it was nice. Such nice guys. At least they're not mad. Now, it dragged on a little bit late, and we didn't have enough time to get more than, what, like 2 pulls on the last boss, or 3 pulls or whatever. But we cleared Menagerie on, what, like 2nd or 3rd try. It was, like, good. And in general, like, we had a good time. And in general, even if we killed 3 bosses, or 1 boss even, the fact that people respond like this when you're done... It's like, it's a shame we had it if he didn't leave.
Well, they're probably just happy that they're there.
It was good. Thank you for coming. It was incredibly nice.
Yeah, they're just happy they got invited, man.
We should feel great. Thanks for letting me get my last-minute raid lockout. Thanks for being noob-friendly, you know? Like,
there
people
it is.
just actually...
normal people.
Getting to play the fucking game. And the raid leader not being anal about, you know, your rogue... Like, your main tank being a rogue or whatever. It's just like, yeah, it's just nice. It's just nice. I'd rather do that, honestly. I'd rather do that. Is Milkman still online? What the fuck? How many people are naming their characters Milk? Yeah, he's in Nomregon.
They're probably all Tauren too.
Should I link him the epic gun? Should I link him the epic gun and pretend we
just
got
fucking
it?
BM it.
Should we?
Old school MMO gaming.
Dang. Guess it was lucky I didn't join your group. No, I guess it was lucky you didn't invite me.
Oh, bro.
Are you guys still not done?
Of course.
The fucking pettiness, dude.
No, he's just trying to ask. He's just asking a question.
What the fuck? They're still in Nomer, dude. We're done. It's a long time ago.
Yeah, you guys are still doing that?
I
Like,
made
what do you
a
mean?
group, cleared it, got all the loot, and
Yeah.
got out of there. These guys are still in there. These log checking Andes. All right. All right, boys.
So I gotta talk about this, right? Because I actually think that. So number one, if I was in Zico's group, I would have considered that group a failure because I didn't kill the last boss. Because I would be there to get the loot from the last boss, and if I didn't kill the last boss, I would be fucking furious. Like, that's number one. Like, I would be fucking mad. We didn't kill it, and now I'm stuck. So let me go ahead. Let me explain to you guys why Season of Discovery has these problems. That's all the other ones. Let me just open up a new one. Okay. Why SoD has problems with what do you call it? Why has SoD with making raids, like why SoD raiding has problems? Okay, there we go. Number one, raid IDs. Why do they exist? Number two, do you have to run back to the instance? Yeah, like, do you have to run back to the instance whenever you go and, Oops, I never accepted a quest. I'm an idiot. Yes, you do. It's close. It's a very short run. Yeah, but you do have to run all the way back. Okay, so it's not as bad, but it's still there. Okay, so run backs probably aren't that bad. Well, in general, wipe recovery. Wipe recovery takes longer to come back. It's very, very simple, right? You have to do teleporters, but you still have to do all of those things. You have to rebuff. You use an elixir and you die. Now you have to use another elixir. That's it. And so, like, yeah, there's all these things that are happening at the same time. Every wipe is a minus 10 minutes. Yes, exactly. People leave. Can you summon inside of dungeons in Season of Discovery? There are a few of these things I'm not sure of. You can't summon inside dungeon. Making inviting new players more annoying. Harder. So there's that. Let's see here. And so raid buff, yeah, raid world buff lost. Yeah, you actually can summon a gnomer. Let me see here. It's difficult. Not all groups have a warlock. Exactly. I think that they should give another class summoning abilities in Season of Discovery. I think only having warlocks that can summon, it is such a massive quality of life that not having it is just extremely annoying, and they should at least give it to one more class. I personally think that warriors should be able to put down a war banner and summon. I think warriors should be able to summon. That's my opinion. You know, summon through a war banner. Like, I could be wrong, you know, that's just what I think. I'm biased. I'm very biased, but that's it. So basically, like, what I'm saying is that the reason why Season of Discovery has these problems is because Blizzard has designed the game in a way that creates these problems. So Blizzard has allowed players to use Warcraft logs and have API readers and these DPS meters in the game. And what these meters do is they tell players that you have to play the game in a certain way. Because if you're not playing the game in that certain way, then you're massively putting yourself at a disadvantage. Because the truth is, Zico didn't clear the raid, and if you look at the amount of time that he spent inside of the raid, right, it was a 2-hour raid. Oh wait, longer. It was a 2.5 hour raid. Like whenever you look at the last boss attempt, because it says 10:13, and then the last boss, it's a 2.5 hour raid. And that's not including the other one. So why would somebody want to join a 2.5 hour raid if they're geared enough to join a raid that's going to clear in 1 hour? And they're going to kill the last boss. Why would they want to do that? So that's really what happens, is that... And also another reason... Oh, sorry. I forgot to add this one. No group finder. Have to rely on trade friends add-on. And I think that relying on friends is fine. But having to spam trade chat or using an add-on is fucking stupid. So yeah. And what's this here? You can't change the human condition as number 1. Raid IDs, why do they exist? People would just leave after the kill they needed. They have to restart the recruiting process over again. You can't change human condition in number 1. Raid IDs, why do they exist? People would just leave after they get the kill. They kill the boss they need. Well, why wouldn't... Wait a second. So I'm not sure if I understand this. Why wouldn't they just do that with raid IDs? How do raid IDs prevent this? Because, like, for example, if like, let's say there's a 6-boss raid, and the 4th boss drops an item I need, and I don't need the 5th and the 6th boss, why wouldn't I just leave after the 4th boss? How does that stop me from leaving? Hold on, let me explain it better. Sure. Didn't you say that Group Finder hurt the social aspect of WoW in the first place? I said LFD and LFR did, not the Group Finder. So, like, looking for dungeon and looking for raid is different than a manual group finder. A manual group finder is good, and automatic group finder is bad. Pretty simple. Need a better design than raid lockouts? Yeah. Well, let me let him explain himself. It needs to be harder to ragtag guilds after your initial raid, or nobody want to full clear the initial one. Not nobody. Well, let me see what the rest of this is, right? And raid finder like Wrath of the Lich King? Yeah, that's what was bad. Classic WoW incentivizes you to play with the same people. Yes, it does. That's true. Is that bad or is that good? Like, I'm not sure what. So in retail WoW, there are people that are locked into a boss. In retail WoW, people are locked into a boss. True. Okay? GDKP incentivizes you to play till the end. THD Lock with another hot take that is completely true and absolutely accurate. You are 100% right, and that's one of the best things about GDKP. Do you remember back when we didn't have GDKP back in Wrath? And, like, the moment that the Twin Valkyries would die in Trial of the Crusader, everybody would leave because nobody wanted to do a Nubarak. And they were just waiting for the trinket. And then as soon as GDKP happened, everybody stayed and killed the last boss. Like, all the melee left, and all the casters got mad. Because the casters needed the next boss. Hold on, I'm still explaining. It's long. That's fine. Don't worry about it. GDKP also incentivizes people to join pugs midway through, though. Yeah, exactly. So, like, again, the reason why Season of Discovery has so many problems is because of the design of the game and the fundamental decisions that Blizzard has made, such as making people have raid lockouts, such as making runbacks and recovery from bosses and wipes take longer, such as making the fights hard. The harder you make the fights, the more people are going to be gatekeeping. That's just what happens. Let's see. Besides that, well, I think those are the main things. That's why you need raid participation points. I don't know about that. I mean, that's something that, like, guilds can figure out. Are you suggesting the raid ID change to an individual personal boss lockout? Now, once they kill the boss they needed, a person would just leave. Then the whole recruiting process of finding another person happens again. How do raid lockouts solve that problem? So what they should do, this is how I think that they should handle raid lockouts. They should handle raid lockouts that you can only join a raid at the equivalent or advanced progress than bosses that you've already killed. So for example, if you've killed 2 bosses in a raid, and like, because the bosses are this makes it more complicated whenever the bosses are not you know, like one after another, and you can do them at like whatever order you want. But assuming that they are all chronological, right? You have to do 1, then 2, then 3. Linear. Yeah, better it's linear. That's the word I'm thinking of. So you should only be able to join raids that have the exact same progression as you or further progression as you. You should not be able to join a raid that you've already killed the boss that week. So like, you should never be able to kill the same boss 2 times in the week, but you should be able to join another raid and kill bosses that you haven't killed. He said something? Okay, let me explain it. Raid lockouts do not solve the problem. My understanding is that you said earlier there should be loot lockouts. Am I correct? No. So you're thinking of 2 different things. Okay, so you have raid IDs. You have raid lockouts. And then you have loot lockouts. Okay, so all 3 of these things are the same. Or, sorry, are different. Excuse me. So a raid ID is you are locked to a specific raid, specific raid group ID. This one is you are locked to a specific boss kill. Two specific bosses, actually. And then loot lockouts, you are locked from receiving loot from specific bosses you have already killed. So all 3 of these things are separate. So a raid ID is where you are locked to a specific boss with a specific group. A raid lockout is where you are only locked to a specific boss. And a loot lockout is where you are not locked to any boss, but you can only receive loot from a boss that you have not killed. So right now, this is what Classic WoW is doing. I don't think that they should go to this. I think they should go to this. The reason why loot lockouts are problematic is because I do think people will start doing like carry runs. Why? I think people will just like spam carry runs, and it will just fuck up retail. It will fuck up Classic WoW in the same way that retail WoW has been fucked up. And I think it will have a negative effect on the community of the game. Yeah. Now, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. That's fine. But I think that this is where they should start. And if they feel like loot lockouts would be better, then maybe they should experiment with that. The same as they're experimenting with GTKP. However, I do think that they should start with this. There's still going to be gatekeeping like in Lost Ark. There will be a lot less gatekeeping the less that you get punished. There was a lot less gatekeeping. Whenever Vicus came out in Lost Ark, how many of you guys had the same experience? That whenever Vicus came out, the amount of like that was whenever they really started like expecting you to have Light of Salvation. That's whenever they really started to like grill you in terms of like your experience and shit. Because people would invite almost anyone to Vaulton, right? If you had the item level for it, or Argos. But the reason why Vicus was different is because Vicus was super fucking punishing. And if you had one person make a mistake with one mechanic, everybody in the raid died. That's the reason why it happened. Everyone wanted to make perfect comps for Vicus? Yeah, that's the way the game works. So does that make sense with like the way I wanted to have it happen? Yeah, just OG, do you see kind of like where my perspective is? Do you not think that 14 had a good system? Farm the raid as much as you want, but you can only receive one item from one boss per lockout? I don't know. Like, I think that like there's different advantages to each system, but this is what I want to see them do. That's basically what it comes down to. Yeah, that's literally it. I want to see them do this. And all I'm saying, my point that I'm making with this whole topic is that every single problem, in a sense, think about number 3 does not work for sure. Well, it does work for retail WoW. It does work, but it causes other problems. But yeah, I think that they should do number 2. Raid IDs are antiquated. Vicus was easier than Vaulton. The mechanics were easy to understand. Vaulton could just throw you out of the arena sometimes without any pattern. Vaulton could throw you out of the arena sometimes without any pattern. That is not true. If that was true, then nobody would have that. Yeah, that's probably the most not true thing I've ever heard. Vaulton has no group wipe mechanics. Yeah, exactly. And so anyway, this is really the way that I see it. And the reason why Season of Discovery has this many problems is because Blizzard has engineered it to have this many problems. I don't know why I'm not subbed to Zico. Make sure to give the video a like if you liked it. Yeah, it was so good.
Alright, we're level 40 on the mage. Maybe try and find like a gnomer tonight, I guess. For this guy. Or maybe I should probably start hunting these new runes, huh? I don't have any boot or belt runes. That wouldn't look good. But this guy came unprepared. There might be something that I can use. I'll have to look it up. We could. I'll take a piss and then we'll look up a video on this shit for like mage runes and shit, or what I need to hunt. Let's see, arcane mage SoD P2 guide. We'll watch this when we get back. Who has the most likes? This has 14k for more quality. This guy has 7k. I could look at both of them. There's another one with 8k. Oh no, that's mage healing. Oh no, these are healing guides. I don't need those. I need the DPS guide. Okay. Yeah.
This is the only arc.
Okay. Hold on. Be right back.
Okay. Arcane Mage Guide you are going to need for Phase 2 of Season of Discovery. Hello, my name is Javier and I'm here to make your life in World of Warcraft a lot easier. First off, looking at the stat priorities we're going to want. First and foremost, it is going to be hit chance. However, we are going to be getting a hell of a ton of hit chance from our talents, and therefore from the gear, it doesn't really have much impact. The second up is going to be crit chance. Then we're going to want spell damage or arcane damage. These are actually going to be equal to each other. Arcane damage generally coming higher on a lot of the pre-biz gear. More on that soon. And then intellect, and then spirit or MP5. First thing we're going to want to do on the talent tree is put 5 points into Arcane Focus, reducing the resist chance of our arcane spells by a huge 10%. Then we're going to put 5 points into Arcane Concentration, meaning that we have a chance to go into a clear casting state where our next spell will cost no mana. This is really, really important, and what you're going to see in this talent tree and build that I'm going to be showing you is that we're going to be putting a lot of importance into mana, and more on that shortly as to why. We're going to put 1 point into Arcane Resilience, increasing our armor by an amount equal to 50% of our intellect. That's kind of a no-brainer with that one on survivability, but more so, it's because it's going to let us go down into Arcane Mind later in the tree. We're going to put 3 out of 3 into Improved Arcane Explosion, increasing the crit chance of it by an additional 6%, and 2 out of 2 points into Magic Attunement, increasing the effect of our Amplify Magic and Dampen Magic by 50%. Then we're going to go down 1 more, putting 3 points into Arcane Meditation, something I really need, allowing 15% of our mana regen to continue while we are still casting. And we're also going to put 2 points back up at the top into Arcane Subtlety, reducing the target's resistance to all of our spells by 10 and reducing the threat we cause by arcane spells by 40%, which is going to be really, really good in raiding, so making sure that we're not taking all that threat away from the tank, of course. Now we get to the really juicy bit of the tree, Arcane Mind. 5 out of 5 points in there, increasing our mana by 10%. Remember I said mana is going to be really important. We're then going to put 1 point into Presence of Mind. When activated on a 3-minute cooldown, your next mage spell with a casting time less than 10 seconds becomes an instant cast spell. Woohoo for us on the instant cast. 3 out of 3 into Arcane Instability, increasing your spell damage and crit strike chance by another 3%. Remember, we've already got another 6% on our Arcane Explosion as well, so we're just critting all day long, all day and night even. And then lastly, we're going to put 1 point, which is taking us up to level 40, at Arcane Power. Again, another cooldown on a 3-minute cooldown. When we activate this, our spells are going to deal 30% more damage while costing 30% more mana to cast, and it is going to last 15 seconds. Now let's head over onto the runes. And this is where it gets really exciting. We're going to put our first one into Enlightenment, where we deal 10% more damage while we have above 70% mana. When we have below 30% mana, 10% of our mana regen is going to continue while casting. So again, you can start to see how the mana is going to start coming into a bit more of play here. The next one is going to be Living Flame, and this is going to summon a spell flame. It literally does like trickle forward towards the enemy. It's quite cool. Moves towards the target, leaving a trail of spellfire. This is going to deal a load of damage every second to nearby enemies and lasts 20 seconds. Especially as there is bosses with a lot of ads, etc. This is going to be really, really good. If you want to go for something like super duper fun, you can go for Arcane Surge, unleashing all of your remaining mana in a surge of energy focused at the target, dealing a ton of damage. Increases up to 300% based on your mana remaining. Afterwards, your normal mana regen is activated and increased by 300% for 8 seconds. While I don't believe that Arcane Surge, at least in my testing and simming, etc., is the best way to go, I do believe it's Living Flame. If you just want to have fun, I think Arcane Surge is so fun. So, you know, it's up to you. If you're min-maxing, go for Living Flame. If you're just out here for a good time, then go for Arcane Surge. Obviously, it's going to be Arcane Blast on the next one, blasting the target with damage. Each time you cast it, the damage and healing of your other arcane spells is increased by 15%, and the mana cost of Arcane Blast increased astronomically. This stacks up to 4 times and lasts 6 seconds or until any other arcane damage or healing spell is cast. So you can stack this up as an increasing rate to the point where you're going to be doing using insane mana, but also doing insane damage with your Arcane Blast. And then we're going to go for Missile Barrage on the waste slot, giving our Arcane Blast a 40% chance to reduce the channeled duration of our next arcane missiles by 50.
Okay, so Missile Barrage. Let's see how to get that in. Missile Barrage. Oh no. Is it this? Just one quest here. We have to kill all the riders. No. He's in Dead Went Past. Don't make me do this again. God fucking damn it. Okay, let's buy some shit though. Like I can port people now. I can start making money on my mage. You over here. Or no. The portal trainer up there, yeah, he'll teach me. Grab that sheet. Yeah, this guy. Yeah, boy. Alright. Now we can start selling org boards. Do I put those on my bar? I don't have enough bar space. I like my own personal portals, but I guess I don't need that anymore, so. Alright. And then there's some, maybe 1 or 2 mage abilities that I might want to buy here. Yo. Oh god, there's so many quests. What are these about? Okay, mana shields. I want that, yeah. I want that. Yeah, and the water. I mean, I'm broke now, but those are definitely what I want. Did I just buy arcane missiles? Rank 5, yeah. Yeah. Whoa, that's a lot of mana. And conjure water, rank 5. Now we got some good shit. Alright, how much does this make? Please don't tell me this is 2. Okay, 20 at a time, okay. I like this shit out of my inventory. That looks like this. Yeah, alright. So this guy, yeah, it's okay. I gotta do the horseman thing. But I feel like if I get one of these other rings, like, that does a huge self-heal, I've heard mages can just solo this quest. I think Zaryu did that, or Jokered, one of them. Sure. Oh, but I really should get, like, all the portals to make this convenient if I end up grouping with someone, Do I sell this? Or I have 2 of them, yeah? I have 2 of them. Okay. Then I want, like, UC portal. If there's anything else, though. I mean, I'm arcane, so arcane barrage missiles is one thing I need to get. Was there any, like, fire or frost thing that maybe might interest me? I don't need that right now. Like, it's a longer poly, right? Yeah. Yeah, 10 seconds more. 30 seconds is fine. I don't know if I'm gonna reroll fire at some point, but right now I'm sticking to the arcane dream. Mitch Jones. Do I want this if I'm gonna be tanking solo, like instead of mage armor? Let's get it just in case. And I'll have 1 gold, 50 silver for Undercity. Good. I don't know. Wait, but I need the healing rune, right? Because I'm pretty sure there's like a huge self-healing ability type deal. Let me see all these. I gotta look up WoW SoD runes now. Mage. Oh, I've looked at this before, I think. Okay, so we got Frost Firebolt, Hot Streak, Missile Barrage, Spell Frost, Bolt, Brain Freeze. I think chronostatic preservation uses to freeze chromatic energy into a stored state for later. You can hold this energy for 15 seconds before it combusts when unleashed heals a friendly target. So I think that's the thing I want. I want chronostatic preservation before I can solo this rune for Mr. Barrage. Okay, let's see. How do we do this? It's a foot rune, 1,000 needles. Okay, collect 3 partial spell notes, and to get them you need to attack the following 3 NPCs. Scorched Rogue Feather, Singed High Prince Consort, and Seared. Okay. Alright, so we're going to the 1,000 needles. This is our 1,000 needle rune. We'll get that, and I think that'll allow me to like solo shit as a mage. It like gives me a huge like self-heal. I think that's what they were using. I could be wrong. What is this? Oh yeah, enlightenment. I might have to go regen the regeneration. But I might find people that are also doing it. Like I've 2-manned it with a mage on my shaman. Yeah, let's get this rune first. I'll just have to remember to get the Undercity portal. And I'll have to buy the reagents as well, Rune of Portals. Ah shit, we're gonna have to run this. I didn't get the flight path on this character.
50%, meaning it gets that damage out quicker, reducing the mana cost by 100%, and missiles will fire every 0.5 seconds. You can see how it's starting to come together with the arcane missiles and arcane blast, etc. It's really, really fun altogether. I love it so much. And then, really simply, I feel like Blizzard have been quite lazy here, but I'm not really complaining. I think it's so fun still. Spell power increases the crit strike damage bonus of all spells by 50%, and that is why we want so much crit as one of our top priority stats in this phase. Now, speaking of what stats we're going to have, let's go have a look at what pre-biz and biz gear we're going to be trying to get. So first up, of course, looking at pre-biz, we're going to go for the Lunar Coronet on the head. And when it says random enchantment, this is going to always be arcane damage, of course, that we're going to want as an arcane mage in phase 2 of SoD. So when it says that, just remember, that's what you're going for, okay? No nasty fire or frost in here, thank you very much. Jagged Bone Necklace. This is from BFD on Twilight Lord Kelris. BFD is absolutely fantastic. If you're still leveling and watching this video, BFD is the way to go. You get 3k XP per boss, and it will go up to level 39. You should really be doing it every reset. It's insane. Royal Amice on the shoulders, which is a BOE. A lot of these are actually BOEs. Bloodwoven Cloak, again, another BOE. Another BOE could be really expensive on the AH, Robe of the Magi. Bloodwoven on the wrists, and then the Celestial Stave on the staff, which you can see here. This is actually a mage-specific one, and it's from the quest Celestial Power. These are all quite straightforward on what they've got on them, regarding stats, etc. Black Mage Weave Gloves from Tailoring, increasing damage and healing by 15, again on the hands. Star Belt, again from Tailoring, BOE on the belt. Soul Leech Pants from Akume, go on the legs. On the boots, you probably already have this if you've been playing Phase 1, but these are the extra planar spider silks. These are from Tailoring in Phase 1. Check out my What to Do First Level 25 video, or in Phase 1, it's called something like that, for how to get these. Signet of the Twilight Lord from Twilight Lord Kelris, again from BFD. Lawkeeper's Ring from PvP. Rune of Perfection from PvP. Invokers, this is from Akume on the last boss. And the Necrotic Wand is from Ashir, the Sleepless in Scarlet Monastery, on the wand. Now going on to the biz, it gets a bit more exciting. We've got the Neuro-linked Arcano Filament Monocle on the head, and this is the new Tailoring epic item that we can get at level 40, increasing damage and healing, of course, some MP5 and intellect, but when you use it, it's going to reduce the mana cost of all spells by 50%, which is insane, especially when you think if we're using this for Arcane Blast, etc., as an arcane mage, this is insanity how good this is. And increasing the damage and healing done by your spells by 50 for 12 seconds. I think for Arcane Mage, this actually comes out best out of all the other casters. It's really great for everyone, but considering how mana works with our Arcane Mages, this is phenomenal. From the Mad King in Nomagon, we've got the Nomagon Peace Officer's Talk on the neck. And from Vicious Fallen is the Synthetic Mantle on the shoulders. These are all Nomagon, by the way. Bloodrock Cloak is from the PvP event in Stranglethorn Vale. And then the Irradiated Robe from Electrocutioner Firma Plug, or whatever the hell his name is this is where we get this set item. It's increasing your crit chance by 1%. It's increasing healing and damage done. It's also taking your 5 stamina and strength, but it is adding spirit, intellect, and nature resistance. This is a really, really good set, and it also is going to be on the legs and the boots as well. Dryad's wrist bindings, which I'm in the way of here, these are actually from PvP Warsong Gulch. In fact, let's just shimmy on over to here, shall we? These are actually, yes, from Warsong Gulch. You need to get the Exalted Will of Warsong Outriders to get it. Staff of the Evil Genius on the staff from the Electrocutioner 6000. This is going to increase your hit by 1% and also your healing done and damage done, etc. Pretty self-explanatory. Dreamweave tailoring on the hands. Hyperconductive Gold Wrap is actually a heads or tails effect on crit chance or movement speed when you use it on a 15-minute cooldown. It is from engineering, so if you're like, I'm not taking engineering as a mage, then go for the volatile concoction belt from Grubbis instead, but the engineering one is Biz. Again, we've already spoken about the legs and boots. That's the same set piece I showed you on the chest. Blood Resonance Circle. This is from, again, the PvP vendor at the Gurbashi Arena in the Stranglethorn Vale. Basically, when you get this, there's actually one for Arcane Fire and Frost. Obviously, we want this one for Arcane. Hypercharged Gear Conflagration, again, is another unique equipped... Oh my gosh! Unique equipped ring! I think that was a demon that just took over my body then. This is unique equipped, giving Intellect, Nature, and Arcane Resistance, and is from Mechaneer Thermoplug himself. Same again on this trinket, the miniaturized combustion chamber. This is going to channel randomly between 1 to 150 health into mana, again being phenomenal for arcane mages, and then increasing damage and healing done, giving you some intellect and fire resistance. Invoker's Void Pearl is still actually best in slot from Akume in Phase 1 at the end of BFD, and then the Never Force Wand is from Tabitha in Dustwallow Marsh. It's the mage wand spell that you can do from level 30. Again, this is one where you can choose Arcane Fire or Frost, but of course taking the Arcane one for an Arcane Mage. Now, we've already spoken a little bit on professions, and obviously I'm telling you to take tailoring. The other one I would recommend is probably going to be enchanting for this cheeky Seal of Innovation here. And this is going to increase your spell power by 20 for 30 minutes, and you can use this whenever the hell you like, really. But it doesn't persist through death, and therefore, if you do die, it's going to come off. Otherwise, alchemy is a good idea. With tailoring, of course, enchanting goes really, really well with it, specifically because it doesn't need a separate gathering profession. On what consumables you're going to have, there's the Greater Mana Potion. This should be quite cheap now on the auction house. Sagefish Delight, giving you some mana back every 5 seconds. The Lesser Arcane Elixir is going to increase spell damage by 14 for 30 minutes, and you can use the Lesser Wizard Oil on your weapon, and yes, you can use this with the Lesser Arcane Elixir, increasing spell damage by up to 16, and that also lasts for 30 minutes. And that's it, guys. That's pretty much everything you need to know to play Arcane Mage in Phase 2. A few other things I want to note is, if you want to see me playing this, I am actually now streaming on Twitch over at Javi Heals. Just link in the description down below for that. And if you have any questions regarding UI, add-ons, rotations, anything at all, whether it's classic or retail. Now going on to the biz, it gets a bit more exciting. We've got the Neuro-linked Arcano Filament Monocle on the head, and this is the new tailoring epic item that we can get at level 40, increasing damage and healing, of course, some MP5 and intellect, but when you use it, it's going to reduce the mana cost of all spells by 50%, which is insane, especially when you think if we're using this Arcane Blast, etc., as an Arcane Mage, this is insanity how good this is. And increasing the damage and healing done by your spells by 50 for 12 seconds. I think for Arcane Mage, this actually comes out best out of all the other casters. It's really great for everyone, but considering how mana works with our Arcane Mages, this is phenomenal. From the Mad King in Nomagon, we've got the Nomagon Peace Officer's Talk on the neck, and from Vicious Mage. Now, we've already spoken a little bit on professions, and obviously I'm telling you to take tailoring. The other one I would recommend is probably going to be enchanting for this cheeky Seal of Innovation here. And this is going to increase your spell power by 20 for 30 minutes, and you can use this whenever the hell you like, really. But it doesn't persist through death, and therefore, if you do die, it's going to come off. Otherwise, alchemy is a good idea. With tailoring, of course, enchanting goes really, really well with it, specifically because it doesn't need a separate gathering profession. On what consumables you're going to have, there's the Greater Mana Potion. This should be quite cheap now on the auction house. Sagefish Delight, giving you some mana back every 5 seconds. The Lesser Arcane Elixir is going to increase spell damage by 14 for 30 minutes, and you can use the Lesser Wizard Oil on your weapon, and yes, you can use this with the Lesser Arcane Elixir, increasing spell damage by up to 16, and that also lasts for 30 minutes. And that's it, guys. That's pretty much everything you need to know to play Arcane Mage in Phase 2. A few other things I want to note is if you want to see me playing this, I am actually now streaming on Twitch over at Javi Heals, just link in the description down below.
Hey guys, Kaltorak here. Today I am bringing you my Arcane Raid DPS guide for Phase 2. Gnomer is a really fun raid and Arcane is in a wonderful position in my opinion. It's not doing near as much DPS as Fire, but I am having a blast with the rotation, and still putting up solid numbers. Shout out to all the Giga Chads in the Mage Discord for running the sims for this phase and figuring out what the best rotation was and the rune selection. Blizzard, please give us target dummies so we can test this stuff outside of raid. Thanks. For gear, you want the prio spell damage first, followed by intellect. You really don't have mana problems at all, so spell damage is king. Our new runes have made it to where I never have to evocate as DPS. Add on the fact that the last two bosses have buttons you can press that give you a lot of mana, you really just want the prio spell damage. As you can see from my gear, a lot of my stats are just pure damage. Arcane Wrath are solid options for sure. I wouldn't wear a full Arcane Wrath set, but mixing in a few key pieces like bracers and boots are solid bets. Here are our talents. Pretty standard, nothing too crazy going on. I see a lot of people talking about improved arcane missiles, but it's not needed at all. You could take wand damage instead of magic attunement, but I never wanded on any of my fights. For runes, we use Arcane Blast, Spell Power, Living Flame, Missile Barrage, and Enlightenment. Living Flame is still our best option for legs, it just does too much damage for it to be worth trading off. Missile Barrage and Enlightenment are huge. In Phase 1, your rotation changed based off of fight length because of mana problems. But these two runes have solved all mana issues. I never had to evocate in our raid. I was always really good on mana, even without using mana potions on most fights. For consumes, it's slightly different from Phase 1, but a lot of it's the same. For food, we use Sagefish Delight, slightly higher MP5 than our Phase 1 option. Lizard Wizard Oil for 16 bonus spell damage is a given. Depending on your gear, you might want to use Elixir of Firepower. Living Flame scales off of either Arcane or Fire damage, whichever stat is higher. For me, since I run Arcane Wrath gear, my Arcane damage is way higher than my Fire. So even with Firepower, it would still prio my Arcane damage. It's useless for me outside of Fire Blast, which I was only using on the final boss to kill bombs. For mana pots, use Greater Mana Potion. Most fights I didn't need to use it though. In the fights I would have used it in, I was using free action potions and nature pots anyway. For world buffs, obviously get Dark Moonfare damage buff when you can, and the Gnomer buff. Scroll of Arcane Power and Scroll of Arcane Recovery are still our best bets. They have a higher drop rate from the Phase 3 scrolls, so make sure you are identifying those ones. The Tier 3 scrolls are Topaz Rake, Shooby Doop, Peachy Attacks, Updog, and Thaw Words. For Gnomer, you will also want Nature Protection Potions and Free Action Potions if your guild requires it. Make sure you are also conjuring both Mana Jade and Mana Agate. For rotation, this phase is a lot smoother than Phase 1. You want to start by precasting Arcane Blast if possible, then pop Arcane Power. Warning, Power Infusion and Arcane Power do not stack, so if you have a priest giving you PI, make sure you coordinate around that. I was having my priest friend PI me on pull, and I was using Arcane Power after that. If you aren't doing this, you will build up the 4 stacks of Arcane Blast on pull, and then use Living Flame. Ignore Missile Barrage procs when you are about to use Living Flame. You want to get 4 stacks and use Living Flame as fast as possible. I try and use Presence of Mind with Arcane Blast during my opener to get Living Flame out as fast as possible. Use Presence of Mind when it's most convenient. After that, our rotation is building up the 4 stacks of Arcane Blast and then using Arcane Missiles. However, if you ever get a Missile Barrage proc, you will use Arcane Missiles. Do not cancel Arcane Blast to do Arcane Missiles during a Barrage proc. Go ahead and finish your Arcane Blast cast, and then use Missiles after. It doesn't matter if you're at 2 stacks or 3 stacks for Missile Barrage. When it procs, use the spell. Always use Arcane Missiles when you're at 4 stacks even without Missile Barrage. Spamming only Arcane Blast is a DPS loss. Missile Barrage and Enlightenment are huge game changers this phase. The amount of mana we save from these 2 runes have really cleaned up the arcane rotation. I seriously have no mana problems at all. It also really helps the last 2 bosses provide mana back from clicking the buttons, but still, my mana was not a problem once. For weak auras, I recommend using my official Kaltorek weak aura pack. It tracks procs for both clear casting and missile barrage. You'll find a link to it below. It also tracks procs for all the other runes, so check it out. For bosses, here are my quick tips and tricks. For Grubbus, he's pretty straightforward. The ads don't have much HP, I wasn't bothered wasting mana on arcane explosion spam. Also, your tank can just kite them into the gas clouds, so not super needed. The ads that spawn from phase 1 don't count toward your parse either, so don't feel stressed to AoE them down. Don't bother DPSing the Basilisk when he's up, full tunnel vision the boss. Really easy fight. Viscous Fallout is another straightforward fight. I was able to help my raid by getting close to the slimes when they spawned and frost-noving them. Then trying to AoE them down. The slime damage does count towards your parse, but if they transform into the elementals, these mobs don't count for your parse. Try and make sure the slimes go down before they can transform, and then go back to tunneling the boss. If an ad does spawn, you can interrupt it with Counterspell. Blast the boss outside of this. Crowd Pummeler is pretty straightforward, not too much to go over here. You want to make sure your range are spread out. The more spread you are, the less likely you are to have to dodge the knockback. The less moving you do, the more pumping you're able to do. If you get targeted by his charge effect at the end of the fight, wait for him to charge and then blink out the way. Electrocutioner is also a pretty straightforward fight. Your range are split into 2 groups, but only one person needs to be max distant for the blast. In my guild's first run, I was one of the target points for max distance, as we are teaching people to fight. However, you only need one person max distance, the rest of you can plant and be near them. Like the last boss, the less moving you do, the more DPS you can do. Hopefully your raid lets you plant and pump. Our next clear, our healers will be the only ones moving. Just blast this boss though, pretty straightforward. For the mechanical menagerie, it's a bit more chaotic. I would recommend putting Living Flame on either the chicken or the squirrel, since those 2 are usually stacked together, it means your Living Flame will get more damage. On the pull, go ham on the sheep out the gate. It doesn't have a threat table, so just load as much damage into it as you can. Once it puts up the lightning buff, you will swap to the dragon. Somewhere around the center of the room is good. You should be able to consistently DPS from here. If you're having mana issues, just blink to a button and click it. Focusing the sheep and the dragon are both pretty chill, just remember all 4 ads need to die at once. Thermoplug is pretty intense on damage. I had to swap to healing for this since my guild was struggling to 2-heal it our first week. Try and be positioned in the middle, that way you move as little as possible. Nothing changes in terms of rotation though. My guild split myself and our hunter into the 2 halves, making sure we were the ones priority clicking buttons. Mages are great for disabling the bombs because of blink. Just note, you can only click the button once every 30 seconds, so you may need to call out for someone else to click on your side. The bombs are super easy to kill as well. Most of the time Fire Blast was enough to kill them. If not, I was sending a quick Arcane Blast into them to finish them off. For phase 1, make sure you are positioned in a way to be able to DPS the boss while clicking the buttons. This can be hard, but you gotta do your best. This may require you to run out of the boss's range to click a button. Try and have your tank make sure the boss is in range, but depending on your strat, he might not be. Phase 2 is pretty much the same. My guild uses free action potions here when we got to 5+ stacks. Just make sure you're doing as much damage to the boss as possible in between managing the bombs. Phase 2 is the hardest phase, so you really want to burn the boss down here. The more damage you can do during this phase, the better. Phase 3 is pretty simple, just interrupt him when he starts casting his poison spell. Myself and the rogue in our group were able to easily interrupt it every time. For the final phase, it's more of the same. This boss really just comes down to managing the bombs well and being in a good enough position to manage turning off the bombs while blasting the boss. Okay, that's my phase 2 arcane DPS guide. If you feel like I missed anything, please comment down below. It's still super early in the phase, but arcane already feels wonderful to play. If there's anything else you would like to see me cover for when I eventually make my phase 3 arcane DPS guide, let me know. I don't play fire, never been a big fan of fire mage, so I don't see me making a fire DPS guide. If you're watching this video when it comes out, I will be live streaming our next raid. We'll be doing it this Wednesday night. If this interests you, come and stop by. If you guys enjoyed the video, please like and subscribe. Take care, and good luck in Gnomer, boys.
Alright, I am confused here. Look, 3 partial things. 1,000 needles skipping. You need to attack the following 3 NPCs with frost bows. At least 2 casts needed. West of Freeman. Like, how am I? Wow, son, how to get me through? What is it? Static preservation. Alright, let's see.
In order to obtain this rune, you will need to loot 3 partial spell notes from 3 specific enemies in the 1000 needles zone. However, these enemies are immune to damage until they have been hit by a certain number of frost spells, so you will need at least one other mage with you in order to deal enough damage to defeat the mob and loot it. The first mob is called the Scorched Screeching Rogue Feather, and it can be found flying around this pillar here at right around 2747. As stated previously, you will need to hit the mob with a certain number of frost spells, so the Ice Lance rune, or the Frostbolt, Cone of Cold, Frost Nova, or Blizzard spells should all work. Keep hitting the mob with frost spells until you see this red, fiery debuff icon disappear, at which point the mob should be vulnerable to damage and be able to be defeated normally. We were able to achieve this with only 2 mages, however, the timing was a little bit tricky, so it would certainly be easier if you had more. After defeating the enemy, simply right-click to loot it, and you will have obtained your first partial spell notes. The next enemy is called the Singed High Perch Consort, and it can be found flying around a rock here, right around 1040. Once again, hit the mob over and over with frost spells until it is vulnerable to damage, at which point you can defeat it and loot your second partial spell notes. The final set of partial spell notes can be obtained by defeating an enemy located here at 2425. However, the Seared Needles Cougar that you will need to defeat is locked in a cage, requiring a Cougar Cage key to unlock. This key can be obtained by defeating Gallic Maulers, located at the camp just next to the cage or at any of these other yellow pins on the map. I did not actually have a key drop for myself personally, and I do hear that it is quite a low drop chance, but if you keep defeating these Maulers, you should eventually receive one, at which point you can right-click on the cage to open it. I happened to arrive just as the mob was being defeated, so I don't have great footage here, but once released from the cage, the mob runs around this rock here, and you can defeat it in the same way that you defeated the first 2 mobs. Once you have, simply loot it to obtain your third set of partial spell notes. With all 3 partial spell notes in your inventory, simply right-click on one of them, wait for the cast to finish, and you will obtain the Spell Notes Chronostatic Preservation. Right-click on those, wait for the cast to finish again, and you will obtain your Chronostatic Preservation rune engraving. Chronostatic Preservation is a brand new rune which can be engraved onto your boot slot. It is a 2-part spell which is first cast for 2 seconds, at which point it can be cast instantly at any point up to 15 seconds after that, at which point it will do a moderately sized burst of healing to a nearby friendly target. This heal is buffed by arcane, frost, and fire interactions, making this a strong healing spell for all mage specs, either in solo content, PvP, or in raid. I hope that this video helped you to obtain this powerful new rune. Thanks for watching, and have a good one. Peace.
What the fuck? He just soloed that. Let me loot that. I was attacking it too. Wait. Help me out with this rune. Come back here, you fuck. Actually, there's another one I'm gonna need help with. Unless another mage comes by, I guess they could help me. Let's redo this.
The next enemy is called the Singed High Perch Consort, and it can be found flying around a rock here, right around 1040. Once again, hit the mob over and over with frost spells until it is vulnerable to damage, at which point you can defeat it and loot your second partial spell notes. The final set of partial spell notes can be obtained by defeating an enemy located here at 2425. However, the Seared Needles Cougar that you will need to defeat is locked in a cage, requiring a Cougar Cage key to unlock. This key can be obtained by defeating Gallic Maulers, located at the camp just next to the cage, or at any of these other yellow pins on the map. I did not actually have a key drop for myself personally, and I do hear that it is quite a low drop chance, but if you keep defeating these Maulers, you should eventually receive one, at which point you can right-click on the cage to open it. I happened to arrive just as the mob was being defeated, so I don't have great footage here, but once released from the cage, the mob runs around this rock here, and you can defeat it in the same way that you defeated the first two mobs. Once you have, simply loot it to obtain your third set of partial spell notes. With all three partial spell notes in your inventory, simply right-click on one of them, wait for the cast to finish, and you will obtain the Spell Notes Chronostatic Preservation. Right-click on those, wait for the cast to finish again, and you will obtain your Chronostatic Preservation rune engraving. Chronostatic Preservation is a brand new rune which can be engraved onto your boot slot. It is a two-part spell which is first cast for 2 seconds, at which point it can be cast instantly at any point up to 15 seconds after that, at which point it will do a moderately sized burst of healing to a nearby friendly target. This heal is buffed by arcane, frost, and fire interactions, making this a strong healing spell for all mage specs, either in solo content, PvP, or in raid. I hope that this video helped you to obtain this powerful new rune. Thanks for watching, and have a good one. Peace.
So now I just need the helpfulness of another mage to help me get this, or for another random mage to come and hit this thing. Because I apparently had the tag when that alliance like hit it, because I was hitting it a bajillion times. And I still got the looted as well. Come on. Eat my frost bolts, you fuck. Let me solo you. But then when a second mage comes along, I think they made it so you can't solo this. You need a second mage to solo, whether it's Horde or Alliance. Oh my god, I gotta look for one. Wait. They don't got really frost damage spell. Does Chimera Shot actually do frost nature? If he just Chimera Shotted this actually. I've played a hunter for so goddamn long. I should know that, but I'm pretty sure Chimera Shot does nature and frost damage. I don't know if it does it as well in SoD.
Hey guys, Kaltorak here. Today, I want to show you how to get the rune Chronostatic Preservation. You may need a party for this. Some mages were able to solo it, but I did it in a group to make it easier. For this rune, you need to go to 1000 Needles. Similar to how our Burnout rune worked in Phase 1, where we had to break a frozen mob out of ice, this time, we are cooling off some hot boys. There are 3 fiery mobs and 1000 Needles at these locations. Each of them drops an item that combines into Chronostatic Preservation. Scorched Harpy, Singed Pridewing, and Seared Cougar. All need to be hit with frost spells. Frostbolt, Cone of Cold, Ice Lance, and Frost Nova all seem to proc these effects. You need to spam frost damage on the mobs and kill them before they heal up. You'll find Singed Pridewing here. You'll find Scorched Harpy here. For Seared Cougar, it's locked in a cage. You need a key that drops off the Galak mobs near the cage. Once you kill and loot all 3 mobs, you can combine the pieces to get your rune. If you found this helpful, please like and subscribe. Take care, boys.
Hi, my name is Neres, and welcome to my Mage Guide. I will be providing an in-depth Fire Mage Guide covering consumables, stat priority, rotation, enchanting, runes, talents, best race options, and some cool tips and tricks to improve your gameplay. Fire Mage Spec. Fire deals the highest amount of damage out of the other mage specs, with the only caveat being it's very mana intensive. The level cap is also only 40, meaning you have just enough points to reach the bottom of your tree, but not enough to put more points into another tree. The first 5 points into Improved Fireball will simply reduce the cast time of Fireball by a half a second. The next 5 points into Ignite is absolutely mandatory, as this is one of the main mechanics of a Fire Mage. This makes your crits from your fire damage cause the target to burn for an additional 40% of your spell's damage over 4 seconds. Pyroblast is your next talent and vital to your build, as you'll be looking to cast Pyroblast whenever you get a hot streak, as well as precasting if the boss allows. Burning Soul is nice since it gives you a 70% chance to not lose casting time whenever you take damage, and also reduces the threat caused by your fire spells by 30%. The 2 points invested in Incinerate are essential for maximizing damage output. Additionally, allocating 1 point into flame throwing for extended range can greatly enhance your effectiveness, particularly in situations where engaging bosses from longer distances is advantageous. Personally, I find this additional range valuable for maintaining DPS on distant targets. Incinerate increases the crit strike of your Fire Blast and Scorch by 4%. Speaking of Scorch, the next 3 points go into Improved Scorch, which will make it so whenever you Scorch it will apply a debuff on the boss, making it take a total of 15% increased fire damage. The 3 points into Master of Elements makes it so, when you crit, you get 30% of the base mana cost back. The 3 points into Critical Mass will simply increase the crit of all your fire spells by 6%. Firepower will increase all of your fire damage by 10%. Lastly, Combustion is your major cooldown. This will cause each of your fire spell hits to increase your crit chance by 10%. Fire Mage Runes. Make sure to have these runes to maximize damage output. Burnout, Living Bomb, Living Flame, Hot Streak, Spell Power, Fire Mage Rotation. Example, start by casting Pyroblast on the boss a few seconds before the pull. Follow up with Living Flame. Cast Living Bomb. Begin casting Scorch 5 times. Then use this macro as shown on the screen. Explanation of the macro. This macro includes several key components. Berserking. If you're playing as a troll, Berserking racial ability is triggered next, providing a boost to your casting speed. Mana Gem. The macro starts with activating a Mana Gem, which replenishes your mana reserves. Combustion. Following Berserking, the macro activates Combustion, which is a high damage ability. Epic Head Cooldown, reducing mana cost of all spells by 50% and increasing spell power by 50, which is amazing to use in this macro. Fireball. You continue casting Fireball until Combustion runs out, usually after 7 or 8 hits. Scorch. Once Combustion expires, you revert to using Scorch. Scorch is typically used as a filler spell when Combustion is on cooldown. Overall, this macro optimizes your rotation by utilizing various buffs and spells effectively to maximize damage output while managing resources such as mana. Fire stat priority. Spell hit, 5%. Intellect, spell power, crit spirit, stamina. Best race to play mage. The best race for playing a mage in the Horde faction is often considered to be Troll. This preference is primarily due to the racial ability called Berserking, which reduces casting time. The race for playing a mage in the Alliance faction is often regarded as Gnome. This is primarily due to their racial ability, which increases intellect by 5%. Consumables. The following list of consumables can be used by DPS Mage. Lesser Wizard Oil. Lesser Arcane Elixir, Elixir of Firepower. Sagefish Delight, Greater Mana Potion. Note: you can have Lesser Arcane Elixir and Lesser Wizard Oil active at the same time, since you apply Lesser Wizard Oil to your weapon. Enchanting. Back Enchant. Permanently enchant a cloak to give 3 to all resistances. Chest Enchant. Permanently enchant a piece of chest armor to grant +2 to all stats. Bracers. Enchant. Permanently enchants bracers to give +5 intellect. Gloves Thick Armor Kit. Legs Thick Armor Kit. Feet. Enchant. Permanently enchant boots to give a slight movement speed increase. Weapon Enchant. Permanently enchant a weapon to cause all spells and attacks to sometimes deal 60 to 90 additional damage to mechanical creatures. If you've made it this far, please consider liking the video and subscribing to the channel. Your support goes a long way in helping me build the channel. I'll be posting more content and future releases of patches, so stay tuned. Best professions for mage. Tailoring. Tailoring is mandatory as it allows you to craft the extremely powerful helm that has a ton of spell power and stats, but also a strong on use that gives you 50 spell power for 12 seconds on a 10-minute cooldown. You must be tailoring in order to craft this, and it's highly suggested that you try and get this item as soon as possible. Enchanting. Enchanting is the highest DPS option for your second profession. This allows you to use Sigil of Innovation, which gives you 20 spell power for 30 minutes. Alchemy. Alchemy allows you to make and use the new mildly irradiated rejuvenation potion, which gives you 35 spell power for 20 seconds. Engineering. Engineering in this phase allows you to use solid dynamite, which is a quick cast that you can move while casting to do a decent amount of damage. This is nice for both single target and AoE damage. As an engineer, you can craft a hyperconductive gold wrap, which is best in slot this phase and maybe next phase. Gearing up your mage. As mentioned above, I suggest you go with engineering and tailoring to craft your best in slot items. Along the way, you can craft some green gear with your tailoring profession to get started with your gearing route. In addition, you should participate in the STV PvP event to obtain the ring, as it is your bias for this phase. You can also complete the mage quest for the wand and offhand, which are also good upgrades. While leveling, you can do a Black Fathom Deeps run to acquire some gear from there, which also helps to prepare for Gnome Regan. Extra tips. Always have these in your bag. Superior Healing Potion. This is helpful for emergencies when you need the instant health. Mighty Troll's Blood Potion. Health regeneration is always good to help the healers out a little bit. Elixir of Fortitude. Additional health pool makes you much able to take more hits. Scroll of Arcane Accuracy. This gives you 1% chance to hit with all your spells. Use it in every raid. Spark of Inspiration. World buff drops in Orgrimmar Ironforge. That is it, folks. Thank you for watching and have a good one. I hope you enjoyed this video. Please leave a like, comment, and subscribe to the channel. I will post my weak auras and add-ons in the description. If you have any questions, please let me know. I will try to answer them as quickly as possible. See you soon.
Okay. So now I have the rune that I think I can use to solo shit now. Like, I should be able to kill the Dark Rider with this thing. I don't know if that's what people were using. This must heal more than just that, right? I mean, I've got a small amount of HP. What's the cooldown? Okay, I could like spam that. I don't know where I should keybind this. Probably up here. Then again, I think I want regen to be there, yeah? Alright, I'm gonna head to Deadwind Pass. I think the fastest way there is Zeppelin, yeah. So this thing should heal me. Let's just test it out. So I have like this thing, yeah. And I just press it again. Boom. Big heal. That's like almost all my HP. I thought there was another one that like uses all your mana. I thought I saw Zarya using that or some shit. 204 mana, not like uses Arcane Fire Frost into a storage state for later. You can use this energy for 20 seconds before it combusts or expires. When unleashed, heals. Okay. Does me doing damage like ramp this thing up? I mean, I feel like this already heals like my full HP kind of. If I'm at 10%, this will like full heal me. And it only costs like 204 mana, 2-second cast. Boom, 800. Okay. Can I use this on other people? I'll check in the Zeppelin. This might be like a decent like healing rune for a healing mage. Besides just having to like Arcane Blast. So I think with this I should be able to solo the douchebags. Oh no, but like they're gonna do a lot of knockback though when I do Arcane Blasts. I think I actually need help. I actually have to group with someone, but like wait, what are the other runes here? Let me like look it up here. Is there like another rune here that also heals? Not spell power. I want Missile Barrage. That's the thing I'm going for. Hot Streak. I think it might have been that. Arcane Surge. Is this it? Waylaid. What does that do? I don't think I have Arcane Surge. Oh, that's not even a new rune. Oh. Wait, what? What's Arcane Surge do? It doesn't tell me what it does. Apparently, Alter Mountain, or no. Yeah, Waylaid. But I kind of want to know what that spell does before I go after. I don't think that's what I want. I think that's it. That was the solo rune to like self-heal for like huge amounts. Just to cost like 3 globals and plus like the knockback shit that like, yeah, boom. You immediately get like a huge heal. I guess I'll go like Ice Armor for soloing this. I don't know if Arcane would be my best spec to do this. I mean, I got like Arcane Power and Presence of Mind. I can put those into use. Yeah, for soloing, I think I don't want Enlighten. I probably want Regen, yeah. And then Living Flame, got that, and then I want Arcane Blast, probably. It's just that's such a slow ass spell, like 2.5 seconds. I think I've tried to solo with this, and like it just didn't work out. But that was like phase 1, so maybe it's different here. I don't know. We'll see. If anything, I'll see someone like at the start of this quest line, and I'll group up with them. Oh, I can heal others with this. Okay, yeah, that's like definitely the healing boot rune. And also soloing rune. I think I might be able to solo shit now if I have this rune here. I might be able to be doing some funky ass like farms here and make gold on my mage. If I got that thing, that could make up for like living flame not healing me. I just thought there was like one of these runes that like spent all your mana or whatever. It was like such an OP spell or something, or I might be confusing them.
We just had possibly the biggest blue post come out since the start of Season of Discovery, and it features huge changes to the game to come with the regional resets starting next week on March 5th, as well as some information towards future plans for the season. Today I'm going to be breaking down all the news which has just happened, giving some thoughts on it, and talking about the future of Season of Discovery as well. First up is that alts are back on the menu, and getting your character up to level 40 is going to be really fast. So just before Phase 2 started, Blizzard added a buff into the game called Discoverer's Delight. This increased all XP gains between levels 1 and 25 by a massive 50%, and this was really aimed at getting people up to speed and into Phase 2 content. Well, next reset, this buff will be available on all characters from levels 1 to 39, and on top of that, it's being increased to 100% bonus XP. Blizzard said that this had been intended to happen when Phase 3 started, but they've opted to bring it forwards to right now. So not too long ago, I made a video about things I would have wanted to know before Phase 2 began, and I decided to cover something in regards to how to approach this seasonal server, because as much as it's seasonal and Blizzard are changing things, swapping to play the flavor of the month class or spec just really isn't a viable way to play vanilla. Everything in the game takes too long for people to do this, from leveling, finding your runes, gold farming, professions, and so on. And I ended off the video saying something along the lines of, you should settle on a main which you can enjoy, whether or not it's the best at everything, or you're probably going to burn out. And, well, now that has completely changed. I think after the reset, you pretty much can play the flavor of the month class on a more reasonable schedule, and 100% bonus experience is more than you can get in Wrath of the Lich King right now with heirlooms. In fact, it's 25% more, and as much as I'm a big leveling enjoyer, and always have been, it is a seasonal server. Many new specs or class identities are not only now viable, but they're doing really well, so it's only natural for people to want to play more things than they may have had time for. I mean, right now I'm waiting for the reset, then my Shaman is going to be zooming all the way to 40. However, this faster grind to 40 has the chance to bring some new problems to the game too. In fact, I bet I can tell you exactly what some of those issues will be, but I'll get onto those a little bit later. Alongside the XP buff, Blizzard are also reducing the cost of mounts and their respective training by 50%. This is to account for players leveling at a much faster pace and having less time in the world to farm, and then being able to afford a mount when they hit 40. At this time, there are no planned changes for mounts at level 60 though. It's a bit unfortunate for the many people who have just bought their mount before hearing this news, but there are also going to be plenty more ways to get gold in the game now too. The base gold reward from all quests between 1 and 39 is also being increased, again to even things out with people leveling faster. Also in a different patch not so long ago, Blizzard also made it so elite and dungeon quests will now grant extra experience to make them a bit more worth doing. So yeah, if you were getting a bit tired of the 25 to 40 grind, or you were putting alts on a shelf, then it may be worth giving them another go once the patch hits. And I think for Season of Discovery, despite massively increasing how fast we can level being very unvanilla-like, in this case is the right call. Because in short, what people want to do is play the good class at the moment, but they don't want to invest equally into getting said class at the same level where their main is at, or their previous main. And others will feel as though their class isn't being addressed, while seeing others perform super well week after week after week. In every version of Classic so far, we have had a very good idea of what's going to be good well in advance. And now in Season of Discovery, for the first time ever, we don't. And that really is one of the biggest changes in the season. You know, back in original Wrath of the Lich King was when I first heard the term Flavor of the Month becoming popular. And that in part was because of how incredibly easy and fast it was to re-roll then. Back in original Wrath, there was no character boost either. It's just how the game plays with catch-up gear, heirlooms, character power, and so on. Vanilla was never like that. Not back in the day, not back in 2019. And even incredibly hardcore players in Vanilla wouldn't raid or realistically play more than 2 or 3 characters, because Vanilla forced you to have a main between the leveling grind, linear progression, ranking, rep grinds, and so on. And Season of Discovery is at odds with that playstyle, in that it wants you to check out all of the new fun toys that classes are getting, and people kind of don't like being told, yes, your class sucks now, but it might not suck later. Maybe. All in all though, I'd feel differently about these buffs if it were on some kind of standalone Classic Plus type server, but for seasonal, fine, I think it makes sense. And the second big update to aid us in this new vanilla world where alts are now encouraged is going to be about our gold income. So heading into phase 2, I've mentioned once or twice that I think the gold sinks that Blizzard put in the game were excessive. They put mount costs back up, the general raw materials needed for the new crafted epics, the prices of the new schematics combined with leveling your professions, your abilities, and so on and so forth. But following the reset, this will be changing. In fact, and you've probably seen it already, but Blizzard have updated the rewards from the new reputation. And part of those changes were making it so the supply crate hand-ins would now award 5.5 gold or 12 gold, depending what you filled them with. Of course, the market has swiftly moved to price match the items needed to the rewards given, but this will put a price floor on materials for raw items or materials that go into said boxes, such that every player will just have more gold. There were also a few new items added for Honored and Revered, such as neck items and rings, which are both tradable across your account. And this is interesting too, for again a reason I'll mention in a moment. And a bit of a side note here, I can't believe the number of posts I've seen about these items followed by the word retail and heirlooms. Yes, you can trade them across an account, but that is where the familiarity ends. It's essentially like buying something off of the auction house which you use on an alt for a little bit, but instead of vendoring when you replace it, you can just trade it to another alt. They don't scale with level, they don't give any bonus XP, and it's not as though there are any rings or necks anyway until around level 20 or so. So it's just a small catch-up type item and a minor gold sink. Anyways, we already know the quests between 1 and 39 will give bonus gold, and of course 100% faster leveling means you hit level cap with loads more quests incomplete. And whilst the bonus XP will not convert to bonus gold after level 40, it will leave you with tons of content to go back and do to farm gold without having to start chipping away at quests that would have been good from 40 to 50. So yeah, everyone is going to be leveling super fast and everyone is going to be having more gold in general. Of course, prices of things decided by players will fluctuate with how much gold is in circulation, but prices for things which Blizzard set, such as mounts, abilities, schematics and so on, will remain static and be more affordable. But I did mention that faster leveling would bring new issues with it. So what are those going to be then? Well, I've got two major things really. One is how a lot of people are choosing to level at the moment, specifically dungeon grinding. People are opting into this grind again and again, and I think it's going to cause more burnout the longer this goes on. At least there is some variety in questing because you're changing zones and fighting different enemies and stuff. And I'm just going to say it, dungeon grinding should not be better than questing. But certain, well, game-related features are making it so for many. The first problem are, wouldn't you know it, PvP servers. They're always more popular than PvE, and I swear a good chunk of people on PvP servers are there because of somebody else and it would not have been their first choice. In phase 1 you could level the majority of your time in uncontested zones and it was pretty chill. Phase 2 does not have this luxury. Not only that, but STV, which is the biggest zone for XP this phase by far, becomes very difficult to level in every 3 hours for 30 minutes, which depending on when you log in, may not line up with your playtime too well. And when you're a bit slower with your leveling, or you're just working on an alt, you're gonna run into bored mains looking for something to do. And that something may just be sending your level 34 Shaman to the graveyard on repeat for an hour straight. So what do people do? They go dungeon grind, so they don't have to deal with this. Another reason people opt into dungeon grinding is because of open world mob competition. So in phase 1, this was fine. I think hardcore servers gave Blizz tons of information on where players would get stuck early into the game, so they were able to tune things really well. But phase 2 has far too many bottleneck quests which are just very poorly tuned for the number of players that there are, even with as many layers as we have at the moment. A few, for example, the Syndicate mobs in Hillsbrad Foothills, the Yeti cave in the middle of Hillsbrad, that one's always unplayable, the lesser rock elementals in northwestern Badlands, the Curzon mobs outside the cave in northeastern Stranglethorn, and so on. These are just a few examples I thought up. These quests are, in every case, A, good for experience, and B, part of quest chains, but doing them is just kind of painful, and it was worse to borderline unplayable on launch. A better job has to be done identifying such quests in the future and making sure this isn't a problem again. Also, typically on a fresh server, you dungeon grind one time on your main, and then you kinda just don't do it again for a month or so because you have a lot of stuff to do on your main. At the moment, people are getting done with the end game in a few weeks, and then they're locking themselves back inside the Scarlet Prison for another 10 levels every few weeks, and it's burning them out. Yes, people are absolutely doing this to themselves, but people are gonna take the easy route even if it's not fun, and that one's on the developer to think about. On top of that, dungeon grinding means people have few reasons to do dungeons at a level cap because A, they're just sick of doing them, and B, they got all the good items they needed whilst leveling. And dungeon grinding was the go-to thing to level with at the start of phase 2 because the supply crates were just straight up not viable to level with, and BFD was less than 1 level every 3 days. And next phase, I really hope this scenario doesn't repeat itself. Phase 3, you'll be out of the Scarlet Prison and straight into the Sand Prison, aka Zul'Farrak, by the way. And I've even thought of another potential downside. If players aren't questing and are dungeon grinding, they aren't getting their new runes on the way to level cap either. I mean, I'm not expecting everyone to find their own runes or anything, but news often happens so fast that you can work getting your runes into leveling rather than doing them at level cap. So basically, in my opinion, dungeon grinding has problems. I'm not saying it should be flat out impossible, but I think questing and the open world should be made more appealing. The second issue with leveling faster across more alts are runes which are gained in the same way across different characters. So at the moment I'm talking about the Ratchet rune, Friendly with Your Rep, and Dark Riders. Now I'm pretty confident that at some point runes will be tradable account wide because of these heirloom type items which we now have in the game, which prove we can now trade stuff across our accounts. But historically, you can look back at pretty much any version of WoW you want, and you can see people do not like repeating the exact same grind on multiple characters. Attunements in TBC, Sons of Hodir in Original Wrath, Therizane in Kata, a lot of stuff in Mists of Pandaria, and so on and so forth. Other runes may start to get a bit excessive in number later on in phases 2, when we have dozens of them overall, but I have to imagine something will be planned for that. So overall, bonus XP and gold makes sense for a seasonal server. We need better ways to gain experience when a new phase releases. Dungeon grinding has serious burnout issues, and it also invalidates them at level cap. I think this needs to be looked at. There needs to be a better job done on identifying quest bottlenecks in the future, so to avoid issues in advance. And runes gained in the same way across multiple characters should probably be made tradable sooner rather than later. So that's that bit done, let's move on. So the currently unannounced level 50 raid will be 20 player, and Molten Core is also confirmed to be 20 player in Season of Discovery. Blizzard mentioned that setting up a raiding environment around 10 players and then suddenly asking them to upscale to 40 could cause issues, and they are totally right on this. It would have been a disaster. Guilds would have been forced to merge left and right, players on the new tank classes would lose out as far fewer tanks are needed in one 40-man raid compared to 4 10-mans, and communities built up for this season would just disappear. I did run a vote about 40 player raids prior to this announcement, as I saw people were pretty divided on it. It got over 14,000 votes, with 41% wanting 40 player raiding to return and 59% not wanting it to make a comeback. It does still seem that Blizzard wants 40 player raiding at some point, seeing as it's unique to Classic, and they've been all about compromises so far, with one reset for the first 2 weeks of Gnomer or the pre-made changes, but I just can't help shake the feeling that it's going to be a bad idea. I feel like the people with the drive to lead guilds and raids that large, for the most part, either did it in 2019 Classic and just aren't going to want to do it again, or they're doing it right now on Classic Era. I think we see how 20 player raids go and whether they're right for the game. There may be a return to 40-man raiding in BWL and beyond, but at this point in time, I just really can't say. Next, we have a few words on itemization changes. Everyone loves a bit of purple loot, especially the new ones, so let's see what they have to say here. First, they plan to revamp many items from dungeons and raids, including existing 20-player raids, as well as adding tons of new items. They plan to adjust raids too relative to the new rewards which they may offer, with an example given of ZG not just being a catch-up raid, but as interesting as BWL from an upgrades perspective. They aren't trying to make raids super hard though, and still want everything to be very pug friendly. They can't share everything at the moment due to the discovery nature of the season, and things are ever changing internally, but ideally the endgame should cater towards differing raid sizes. I'm hoping to see some new tier set bonuses too, to fit some of the new class identities, or perhaps just for class identities which have always existed, who just didn't have a tier set. That's all from me today though, a pretty huge blue post, so I just wanted to cover my thoughts on all of it moving forwards. Definitely give feedback in regards to the changes and updates, and let me know what you think in the comments down below. And
misinformation is unfortunately common whenever people talk about speedrunning. Myths such as glitches are cheating, TaskBot is a machine learning AI, and speedrun being 2 words instead of 1. However, one particular speedrunning myth stands above the rest in terms of how widespread it is, how widely accepted it is among the casual audience, and how much it continues to annoy speedrunners and taskers alike. Because it probably didn't even happen. The myth that a cosmic ray from outer space caused a spontaneous upwarp that saved time in a Super Mario 64 speedrun. Now, you've probably heard about this incident either from a YouTube video or even a meme posted on social media, but in case you have no idea what I'm talking about, boy do I have the story for you. And if you end up enjoying this video, don't forget to subscribe if you like speedrunning content. Thank you. 10 years ago, on September 21st, 2013, a 70-star speedrun race between 2 runners, Dota Teabag and Midboss, took place. The race itself wasn't particularly high profile or notable, but 54 minutes into the race, something very strange happened. Dota Teabag was in the middle of collecting red coins and tick-tock clock, when suddenly...
What the?
Did you get invisible walls?
What?
Mario warped straight up, past the grated ceiling above him before falling on top, skipping the climb up the platforms. This anomaly was saved as a highlight on Teabag's Twitch channel, but wouldn't garner much attention quite yet. Nearly 2 years later in 2015, veteran Mario 64 speedrunner Kaiman would stumble upon the Dota Teabag upwarp clip and was intrigued. Upwarps under different circumstances had already been a well-documented glitch, where if Mario jumps into the very edge of a ceiling while also underneath a higher adjacent hangable ceiling, Mario will snap to the higher hangable ceiling as long as A is still being held. You can even see speedrunners perform this type of upwarp in Bowser in the Fire Sea to save time. But this upwarp was different. There were no hangable ceilings in Tick-Tock Clock, and Mario didn't jump into the edge of a ceiling. In fact, he wasn't initiating a jump at all. He was landing from a previous one. Clearly, this was not like any previously known upwarp. Curious for answers behind the anomaly, he sent the clip to Panenkoic 2012, a tasser most well known for the A Button Challenge, a massive tool-assisted project which aims to collect all 120 stars in Mario 64 with as few A presses as possible. Naturally, this caught Panenkoic's attention, as again, Teabag ascended as he was landing from a jump rather than initiating one. This meant that if this new type of upwarp could be replicated and properly understood, it could potentially be a new trick used to save more A presses. However, neither Panenkoic or anyone else had any luck replicating it. Still seeking answers, on August 4th, 2015, Panenkoic made a YouTube video about the mysterious TTC upwarp, offering a $1,000 bounty to anyone who was able to recreate it in the Mupen 64 emulator and send Panenkoic the M64 file, which contains the controller input data that could be played back in Mupen. Not long after Panenkoic published the bounty announcement, people in the YouTube comment section would begin to theorize what may have caused the sudden upwarp. One theory that stood out was that a bit flip occurred in the game's memory that affected Mario's height, which might explain such a drastic warp. Panenkoic would then test this hypothesis in a video uploaded to his secondary channel on August 6. In this video, he tasked Teabag's movement up until the upwarp, where he then tested two different scenarios. The first was warping Mario straight to the ceiling, which didn't seem to quite match the original clip. The second scenario instead modified the first byte representing Mario's height from C5 to C4. These are hexadecimal bytes for 197 and 196 respectively, and when this byte is written in binary, you can flip the first bit to change it from 197 to 196. When Panenkoic flipped this bit from 1 to 0, it resulted in an upwarp that was visually similar to the Dota Teabag clip. Although the comparison between the bit flip and the original clip was not a one-to-one match visually, this would become the leading hypothesis for the TTC upwarp for the time being. The question was, if there was a bit flip, what caused it? And could it be replicated? The mysterious circumstances surrounding the upwarp led YouTube commenters to hypothesize some interesting theories. Like, I don't know, cosmic rays? Yeah, this is where it all came from. The theory goes that when cosmic rays reaches the Earth's atmosphere and they break apart into smaller ionized particles, the radiation of the particle has the capability to flip a bit in a computer's memory, which may result in a glitch known as a single event upset. This theory is out there to say the least. It's very rare that a bit flip from an ionized particle would affect something like a computer or a Nintendo 64 in a visually observable manner, especially with something like a sudden upwarp that sticks out like a sore thumb. There have been single event upsets in history where the cosmic ray theory is plausible given the circumstances. But in the case of the TTC upwarp, it's a bit of a leap in logic to assume that over a potential answer found in-game or even a hardware malfunction. Panenkoic himself noted how outlandish he found the theory. Regardless, no one was able to recreate the exact upwarp. Even as the $1,000 bounty garnered more outside attention, the cause behind it remained a mystery. Years passed with no leads on the TTC upwarp. Solving this mystery was put on the back burner as tassers and the ABC crew focused on other projects. Cosmic rays remained a mere hypothesis, and an unlikely one at that. No SM64 expert 100% bought into that theory, and on February 21st, 2018, Dota Teabag left a comment on Panen's bitflip comparison video that made cosmic rays seem all the more doubtful. For what it's worth, I often had to tilt my cartridge weird ways in order to get the game to start. It seemed that I had it all the way pressed down sometimes, it wouldn't start, but if I pulled up on one side ever so slightly, it would start just fine. So, if you think that's a possible factor, it's worth considering that fact. Yeah, I believe it is worth strongly considering a faulty cartridge and console as a potential cause, and that's what SM64 tasser Danebo did. Soon after, Dane bought Dota Teabag's Nintendo 64 and Mario 64 cartridge. The next month, he performed some hardware tests and messed around with it. It was in a somewhat faulty condition, but after running a few tests on the N64, nothing notable popped up and he was unable to recreate the upwarp. A cartridge tilt would often lead to messed up animations, audio, and game crashes.
Here I use a setup where...
Dirty or loose pin connections between the cartridge and the console are a more likely culprit though, as somewhat recent anomalies were likely caused by such a faulty connection or cart slap, which may lead to some sudden shifts in code. Here's some examples. On August 1st, 2018, a video from a Japanese runner, Atogami, was posted on YouTube by another Japanese runner, Aki. We can see that 17 minutes deep into a 70-star speedrun, Atogami falls off the Cool Mountain slide during the penguin race.
Upset, he hits his console in frustration.
Upon regaining his composure, he jumps back into the painting. Except it didn't take him back to Cool Mountain, but instead, Big Boo's haunt. I bet you've never seen that happen before. I'd say this is a very strong example of a cart slap. Another anomaly happened much more recently on January 21st, 2024. At the start of a 16-star attempt, speedrunner Xandri experienced a very glitchy sky effect out of the blue. Like, literally, where's the blue sky? This persisted until he entered the castle. The character animations and audio were fine, and the glitchy sky effect did not happen in the other levels. When Xandri lost the run, he went back outside the castle to see if the sky was still messed up. It was back to normal. How strange. Xandri would also go on record to say that his N64 was particularly sensitive and susceptible to loose cart connections and even cart tilts. It's worth noting that cartridge tilts themselves are not known to replicate upwarps or flip bits, but it's more plausible that a cart slap, bad pin connections, or even some other memory error was responsible for the tick-tock clock upwarp. More likely than cosmic rays, it's entirely possible that no bits were flipped at all, because neither cart tilts nor slaps flip bits. Again, without knowing the exact displacement of Mario's height in the Dota Teabag clip, we have no confirmation that a bit flip even happened at all. Especially when you consider the condition of Teabag's cart in N64, the proof of concept video not matching exactly, and the opinion of experts of Mario 64 and the N64 hardware. But let's humor that possibility for a second. What if a bit actually did flip in memory to cause the upwarp? Surely then it has to be a cosmic ray, right? Well, not really. In fact, another phenomenon occurred in Tick-Tock Clock again. In May 2020, speedrunner Dupdome was practicing Tick-Tock Clock, specifically the 100 coin star, when suddenly, one of the moving bars from above teleported downwards from where it's supposed to be. Not only that, but throughout the VOD, even during an actual speedrun attempt, there would be some reoccurring graphical glitches with Mario's shadow in Tick-Tock Clock. After Dupdome uploaded the clip and streamed VOD to YouTube, SM64 expert Quate began to investigate, and wrote up a Google Doc trying to make sense of everything. The SM64 tasking community investigated Dupdome's footage, and managed to recreate the moving bar warp by flipping one specific bit. They even did the same for one of the weird one-frame extended shadow glitches, showing that bit flips were a likely cause for some of the weird glitches on Dupdome's N64. But don't get it twisted. This does not mean that it was a single event upset caused by cosmic rays, especially if multiple bits may have been flipping. In fact, this was not the only recorded time Dupdome saw that same moving bar downwarp for no apparent reason. It happened again. Clearly, this had to be a deeper hardware error of some kind causing these reoccurring glitches. Taking into account that Dupdome's N64 appeared to have frequent bit flip errors, including 2 separate instances of the moving bar downwarping, there is significantly more evidence pointing towards a malfunctioning memory cache to have caused all those glitches. That or some other hardware-related error is far more likely of a theory than cosmic rays.
Hi there, the editor here. If we were to still humor the bit flip theory, there is a possibility that it could be some other type of interference. For instance, electromagnetic interference. Something as common as a power surge may potentially be to blame for the causes of bit flips. And if you listen to Teabag's surroundings during the race, there is a lot of construction going on.
What the?
If it was that, perhaps someone could do something to recreate it. Though I will admit, even when trying to use a high-powered food processor next to the N64 to get something to happen, nothing did.
There have even been recent mysterious downwarps that were probably not caused by a bit flip. On December 8th, 2022, Peruvian speedrunner Ian_1243 experienced a strange downwarp in Bowser in the Fire Sea during a run. This downwarp was not caused by any currently documented methods, and is still considered an unsolved mystery. But we know for a fact that it wasn't a bit flip, because the vertical displacement is estimated to have been around 900 units. Bits in memory represent exponential powers of 2. When a bit is flipped, it adds or subtracts a value representing a clean power of 2 to a byte in memory. The closest power of 2 to 900 is 1024. But according to the experts, Mario doesn't seem to be displaced by that much from the sudden downwarp, making a bit flip highly unlikely. So, if SM64 experts were able to come up with more realistic theories for the TTC upwarp based on Dota Teabag's faulty hardware, other similar anomalies, and their own understanding of the game and the N64 architecture, why did the cosmic ray theory suddenly spread across the internet as if it actually happened? The answer is bad gaming journalism. On September 16th, 2020, an article covering Dota Teabag's TikTok clock upwarp titled "How an Ionizing Particle from Outer Space Helped a Mario Speedrunner Save Time" was published on The Gamer. Based on The Gamer's previous video coverage of speedruns, you know you're in for a real treat.
A gamer with a tag of Funilla SM64 dives, jumps, and bursts through multiple levels as he makes seemingly impossible jumps. Objection!
That's why we've compiled a list of 10 video game speedruns that will never be beaten.
Anyways, the article gives a recap of the upwarp, what makes it different from a normal upwarp, and the $1,000 bounty from Panenkoic 12, and then makes the bold claim that the upwarp was certainly caused by an ionizing particle, citing Panenkoic 12 and his comparison video, claiming it was 100% confirmed that it was a bit flip. The author states it with so much confidence that it is 100% confirmed that they ignored the part in the video description where it states that the glitch is not solved and the idea of a cosmic ray is a bit far-fetched. And thus began a classic game of telephone. On February 7th, 2021, a tweet containing an excerpt from the Gamer article went viral, getting 32,000 likes and over 5,000 retweets, bringing a lot of attention to not only the TTC upwarp once again, but now the cosmic ray theory as well. This unlikely theory began to spread across the internet as if it was a proven fact, much to the chagrin of many members of the speedrun community, who had more context than the general public did. Later that week, news articles from various gaming and pop culture publications began to post articles about the TTC upwarp caused by cosmic rays theory, many of them regurgitating info from the Gamer article, typos included. This topic became even more widespread on August 31st, 2021, when the popular educational YouTube channel Veritasium published "The Universe is Hostile to Computers," a video that discusses cosmic rays and how ionized particles from said cosmic rays can affect computers by flipping bits. It has 20 million views. For the most part, it is a very well-made and well-researched video, citing various academic journals, anecdotes of real-world events, and the Gamer. Uh-oh. Yeah, there's a short minute-and-a-half segment about the TikTok clock upwarp, using the Gamer article and Panacook 12's proof of concept video as an example of a bit flip definitely happening thanks to a cosmic ray. As you could imagine, with it being featured in such a popular video, it spread around the internet like a wildfire again. More news articles covering the TTC upwarp were then published, including one from PC Gamer that erroneously claims that Panenkoa came out with proof 6 years after he put out the bounty that it was caused by cosmic rays. Every so often, you'll see the occasional cosmic rays affecting my Mario 64 speedrun meme either on Twitter, Reddit, iFunny, you name it. People see these memes and then find out about the TikTok clock upwarp and assume that it was just caused by a random cosmic ray, unaware that it just isn't true. The mystery was never solved, yet it is being touted as such. To this day, members of the Mario 64 community are annoyed by the memes and misinformation whenever the topic goes viral yet again. All the while, oblivious internet users keep unknowingly spreading around the biggest myth in speedrunning history. Shoutouts to the Super Mario 64 tasking community for their incredible documentation over the years, as well as Wikipedia for being such an incredible wiki for Mario 64 speedrunning, mechanics, glitches, etc. Thanks to the pages related to the history of the TTC upwarp and unsolved glitches, I was able to hopefully create a comprehensive video about this hot topic. Shoutouts to Stick for info on Otogami's cart slap and cart slaps in general. Special shoutouts to the Glitch Doctor for assisting with research and editing this video. Thank you so much for watching, and remember to shoot for the moon. 2019 was one of the greatest years in Zelda speedrunning history, in which several new discoveries broke every 3D Zelda game wide open. Except for Twilight Princess. Many of these new discoveries improved the any % speedruns with either massive skips or new tech that changed how the games were played, in a good way. And then there's Majora's Mask, which had a discovery that did make many speedrun categories faster, but they were much worse off because of it, both as a player and a spectator. This trick was so horrible and made the run that much more frustrating to play, you could say that it almost ruined the game. Almost. So, what was this awful glitch, and where did it come from? Its origins date back to January 16th, 2014, when one of the best glitches in Majora's Mask speedrunning was found. On that day, a glitch hunter, Indexstick, discovered a way to warp to various areas of the game early, specifically owl statues that had yet to be activated. In Majora's Mask, you'll find owl statues you could strike with your sword to activate them. These owl statues serve as quick saves on non-Japanese versions, but primarily act as warp points once you learn the Song of Soaring, which you learn pretty early on in Southern Swamp. There are 11 owl statues in the game, but one of them is not like the others. If you've played the game, you're pretty familiar with this owl statue in South Clocktown, adjacent to the clock tower and the entrance to West Clocktown. You can even see this owl statue from West Clocktown, except actually, that isn't the same owl statue. It is the hidden 11th owl statue that is normally inaccessible, as it's located behind the loading zone to South Clocktown. It was intended just to mimic the appearance of the real South Clocktown owl statue, but thanks to bomb hovering glitches, it is possible to access this hidden owl statue and activate it. So, now that this owl has been activated, where does it take you? In 2009, Glitches and Stuff discovered that when no other owl statues other than the hidden one have been activated, you can soar to Great Bay Coast? Okay, so this statue can allow you to get to Great Bay early, but it's just much faster to just bomb chew hover over the fence. Why would speedrunners find this useful? Maybe we can change our destination after playing the song? And the game crashed. Huh. Weird. Of course, years later, Indexstick discovered that by pausing the game and changing your cursor on the map subscreen to a different location on the map and then playing the Song of Soaring, you could warp to locations other than Great Bay, such as in front of Snowhead, Woodfall, and even the top of Stone Tower. Now, those save a lot of time and resources in a speedrun, and thus, index warping was born. By pausing the game and setting your cursor on the map to a location that you already visited, the game sets a value known as a warp index depending on where your cursor is. As it turns out, the bytes in memory that track where your cursor on the pause screen map is shared with the warp indexes when the Song of Soaring map pops up. But when we look at this diagram made by Fash, another glitch hunter, we can see that the pause map points do not correspond to the actual locations they point to when warping to the hidden owl. In addition, the Z and R button cursors on the left and right side of the map subscreen also point to warp indexes, although these ones are special, and it's not because warping to one of these softlock the game, it's because the respective warp indexes are -1 and 11, and if you cancel the warp and then pause again, putting your cursor over Z again will subtract 1 from the current warp index, while R adds 1. This means that if you keep on repeating this process over and over, you can get warp indexes far out of the intended range of 0 through 10, and when that happens, things get a little weird. Later that day, SVA, a Japanese Zelda speedrunner, decided to keep on increasing the warp index value until something interesting happened. But all that happened was that the game crashed after a while. Many years would pass before anyone would mess with stacking the warp indexes again, as it appeared to be useless. For now. Meanwhile, index warping by itself was incredibly versatile, allowing for runners to warp to faraway locations without needing to visit them prior. and it is still a staple in Majora's Mask speedrunning to this day. Eventually, someone was going to experiment with increasing the warp index values again, and sometime between 2014 and 2018, the speedrunner, glitch hunter, and community leader, Full Grown Gaming, decided to mess with it a little bit. Eventually, he reached warp index value 30, and the results were unlike anything seen before. The soar destination was yellow-green, followed by some glitched text. This was the first known instance of text overflow, a glitch with unknown potential that would ravage the Majora's Mask community in due time. In November 2018, Fash decided to look deeper into the glitch and essentially rediscover this property of continuously increasing or decreasing the warp index value, how it affected the game's memory, and how to prevent it from crashing the game. When the warp index value is outside of its intended range of values, it starts pulling garbage data from other parts of memory and rewriting it to the message content where the warp to X location here text box is written. In some cases, the text box data pulled has so many characters that it doesn't even fit in the text box anymore, leaking into other nearby parts of memory, leading to some oddities such as the bomber's notebook opening. Flash forward to April 2019, where glitch hunter Exodus had an interesting hypothesis. What if you could use the index warp text overflow to open the debug menu? The debug menu in Majora's Mask is essentially a full-blown inventory editor, where you could use it to write any item, song, upgrade, rupee amount, and key items like boss remains into your inventory. That last part is huge, because if you could access the debug menu using text overflow, you could give yourself all 4 boss remains instead of completing the 4 temples, the oath to order to reach the moon at the end of the game, and the fierce deity mask to completely trivialize the final boss fight against Majora. In May 2019, Fash and Exodus worked to find a method to manipulate the game's memory by performing various actions in the game, along with a warp index value that would correlate with a pocket in memory which would pull up the debug menu and allow the game to be saved. The results were promising, but unrealistic. Not only did the setup require quite a bit of traveling out of the way to obtain the Goron and Zora masks, but you needed a warp index value of 8,037. This meant that you would need to play the Song of Soaring over 8,000 times. Yeah, not quite what they were looking for speedrun-wise, but it was a start. Oh boy, was it a start. Over the summer, Exodus, Fash, and Mr. Cheese would work on creating a setup for the debug menu that would save time in an actual speedrun. Using their combined knowledge and teamwork, they unleashed an absolute doozy of a setup. One that would certainly bring the any percent record below 1 hour, but the game would never be the same afterwards. On August 16th, 2019, Exodus released a YouTube video going over a setup that required only a 2-lettered file name, 7 bombs, a Deku Nut, and the Song of Soaring, along with the Hidden Owl. This setup was nowhere near as complex as the previous one, but it had some precise moments, and only required a warp index value of 73, which means that the Song of Soaring must be played 63 times. That's nowhere near 8,000, but 63 times is still a lot. 11 minutes of the speedrun would be spent playing the Song of Soaring and slowly increasing the warp index value. Add this on top of the 20-minute opening sequence before Link becomes human again, and you have transformed one of the coolest Zelda any percent speedruns, previously packed to the brim with awesome tricks and sequence breaking, into one where the adventure and action has been replaced with a lengthy glitch setup and tedious menuing. It was a novelty that quickly wore off, but I wish that was the worst part. In reality, what made this new any percent route so awful was the platform that the run was performed on. Wii U Virtual Console. For several years, Majora's Mask speedrunners did their runs on the Wii Virtual Console release, as it had eliminated the intense lag from Nintendo 64 and had faster loads. There were still some downsides, such as the game being slightly more crash-prone and worse stick sensitivity, but it had significantly more advantages that made it the superior platform. Unfortunately, one of these trade-offs made the new any % route impossible on Wii. You see, the Majora's Mask debug menu required the D-pad to navigate the various options, which isn't a problem on N64, but for the Wii Virtual Console release, the D-pad controls aren't mapped to any of the buttons. All the D-pad does is toggle the mini-map on and off, like the L button on the N64. Okay, so if the run can't be done on Wii VC, then we just have to run on N64. No big deal. Wrong. If you try to use text overflow to bring up the debug menu, the game will crash before you even reach Warp Index 73. The GameCube Zelda collection isn't an option either, since the debug menu isn't even in this port. And since emulators were not allowed on the leaderboard at the time, this left only the Japanese Wii U Virtual Console as the only official release where this route would work. And oh boy, does this version reek. The visuals are a huge downgrade from Wii. The load times between areas are way slower, the debug menu on this looks like absolute pixel diarrhea, and the input delay. Oh god, the input delay makes this version a speedrunner's nightmare. Not even playing on a CRT prevented it from barely being tolerable. It made frame-perfect tricks very difficult, especially pause buffering. Runners who ran this new any % route didn't even bother with some tricks such as the Happy Mask Salesman cutscene skip at the beginning of the run, a trick that saved over a minute and was a common early game reset point if you failed it. Even with the loss of HMS cutscene skip, the time saved from abusing the debug menu more than made up for it. On August 17th, 2019, Enop would be the first person to complete a run using the debug menu, lowering his own world record from 1 hour 15 minutes 29 seconds to a pretty sloppy 54:02. While many question whether this glitch should even be allowed, it was ultimately permitted, as it merely required an elaborate glitch setup as opposed to an external cheat code or device. And thus, Majora's Mask speedrunners went out to buy a Wii U, and the misery ensued. Over the next month, Enop would trade the world record back and forth with other top runners, such as Bonuru, Full Grown Gaming, Majin Phil, and Pope Squidward. In that 1 month, the novelty quickly wore off, as the Wii U was just that awful to play on. But don't take my word for it. Let's listen to what Majin Phil had to say about it in September 2019, when he flew out to LA to showcase any % for CLG's Speedrunning to Tackle Kids Cancer Marathon.
This console is just a giant piece of garbage. Inconsistent pause buffering renders every single cutscene skip almost useless. You can't do them. It has horrible lag in certain areas. I'll actually show you one part in this run that has insane lag. Loading zones to go to different areas take longer. There's a darkness filter on Wii U VC for all Virtual Console games. It just looks bad. There's literally some parts in the run that you can't even see. Just holding straight forward, you can't walk in a straight line. Even shield turning, which is supposed to be consistent, is impossible in some situations. This cutscene loses 15 seconds to lag just because Wii U. You know what's great? I went and bought a club pack of AA batteries for this stupid speedrun because you have to use the Wiimote. You have to walk straight, but there's no notches on the freaking iPad, so you can't do it properly. So walking straight's actually one of the hardest strats in the game. Oh, here, I can put it up to my mic. This thing vibrates for 2 minutes during the Giants cutscene.
Wait, put it on the table. Let it vibrate on the table.
Should I? Okay. It literally does this for 2 minutes. You have to turn around or the lag it's worse than the other cutscene.
Congrats on playing Song of Soaring.
Thank you very much.
Eventually, on September 10th, Enop would lower the world record down to a 48:32, beating Pope's record by over 23 seconds. And as a display of absolute dominance, Enop smashed his classic controller he used for Wii U, confident that no one would beat his record. People had already begun to move on from the Wii U because it was just that unfun. The leaderboards were also split between platforms, further disincentivizing Wii U competition. Any percent wasn't the only category to be completely uprooted by the debug menu shenanigans either. Access to the debug menu led to major time save in other categories, such as all mask and 100%. While you could just give yourself any item you needed in those, the requirements for those categories demanded that certain items be obtained from their intended locations at some point in the run. This led to an honestly very cool route for 100% in particular, which abuses the debug menu to cut out annoying parts, like depositing 5,000 rupees into the bank for a piece of heart, which is made trivial by giving yourself 9,999 rupees, as well as giving yourself dungeon stray fairies and skulltulas from the spider house to get the rewards quicker. But by far, the most interesting thing obtained in the debug menu in this route is the Sun Song. The Sun Song is one of the songs from Ocarina of Time you could learn, and was used to change the time of day straight to sunrise at 6 AM, or to sunset at 6 PM, whichever was going to happen sooner. It was left over as an inaccessible song in Majora's Mask, as the Song of Double Time effectively had the same purpose. However, there is one property of the Sun Song that sets it apart in this game. Unlike the Song of Double Time, which instantly jumps to 6 in the morning or evening, the Sun Song speeds up time until it reaches 6 o'clock. The speed up can also be cancelled when entering a new area or when a cutscene plays. One area in particular where this is abused is on the night of the first day, where at 2:30 AM, aliens descend onto Romani Ranch, and you normally need to defend the barn until they disappear at 5:30 AM. The Sun Song allows this entire sequence to be cheesed, because if you play the Sun Song and then continuously pause and unpause the game until 5:30, the aliens won't be able to reach the barn. This whole route in general is really cool. Too bad it had to be on Wii U. Full Grown Gaming would get a second place time in 100% of 4 hours 39 minutes 41 seconds using the debug menu, but eventually, playing on Wii U became too much of a hassle. Very frequently, he would experience soft locks and game crashes that just didn't happen on other versions. And so, 100% on Wii U, even with a faster route, was dead. The text overflow debug menu era was honestly one of the darkest times for the Majora's Mask community. Many runners took a break from running Majora's Mask to run other games, while others just stuck to playing on Wii, the actual competitive platform, but you couldn't help but feel jaded. Hell, some people went as far as to speedrun on Wii Virtual Console using a cheat code that actually mapped the D-pad to the controller. It wouldn't count as an official run on the leaderboards, but at least it was actually tolerable. Still, you couldn't help but wish that Wii Virtual Console could be as fast as Wii U, and that something else could just be found to completely obsolete the Wii U once and for all. It was one thing that the Wii U was such a horrible version, but we can't forget how boring the debug menu made runs now. The debug menu was a blight that was killing the game, and the once intense competition grinded to a halt. It would take something big to save Majora's Mask speedrunning from a terrible fate. Thankfully, that time came much sooner than anyone had anticipated. On October 10th, 2019, Glitches and Stuff would discover stale reference manipulation, the most broken glitch in Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. I've explained SRM in some previous videos, so I'll keep it brief. When Link carries an object in the game, Link's XYZ position and facing angle values are copied onto the object so it gives the illusion Link is actually carrying it. However, by performing certain glitches to unload that object without breaking the pointer that copies Link's positional and rotational data to the object, those values are copied onto whatever fills that empty slot in memory. It's very similar to cloning in Mario 64, but SRM is way more powerful. It could transform the properties of various actors, such as where a grotto may take you or what item you get from a treasure chest. It can even change the entire function of certain actors, and even at its most powerful, write and execute arbitrary code. Long story short, SRM is much more broken than using text overflow to access the debug menu, and it worked on every version of the game. In November 2019, Vash, Exodus, and others would use SRM to achieve Moon Warp. the holy grail of Majora's Mask speedrunning. By using SRM to change the properties of the owl statue in Southern Swamp, you could spawn Link into the moon upon loading up the save file and fight Majora. This was not only faster than text overflow, but completely removed the need to run on Wii U. Over the following year, SRM would pioneer new faster routes for most of the major categories, including faster moon warps, credits warps, and a really cool 100% route that brought back the Sun Song. The categories on the leaderboard were no longer split between platforms, but rather no SRM and SRM variants. For a few months in 2020, 100% with SRM was incredibly competitive, with several runners competing for world record. The route was actually really cool, and it was fun to watch for a bit. Gradually, SRM's popularity fell off a cliff, as more powerful applications of the glitch were discovered, leading to 100% routes constantly changing, discouraging many runners from sticking to running it in the long run. However, SRM was much more widely accepted than text overflow, because people just hated running on Wii U that much more. These fears resurfaced in September 2020, when a new application of SRM allowed runners to wrong warp anywhere in the game by manipulating where grottos would take you when entered. Many runners speculated that these wrong warps combined with text overflow debug menu would make Wii U the fastest version for 100%. To ensure that their worst fears weren't realized, in October 2020, a private vote was held between select members of the Majora's Mask community by the moderation team on whether to continue allowing using the debug menu in speedruns. 2 weeks later, it was announced that the debug menu was officially banned from the leaderboard, just so no one could set a precedent by getting a world record on Wii U. While this decision may have improved the quality of life for Majora's Mask speedruns, this ruling was quite controversial, especially considering that it was a private vote that many people in the community were excluded from, and it was clear that people just wanted Wii U out of the picture. This drew heavy criticism within and outside of the community, which many people began to villainize as a shadow government. Needless to say, things got ugly, and following the shadow government drama, the entire community moderator team was replaced. Despite the circumstances around the vote, the debug menu remains banned to this very day. Over 3 years have passed since the debug menu was banned, and in that time, things have been looking up. After admittedly a couple slow years with SRM's decline in popularity, present-day competition in non-SRM categories, such as any % no major glitches and 100% no major glitches, have been very hot recently, especially with some cool new routes, tricks, and the return of runners like Ennop who previously quit years ago. If you would like to learn more about how awesome Majora's Mask speedruns are in the current year, I highly recommend checking out some recent videos made by Jake ZSR and Maj and Phil for more details. Majora's Mask speedrunning is more exciting than ever, while the dark age of the Wii U, debug menu, and shadow government drama remain as a mere memory as we approach the dawn of a new day. Special thanks to Jake for once again helping me with researching this video. I've linked his channel in the pinned comment below, so go check him out. Also special thanks to SoD for editing today's video. And thank you for watching, and remember to shoot for the moon. Misinformation is unfortunately common whenever people talk about speedrunning. Myths such as glitches are cheating, TaskBot is a machine learning AI, and speedrun being 2 words instead of 1. However, one particular speedrunning myth stands above the rest in terms of how widespread it is, how widely accepted it is among the casual audience, and how much it continues to annoy speedrunners and taskers alike. Because it probably didn't even happen. The myth that a cosmic ray from outer space caused a spontaneous upwarp that saved time in a Super Mario 64 speedrun. Now, you've probably heard about this incident either from a YouTube video or even a meme posted on social media.
Super Mario 64, one of the most iconic speedruns of all time. Top level runs are beautiful. There's incredible movement, bizarre glitches, and awesome tricks. It all adds up to a super popular speedrun, giving Mario 64 the impressive legacy it has. But I've got a secret to share. All the gameplay you've just seen was performed with a blindfold on. This might sound too insane to be real, but for the past several years, players have been trying to speedrun Super Mario 64 without looking at the screen. How is this possible? How do you take a 3-dimensional game and not only play it with your eyes closed, but practically make it look easy? Let's take a journey inside the minds of some of speedrunning's most impressive players. Welcome to the world of blindfolded Mario 64. And now a word from this video's sponsor, Rocket Money. I don't know about you, but I'm subscribed to a number of streaming services. I try to switch between them, subscribing for a while before moving to other ones. Only problem, I forget to cancel and end up paying for a service I'm not using. This is where Rocket Money can help. Rocket Money is the personal finance app that helps you cancel subscriptions, lower bills, and manage your money better. I think Rocket Money is great for keeping track of your subscriptions. They identify recurring charges and cancel unwanted subscriptions for you. But they're also great for setting budgets. They can automatically monitor your spending by category and notify you when you've exceeded your limits. Rocket Money has helped save its customers an average of $740 a year, with over $500 million in canceled subscriptions. Join today by going to rocketmoney.com/summoningsalt, or by clicking on the link in the description to get started for free. You can unlock more features with a premium membership, but you can start off for free, so might as well try it and help out my channel. That's rocketmoney.com/summoningsalt. Blindfolded speedruns aren't a new concept. For years, blindfolded runs have been a staple at Games Done Quick events, and runners have even grinded at home to optimize blindfolded world records. But those were usually for simpler games. Compare that to Mario 64, with its 3D gameplay and wide open levels. Getting consistency with this seemed out of the question, and for many years, nobody bothered trying. But then, we arrive in 2017, when the main character of our story comes onto the scene. Meet Bubsy. Bubsy had seen players like RunnerGuy2489 and 360 Chrism play blindfolded 3D games before, and it inspired him to see what he could do in Super Mario 64. Bubsy started by figuring out a few basic stars blindfolded. From there, he expanded to the rest of the game. He slowly built up his skills throughout 2017, and finally, by October, he was ready to try for the first full game completion of blindfolded Super Mario 64. Here's how he did it. First off, this was a 16-star run of the game. Collecting at least 70 stars is the intended glitchless route, but that was not going to happen with a blindfold on. Instead, Bubsy performed a popular speedrunning route. Collect 16 of the easiest stars, then tackle a couple glitches to skip to the last stage. That was much more manageable than going for 70 stars. Right from Bubsy's first inputs, you can see his general strategy. He ran forward until he heard Mario hit the wall, then turned right and kept going. It was slow, but these inputs were hard to mess up, and he eventually made it to the cutscene. In Bob-omb Battlefield, Bubsy worked on getting to the top of the mountain for the first star. He used the camera angles to his advantage. He'd run forward till he hit an object, then carefully adjusted the camera and kept moving forward. This normalized his movement and lined him up so he'd always end up running to the same place every time. After gradually inching his way up the slope, he got to use audio techniques on the boss. He backflipped to pick him up, then counted the audio of Mario's footsteps to know when he was in the middle. This lined him up so he was perfectly underneath the star when it spawned. Bubsy ended up collecting 3 stars in Bob-omb Battlefield, and they all followed the same idea. Very simple and safe setups to reliably work his way through the map. He then headed to Whomp's Fortress, where he ultimately picked up 5 more stars. He used a plethora of strategies to get these, slowly backflipping up the long ramp, running from wall to wall, and even using a bit of muscle memory. His setups were so normalized that whenever something went slightly off script, he usually couldn't recover and either died or restarted. This happened 9 times throughout Whomp's Fortress. Bubsy continued through the game, slowly but surely collecting stars. While a lot of his strategies looked safe, they required an unbelievable amount of memorization and skill to do blindfolded. None were harder than the Bowser stages. He needed inside-out knowledge of the level to ensure he could platform without looking. He had a clever strategy for the Bowser fight itself. By constantly letting go and re-grabbing his tail, Mario gradually moves forward. Eventually, you'll collide with the bomb, and skip having to somehow aim a Bowser throw without being able to see. After an hour and 25 minutes, Bubsy had collected 15 stars. He had a precise setup to grab Mips the rabbit, and then counted Mario's footsteps to know when to turn through the hallways. To clip through the doors, Bubsy had more setups that involved re-grabbing Mips repeatedly. They worked, and Bubsy was through both doors after a few minutes. But then, he arrived at the hardest part of the entire run, Bowser in the Fire Sea. There are so many cycles, moving objects, and obstacles all over the place, that even with the best setups, Bubsy couldn't consistently make it through. He had a few smart strategies to help. By listening to silly kicks, he could tell where the platform was in its cycle. A longer distance between each kick meant it was moving down, and a shorter distance meant it was moving up. And later on, by backflipping onto this box, Bubsy knew that even if he took damage in the lava, he was lined up with the heart so he could recover. Safe strategies like these helped, but it still took Bubsy nearly an hour to get through Fire Sea, with 11 deaths along the way. But eventually, he cleared the level, and after 2.5 hours, he was in the home stretch. Next up were backwards long jumps, and there was no big secret to doing these blindfolded. He just had to line up and hope his mashing got him through the door and up the stairs. And finally, Bowser in the Sky. It's quite similar to Fire Sea in that there's several cycles you have to deal with, the hardest being the 2 elevators right at the very end. But thanks to a combination of backflips, audio cues, and normalization setups, Bubsy made it through after 3 deaths. The final Bowser fight requires 3 throws, and Bubsy's strategy for the first 2 was letting Bowser run at him, then dropping him right into the bomb. But that's not an option for throw 3. So, he had to just randomly spin Bowser and hope he hit a bomb. One random throw away from history being made.
Okay, so calm down. I need to connect the star. Calm down, guys. Calm down, guys. Please, man, please. It should be to the left. 2 backflips or 1 backflip. No, that's not good, that's not good.
We did it! Yes, guys! We did it!
Bubsy had shocked the world. He could literally beat Super Mario 64 with his eyes closed. Probably one of the craziest gaming achievements ever. Now, his run did take over 3 hours, and he either died or restarted 33 times across the game. There was room for optimization, if Bubsy so desired, but he didn't. He was the only person in the world capable of doing this, and he was happy to move on with his life. But little did Bubsy know, while he was working on his 16-star run, there was another player on the other side of the world doing the exact same thing, Z-Surf. Neither player knew of the other's existence, and Bubsy's completed run came as a big surprise to Z-Surf. He was still working on individual stars. This other guy was way ahead of him. But Z-Surf wasn't deterred. He talked with Bubsy, learning some of his strategies while improving on his own. He found different routes to take and ways he could complete certain stars faster. By the time he started full game runs in early 2018, he was a much improved player. Z-Surf ended up beating Bubsy's run by a few minutes on February 2nd, and a month later, he took a full hour off the world record. Mario 64 completed blindfolded in an hour and 58 minutes. A big part of the improvement was the fact that Z-Surf simply died less than Bubsy. He had to restart just 15 times across the run, compared to Bubsy's 33. But his route through the game was also quicker. For one thing, he opted to collect both Peach slide stars. He had a fairly safe strategy to leap over the edge and make it to the end before 21 seconds. That's fast for a blindfolded star. He also switched out a couple stars in Hazy Maze Cave to save a bit more time. But beyond the route changes, Z-Surf was simply faster than Bubsy. He used more audio cues to his advantage. For instance, in the Bowser stages, he could tell where the rotating platforms were based on what part of the background music was playing. And just all over the run, Z-Surf's strategies were a bit riskier, running up a slope rather than backflipping, and using fewer setups. Meanwhile, as Z-Surf was lowering the Mario 64 blindfolded record, Bubsy was working on other blindfolded games, most notably Pokemon and Kingdom Hearts. He planned to come back to Mario 64 eventually, but if nothing else, these other games were still helping him improve as a blindfolded speedrunner. He picked up on different blindfolded strategies and ideas while he played. And as the months passed, Bubsy realized there was one technique that might really help with Mario 64. Something that would make his movement look much more fluid, almost like he was playing with his eyes open. That fall, Bubsy came back to Mario 64, implementing a trick called beat counting. Beat counting is essentially using the background music's beat as a metronome to time your inputs to. Now, it's important to note that this isn't the same as a music cue. That's where you wait for a specific moment in the song to use as a cue. Instead, beat counting is simply having a consistent frame of reference, in this case the beat of the song, to help time different inputs. For example, you can run forward, then know to jump after 3 beats, then press jump again after 4 more beats, and so on. This can help make otherwise brutal sections become nearly trivial, as it replaces insane muscle memory with consistent inputs. Beat counting was first implemented in Super Mario 64 by a player named Katoon, who used it in his 70-star run. It helped him all over, allowing for fluid movement that looked like a visual player at times. After seeing it utilized in other speed games, Bubsy decided he had to try using it in 16-star. So, in September 2018, he came back to Super Mario 64. He wanted to see how much time he could take off of Z-Surf's record of 1 hour and 58 minutes. How much could beat counting help? Well, right away, Bubsy saved time on the very first star. He picked up a box and navigated into the corner of the gate by beat counting. By then setting it down on top of Mario's hitbox, he got pushed behind the gate and was able to collect the star. This is an obscure old trick known as box clip, and predates the more traditional bomb clip used in modern visual runs. New strategies with beat counting were used throughout the game. Often, these helped big time with consistency as well as being faster. The slide in Cool Cool Mountain was now beat counted, and Bubsy had a safer MIPS grab thanks to beat counting too. But the biggest time saves with beat counting were the Bowser stages, especially Fire Sea. As you recall, this is probably the hardest level in the run. It took Z-Surf over 17 minutes to get through it in his world record. But here, Bubsy used a beat count for the entire stage developed by Katoon. Highlights included a section in the middle where he navigated without adjusting the camera. Since he couldn't see anyway, there was no point in changing the camera angle. He still knew exactly where to go. Bubsy flew through the whole level, and ultimately, he completed it in just 2 minutes. A 15-minute time save over Z-Surf. That's the power of beat counting. Bubsy was cruising. The run was far from perfect, but after demolishing Fire Sea, he knew he was way ahead of Z-Surf's world record. He couldn't see his exact pace, of course, but he knew it had potential to be a big record. The backwards long jumps went well, and thanks to beat counting and other audio cues, Bowser in the Sky was quick too. Once again, it all came down to hitting this last Bowser throw. And then he could find out just what type of pace this really was.
Yes! Yes! Someone! 53, yes! Yes! Yes!
This was ahead of even his wildest dreams. Not only was it sub-hour, but it was sub-hour by several minutes. The whole game beaten blindfolded in 53 minutes. The run did have its slow moments. He died a handful of times, and the worst part was when he had to intentionally drown to restart in Dire Dire Docks. But being able to cut a world record in half did not happen very often. This was everything Bubsy wanted and more. Beat counting had changed blindfolded Mario 64 forever. But once again, Bubsy decided this was a good place to stop. Despite there still being room for improvements, he remained interested in exploring other blindfolded speedruns. So, he stopped playing, and for the next year, his blindfolded world record remained unchallenged. But of course, Bubsy wasn't going to stay away for long. 16 star was his bread and butter. And if you've seen my other videos, generally people who dominate a game can't help but come back to it time and time again. Bubsy wanted to see just how low he could take the blindfolded record. So, after a 10-month break, he spent the summer of 2019 rerouting the run, changing up the stars a bit and trying to optimize his strategies. By August, he was ready to start up runs again. And over the course of just 11 days, he did this.
I'm not happy, man. I'm not happy at all. No way, dude. Are you kidding me? Oh, dude.
unbelievable grind. Thanks to a combination of beat counting, incredible muscle memory, and a ton of skill, Bubsy had beaten Super Mario 64 blindfolded in under 40 minutes. This run had one big mistake. During MIPS, he got lost and had to quit back to the menu. It cost about 2 minutes, so a 36-minute run would be the limit. But there were no major mistakes anywhere else. 38 minutes was incredibly optimized for this type of run. It was exactly what he was looking for. Bubsy really was the king of blindfolded Mario 64. Hardly anyone else had tried it, and those who had were well behind him. He could do with his eyes closed what others couldn't do with their eyes open. And this 38-minute run was his magnum opus. Bubsy was finally done with the grind, no one else even approaching his times. And then, 3 weeks later, something very interesting happened. Completely out of the blue, a new submission appeared for the blindfolded Mario 64 leaderboards. The player's name was Nobori56, and he was claiming to have performed a 35-minute blindfolded run, a new world record. Nobody in the community had heard of him before, and having someone brand new instantly claim a big world record was suspicious, to say the least. And when the community watched his run, it only got stranger. He wasn't beat counting at all. In fact, it seemed like nearly everything he did was muscle memory. It looked an awful lot like he could see what was happening on screen, at least somewhat. Blindfolded speedruns can be easy to fake. If you can get any vision through your blindfold, it makes the run magnitudes easier. This was a tough one to call. Maybe Nobori was just an unbelievable blindfolded gamer. Or maybe he was a cheater. Over the following few weeks, Nobori continued submitting runs, and gradually, everything became clear. Nobori was 100% legit, and he was actually that good. So here's the thing with Nobori. He has an absolute knack for developing muscle memory. Once he does a trick with his eyes open, it doesn't take much practice until he can consistently do it without looking. Therefore, the idea of beat counting never even entered his mind, and he was able to perform nearly everything faster. Even right from their first movements in the castle, you can see the difference. Bubsy had to set up his moves and work his way to the first door, but Nobori adjusted the camera at the perfect moment to do this. Basically indistinguishable from a visual runner. How about getting to Peach's slide? Genuinely impressive, even with eyes open. It was more of the same with the stars. Nobori went for super fast strategies, no beat count setups necessary. Even though he died a few times, the time save for moving faster more than made up for it. But as you might expect, the place that Nobori improved the most was the Bowser stages. When Bubsy played Bowser in the sky, he kept moving but didn't do anything too flashy. Super impressive for being blindfolded, but nobody would mistake it for a speed run. Nobori, on the other hand, standing left side and elevator skip. It's really hard to believe that all this is possible while blindfolded. But in case there's any doubt Nobori couldn't see, at the end of every run he took off his 18 blindfolds. No way anyone could see through all that. He was simply so much better than any other blindfolded player. He was running while the rest were walking. Nobori had achieved a 26-minute blindfolded run of Super Mario 64. Simply inconceivable just a few weeks ago. There's one more moment of Nobori's run I want to talk about. The final Bowser throw right at the very end. This throw had a few different strategies over the years. Bubsy's initial method was to just blindly throw and hope it hit a bomb. But Z-Surf realized that since the whoosh sound occurs at the same time in every spin, you could sync up your joystick to the spinning and know exactly when to release Bowser to hit a bomb. This was the strategy that Bubsy preferred to use, but Nobori took it a step further and used something else that Z-Surf had found. By pausing during the whoosh sound, you could listen to the echo and judge whether or not Mario is facing the bomb. If he's not, then you simply unpause and try again. But if he is, then you can immediately unpause and throw Bowser. It'll hit the bomb every time. This is a brilliant example of turning a seemingly impossible task, landing a blindfolded Bowser throw, into something relatively consistent. Even though he was miles ahead of everyone else, Nobori still felt he could save time over his 26-minute run. He died a couple times and had a particularly slow MIPS grab. So, a few months later, Nobori came back and improved the record to 25 minutes. A run that would have been even faster had he not failed to grab Bowser's tail and had to redo the fight. And just 2 days after that, Nobori made one more improvement. This run was truly incredible from start to finish. He collected the first 11 stars quickly, with no substantial time losses. He died once in Hazy Maze Cave, but it didn't cost him badly. His MIPS grab was instantaneous, right in front of the door. His Bowser stages were all fantastic, his BLJs were super quick, and on the last fight, he grabbed Bowser's tail and landed the third throw. No retries needed. Yes. 24 minutes is a genuinely respectable time with your eyes open. Nobori had optimized this run to insane standards. Hard to believe it was all actually possible. As for Bubsy, it was tough to accept what had just happened. He'd been the king of blindfolded Mario 64 for years, and Nobori had demolished all of his times. When Bubsy tried doing Nobori's strategies, he could eventually pull most of them off, but his consistency was poor. Definitely not good enough to complete a full run with them. Bubsy had to accept that he wasn't going to be beating Nobori's record. For the next year, blindfolded 16-star had no activity. There was no point when the world record was this good. Players focused on other categories with less optimized records. And unsurprisingly, Nobori took the top spot for those too. Just pure domination. But eventually, everything calmed down. Nobori stopped playing, and the rest didn't bother trying to beat his times. It almost felt like he had killed blindfolded Mario 64. But then, in October 2020, Bubsy managed to get 16-star into that year's Awesome Games Done Quick. This was the first time anyone would be showing off blindfolded Mario 64 on such a big stage. Bubsy may not have been on Nobori's level, but he wanted to put on a good show. So, he knew he had to get practicing. Bubsy didn't have any illusions of trying to take the record. Instead, he focused on playing for fun, looking for new strategies and not taking things too seriously. And maybe he can improve a bit on his 38-minute PB. Since Nobori's crazy muscle memory strategies were out of the question, Bubsy focused on beat counting strategies. He found faster ones in Whomp's Fortress and Cool Mountain. And on Bowser in the Sky, beat counting allowed him to make a faster elevator cycle at the start. But despite lots of practice, he was still slower than Nobori and he was dying more. The improvements slowly started to come in. First, a 37-minute run, and then nearly a month later, a 35-minute run. Both of these had substantial time losses on the BLJs, so Bubsy knew he had the potential to go a few minutes lower. But this is exactly what he was looking for. Even if he wasn't competing with Nobori, it was still nice to see some improvement. And as the weeks passed, Bubsy kept getting better. His movement was faster and he was dying less often. He started going for Lakitu skip sometimes. It wasn't very consistent, but getting it at all while blindfolded was amazing. Bubsy's potential was much faster than 35 minutes, if he could just string it all together in a run.
Fast MIPS, okay, it's very good. Okay, please BLJs, dude. It will come down to BLJs, dude. I'm up. Oh. Oh my god, that would have been sub 30, dude.
This was a fantastic run for Bubsy. He nailed nearly all of his strategies, and had he not missed a throw on Bowser and had to restart, the run would have been a sub 30. But still, it was a great improvement. He wasn't quite on Nobori's level, but he was getting closer. And even though it took months to get here, this was a clear improvement. Nobori hadn't played the category in a long time. Maybe Bubsy had the chance to close the gap even more. But instead, right after Bubsy's new PB, Nobori came back.
It's me, Mario.
He made it seem effortless. Nobori's strategies were somehow even faster than before. To get to the top of Womp's fortress, instead of teleporting, he jumped off the slope while sliding to make it up. He switched up a few stars and had a brilliant strategy to hit the Talon star in Shifting Sandland. And most importantly, it was just incredible that he was doing all this while blindfolded. Occasionally, he'd have a moment that looked obvious, like when he struggled to collect stars that were right in front of him. But he'd turn around the next moment and do something like this. Mind-blowing. Bubsy had improved, yes, but he was not on Nobori's level. It almost seemed like he could lower the record at will. But he decided to stop here. With the world record down to 23 minutes, Nobori had once again killed the competition and blindfolded 16 star. Bubsy knew he wasn't beating this. Nobody was beating it. So instead, he spent much of 2021 focusing on a new challenge, routing a blindfolded 120 star run. This was a massive undertaking, and took up most of his gaming time throughout the year. Yet, even though he wasn't playing the more competitive category in 16 star, working on 120 star still helped him improve at the game. He was optimizing the stars for speed, and as a result, found some new strategies. For instance, in Bob on Battlefield, he found a consistent setup for Bomb Clip, the iconic trick used to get behind the fence quickly. It saves 20 seconds, and looks pretty darn impressive given it's performed blindfolded. After practicing 120 star for several months, Bubsy came back to the game's shorter categories in late 2021, quickly sweeping through each one to lower his PBs. In 16 star, he managed to get a 28-minute run featuring his new tricks. Still slower than Nobori, especially in the Bowser stages, but a decent improvement. After this, he went back to working on 120 star, and Nobori's record remained as safe as ever. At this point, he'd held the record for more than 2 years. Bubsy hadn't been able to catch him, and nobody else was within 15 minutes of him. As 2022 came around, it was really seeming like this was Nobori's record to keep. He could simply do things with a blindfold on that nobody else could. At least, nobody who had tried so far. The only hope of beating Nobori was somebody new coming along, who had their own set of incredible blindfolded skills. Someone like Handyman. In late 2021, Handyman became infatuated with blindfolded Super Mario 64. That September, he became just the third person to beat the game blindfolded in under an hour. By January, his time was down to 35 minutes. And by March, he lowered his PB to right behind Bubsy. Impressive improvement from a relative newcomer to blindfolded gaming. Hendy's playstyle was like a hybrid between Bubsy and Nobori. He didn't beat Count with numbers, but didn't fully rely on muscle memory either. Many of his fastest strategies involved music cues. He'd mess around in a level with his eyes open, and figure out how to time certain actions to the music. Eventually, he'd find a series of inputs that gave him the best consistency, and practice it relentlessly until he could do it blindfolded. Hendy got really good at this, and it paid off with a 28-minute run. He fell behind Bubsy while collecting the stars since he died a few times, but he was actually faster than Bubsy down the stretch. It was gold split after gold split for Mips, Fire Sea, and Bowser in the Sky. After hitting the last throw on Bowser, he knew he had a big PB.
Let's go! Holy sh!
A couple months later, Hendy got on another good run. It started with both Lakitu Skip and Bomb Clip, and then he gained big time in Bowser in the Dark World. Unfortunately, he struggled and then died in Hazy Maze Cave, died twice in Fire Sea, and died on Bowser at the very end. That's 4 deaths. Yet he still PB'd by a full minute, and moved ahead of Bubsy into second place. Hendy had gotten really good. Despite several minutes of time loss, the rest of his run was so fast that he couldn't help but PB. Hendy's movement and speed was incredible, and it was honestly starting to look a lot like Nobori. The only thing he didn't have was Nobori's consistency. These mistakes made up the bulk of the difference. It was safe to say that Hendy was officially a world record contender. And over the next few months, things would get quite interesting. Hendy started practicing the last few tricks he needed to learn, like standing left side and elevator skip. And most importantly, he worked hard to build his consistency. He knew that he had the skills to get this world record. He just needed to hold it together for long enough and get it all to line up in one run.
I don't know what just happened. I think I fat-fingered A. Dude! Yeah!
You did Super Mario 64 16-star blindfolded in 2016. You did Super blindfolded in 25 minutes and 11 seconds. You did Super Mario 64.
That's 3 days in a row.
Hendy was closing in. This was a 24-minute run with 2 deaths, and other scattered time losses throughout. There was easily a minute worth of improvements he could make. But Hendy was getting exhausted. Doing hundreds of runs with your eyes closed gets monotonous, and he enjoyed looking for strategies more than he enjoyed doing runs. So, even though he was so close, Hendy decided to take a break from 16-star, and instead focus on blindfolded 1-star, an even shorter category. Meanwhile, Bubsy was watching everything Hendy did in 16-star. He was amazed at how close he'd gotten to Nobori. And after completing the world's first blindfolded 120-star run in May, Bubsy was ready for a new challenge. He'd improved so much while on the 120-star grind, and had gotten especially good at searching for new strategies. Bubsy had turned into a new player. His old 28-minute PB in 16-star was in a distant 3rd place. In July 2022, he embarked on a quest to change that. Bubsy still couldn't rely on muscle memory as heavily as Nobori. That meant his gameplay would generally be a bit slower as he had to set things up more. But if he could make up the difference with faster strategies, maybe he had a chance at this. He and Hendy found new tricks all across the run, like triple jumping off the womp while going up top, and long jumping straight across the gap in Dark World. These small improvements began to add up, but the heavy hitters were in the final 2 Bowser stages. Bubsy found a beat count to reach Nobori's elevator cycle in Fire Sea, cutting out his muscle memory strategies while matching his speed. And in Bowser in the Sky, Bubsy decided he had to commit to going for everything. Standing left side, elevator skip, and even doing a triple jump dive onto the rotating platform. Bubsy knew this would help make up for some of the speed and movement difference, but would it be enough? That July, he got on a run that fell about 45 seconds behind Nobori after the first 8 stars. After accidentally quitting out of Lethal Lava Land and missing the star in Dire Dire Docks, his deficit rose to over 2.5 minutes. But he did manage to gain time on the BLJs and executed his new Bowser in the Sky strategies to perfection. The end result was a 25:49, 2 minutes behind the record and 1 minute behind Hendy. Bubsy was a changed player. Look, he hadn't held the record in 3 years now. Nobori had always been just too dominant to beat. But this run was proof that finally, he was fast enough. The world record was within reach. If Bubsy could clean up a couple blunders in the middle of the run, then he could finally get the top spot back. Bubsy got off to a great start. He hit all his new strategies through Dark World and had a 20-second lead over Nobori. In Lethal Lava Land, he looked like a visual runner collecting the 8 coins. No hesitations. He nailed getting on the submarine in Dire Dire Docks and had a beautiful fire sea. All of a sudden, Bubsy had himself a deathless run into the BLJs.
Boom! Yes! Oh my god, dude. It's over.
After 3 long years, Bubsy was back on top. It had taken a monumental effort to beat Nobori, but it all paid off. He still couldn't use muscle memory the way Nobori did. Nobody could. But through years of strategizing and improving, he was able to make up the difference anyway. Congratulations poured in, and Bubsy pondered what to do next. A sub 23-minute run was definitely within reach, but ultimately, he decided a 23:17 was good enough, and moved on to other categories. In the time since this run, Hendy and Nobori have been inactive from blindfolded gaming. Bubsy, on the other hand, after taking a break for a few months, he returned to 16-star by early 2023. And ever since then, he's been on a quest for a sub 20-minute blindfolded run. Sub 20 is a milestone for visual runners. Taking the blindfolded world record there would be completely insane, but that's what Bubsy was determined to do. It all started when Bubsy and Nico, the category's current 4th place runner, began developing a way to perform blindfolded LBLJ. This trick is used in top-level visual runs. By jumping into an out-of-bounds area in the lobby, it's possible to then precisely do a backwards long jump that sends you into Bowser in the Dark World, an area that normally requires 8 stars. Once there, you want to collect the 8 red coins to obtain a star, so that you can later head straight to Whomp's Fortress. They found methods to complete LBLJ and the red coins blindfolded, but obviously it was a major difficulty increase. And when combining that with other tricks like Owlless and improving movement everywhere, they reasoned that a sub 20-minute run was indeed possible. But possible and realistic are 2 separate things. In mid-2023, Bubsy decided to make a push for the sub 20. Quickly though, he found that the LBLJ route was far too inconsistent. After abandoning it, he focused on optimizing the rest of the run, and managed to lower the record down to 22 minutes.
Yeah, a minute!
But to get the sub 20, Bubsy knew the LBLJ had to be implemented. In January 2024, He took another look at the route with Nico and another community member, Honeybeef. They realized it would be faster to skip Cool Cool Mountain entirely, adding another star in Shifting Sandland and Lethal Lava Land instead. This saved another 20 seconds, and now, Bubsy felt that he had to commit to LBLJ. The upside was too good to pass up. On February 15th, 2024, Bubsy managed to land LBLJ and the Reds in his fastest time ever.
World records!
He struggled a bit with the new stars, dying once each in Shifting Sandland and Lethal Lava Land, but even still, he was hitting most of his new strategies. He had a clean Fire Sea, then got both BLJs first try. After flying through Bowser in the Sky, Bubsy had a chance at a big world record.
No! No, I think I threw it. Yes! Okay, at least second try, man. Yes! Yes!
A 21-minute run with 2 deaths and a missed throw. It wouldn't have quite been a sub 20, but clearly the run still has room to go lower. And this 21:48 is where the record stands today. Bubsy is still actively pushing for the sub 20, and if Hendy or Nobori come back, they can certainly get there too. It's unreal to see the progression from Bubsy's first blindfolded run 6 years ago to what he and others can pull off today. They went from barely limping through the game to flying through like a visual runner. All this difference in just 6 years. I don't know about you, but I can't wait to see what another 6 years of progression will do to this run. Thanks for watching. For a behind-the-scenes look at how I made this video and storylines that I couldn't include, join my Patreon page. I only charge when I upload a video. Thanks!
Gaming, anime, comics, some fourth thing. Long ago, the fandoms would get hyped when a thing they loved became a movie, but everything changed when Dragon Ball Evolution attacked. Only the Avatar, master of cartoon comedy and anime storytelling, could save us. But when the world needed him most, we got M. Night Shyamalan.
My name is Ang, and I'm the Avatar.
Bring me all your elderly!
That child is being arrested.
For what?
He was bending tiny stones at us from behind a tree. It really hurt.
He's making fire out of nothing. Well, actually, what we got was a whole lot of studio meddling that M. Night got blamed for. He's honestly the biggest victim of the whole debacle, having his name irrevocably attached to this barely watchable lump of garbage that barely resembles his original vision. To be fair, that original vision probably still would have pissed a lot of Avatar addicts off, but more in the quirky, fun 80s Super Mario movie way, you know, where the film is clearly doing something, just not the something most people wanted to see. Which is still infinitely better than doing nothing anyone would want to see, but that's a story for another YouTube video, which several other people have made already, I'm sure. As a jumping off point for today's story, all you really need to know is there was a Last Airbender movie once, and it has a legitimate claim on being not just the worst adaptation, but the worst Hollywood film of all time. ultimately, that had two lasting effects on the legacy of Avatar. Firstly, the whole brand kind of collapsed in on itself for a while, and every time its creators tried to build it back up, the Nick execs who actually caused the problem would lose their nerve at the last second, and now suddenly the last season of Korra gets to premiere in a crappy web player, just for example. But second, the film's honestly miraculous, complete lack of any redeeming qualities left us all with one burning question. What if? Not even what if we did it right this time, just what if we tried again? It can't possibly be worse, right? Like the eternally hypothetical Final Fantasy VII Remake, the dream that there could one day be a good live-action Avatar became so fixed in the imagination of the fans and creators alike that its manifestation as some kind of consumable product was inevitable, as was the absolute shitstorm of discourse that preceded and followed its release on Netflix last week. You've probably heard a lot of passionate takes on this show since then, ranging from "it killed my entire family in front of me" to "it sucked my dick and gave me free cake." But today we're gonna try to cut through all that noise to find honest answers to three key questions. Is this new series worth watching for fans of the original? Does it work as a standalone adaptation? And most importantly, was this whole thing just a fundamentally bad idea? Before I tell you the answer to all three questions is yes, mostly, I really ought to tell you about today's sponsor, GamerSupps. The Fire Nation! The Fire Nation's coming! Oh no! I have so much flammable stuff! Who will save us? Look over there! It's the legendary destined hero with the power to take down firebenders. The Avatar Smoke Show, the new GamerSupps cup waifu. When she gently rubs her magic hose, not pictured, it shoots great spurts of liquid that can douse any flame. So, just like a waterbender? No, idiot. Waterbenders shoot boring old water. Smoke Show shoots the greatest liquid known to man, GamerSupps, which she can also suck right out of the hose at any time to instantly gain its focus and energy-related benefits, plus essential antioxidants, which is kind of like the Avatar state, but better. It tastes delicious too, and that's why you should go to gamersupps.gg/basement to buy some at a discount now. Plus also maybe some of the sexy firefighter merch while supplies last. Future Jeff here. Supplies did not last. Cups already sold out. They got a few t-shirts and trays, I believe, left, so get those while the getting's good. Or instant ramen. They make instant ramen these days. And tea. Do you have calming jasmine? Nah, but they do got sleepy time. Hey, where'd everyone go? Oh, my nephew is burning them all to death right now. Huh. How about that? So, how many can I put you down for? The pain. Let's get the obvious questions out of the way up front. Is Netflix's Avatar: The Last Airbender as good as Nickelodeon's Avatar: The Last Airbender? Okay, yeah, expected that. But is it as bad as Nickelodeon movies The Last Airbender, an M. Night Shyamalan film? That depends on who you ask and how much of a liar they are. Notable Twitter Blue engagement farm discussing film said, at worst, the Netflix show makes M. Night Shyamalan's 2010 The Last Airbender film feel like a mercy, because at least that poor effort was only 2 hours long. And the only way I can square that statement with any sane view of reality is if the writer has never seen the movie. Because even if you only watch the last Flixbinger's shit garbage pilot episode and never actually get to any of the good parts, the difference in quality is still night and day. The show's dialogue can be a little cringy and over-explainy, sure, but the movie's dialogue is literally almost 100% exposition. It is uniquely excruciating to sit through. A singularity of bad filmmaking unlikely to be rivaled in our lifetimes. If this crew had made anything even half that bad the second time round, it would force me, as an atheist, to concede that the devil is real. Also that he's won and God is dead. Luckily, God is still only dead for all the Nietzsche reasons, and everything that's bad about this Netflix show can be explained by natural means. Which is not everything about the show, to be clear. The praise this version of Avatar is getting definitely ain't coming from nowhere, but the hate definitely isn't either. And I think a lot of that ultimately boils down to the incredibly bad first impression that the first 2 episodes leave, especially that aforementioned shit garbage pilot, which absolutely butchers some of the series' most sensitive moments in a misguided attempt to be more adult that ends up feeling less mature than the way the cartoon for babies did it. I am talking, of course, about the show's much publicized capital C choice to open on the Airbender genocide depicted in the most gruesome detail a TV-14 rating will allow. So, gotta cover up the blood mostly, but there are dead bodies that Aang can poke with his big stick now, and when the Fire Lord gets mad, he can go all Darth Vader on their asses, but with fire. Yeah, kid, this ain't your little brother's after-school Avatar. This one's all hardcore and junk. This Fire Lord wouldn't just sit back and manage a genocide. He's gonna get in there on the front lines himself to make sure there are no survivors.
Remember, no survivors.
See? Now, clumsy as they are, these scenes do at least attempt to expand the series' lore and history a little bit. The idea of disinforming Earth Kingdom spies to draw troops to Ba Sing Se and away from the air temples in preparation for Sozin's Comet is kinda strategically interesting, and it sets up a callback later on where Zhao's assault on the Water Tribe is revealed to merely be a diversion, enabling Azula's taking of Omashu. Because obviously a bunch of enemy boats going to the North Pole would pull Earth Kingdom ground forces away from one of the only 2 cities they have left. You know, one of the advantages of the original Avatar's age rating required reluctance to directly depict the more direct aspects of warfare is its writers didn't really have to account for all this strategic logistical crap. They could simply say, for example, that the Fire Nation managed to eradicate all of the flying nomads on the entire planet off screen without having to grapple with the tricky tactical question of how exactly anyone could pull that off, and inevitably coming up with some laughably stupid answer like the entire race just happened to be in the same town for the big Centennial Comet Festival.
Better go help set up for the Great Comet Festival before the air nomads from the other temples arrive.
How many are coming?
All of them.
We have to kill them all.
Don't get me wrong, part of me definitely sees the vision in a more brutal version of Avatar that gets to fully explore all the horrible things one could do to other humans with its power system. When Zahir assassinated the Earth Queen by airbending a vacuum around her head in Korra, 20-year-old me thought that shit was metal as f***. His words, not mine. I prefer to swear sparingly for maximum effect these days. And that same principle is exactly why that moment hits as hard as it does. It's a truly savage act of violence, far worse than anything shown in the Avatar universe to that point, though not for long. And even more shockingly, Zahir uses the most peaceful, defensive of the bending arts to do it. In so many ways, it feels like a taboo was just broken. Like the world of Avatar has been fundamentally and irrevocably changed by this one crime. You know, like that Community episode where Jeff commits the first murder in G.I. Joe history, and that gives the moment the gravitas a regicide leading up to attempted demi-deicide really should have. But moments like that can't have that kind of impact in a show where horrific violence is just, you know, part of the general vibe. The kind of impact that facing the aftermath at the Southern Air Temple had on Aang and the audience in the original series after 3 straight episodes spent goofing off and trying not to think about it. This version reduces that masterfully wound up gut punch to a pathetic slap in the face. An afterthought of an epilogue awkwardly tacked on to the end of its clumsy, overly expositional retelling of The Boy in the Iceberg, like, and so Aang made a daring break from Prince Zuko's brig, riding off into the new world with his newfound friends and his oldest friend, Appa. Then he went to a room full of skeletons to scream and glow at them. The end.
What's happening? What is he doing?
This one quiet shot from the original anime of Gyatso, the kindly old goofball we only got to know from Aang's funny cartoon flashbacks, lying dead in the snow, surrounded by the countless firebenders who fell trying to take him, says more about the tragedy of this war crime and the ferocity with which it was opposed than all the CGI sound and fury $15 million an episode can muster. Which is still a lot better than what the movie mustered, with 10 times that many dollars, to be fair, but let's be real, that bar is underground. A few of the show's fights do feature some seriously impressive stunt work and choreography, and the big final battle scene, where everything goes all black and white except for a few splashes of color after the moon gets dead, that's legitimately breathtaking. I wish they did more stylish, stylized stuff like that, because while the CGI here does look by and large better than the movie, it's just not up to the level of realism the rest of the show's shooting for. Earth and firebending do look fairly believable. Years of Hollywood research into perfecting fake explosions and rubble really works in the show's favor there, but fluid simulations are still very tricky and expensive, so waterbending mostly looks like wet, slimy shit, except when they're using ice. And to complement that, airbending looks like dusty farts. Though, to be fair, it is basically impossible to make realistic airbending look like anything else, because realistically speaking, wind's supposed to be invisible, but that's obviously not very cinematic, so they had to add some kind of visual component, even though it was basically guaranteed to look silly. And when you throw those silly looking effects over the Unreal Engine ass environments on the big Mandalorian LED wall behind the actors, the whole thing kind of just looks like a video game. Especially when the benders start flying around and they gotta swap in 3D stunt doubles, at which point this live action remake just becomes an uglier cartoon with extra, more expensive steps.
That's his real power. Connection. Building bridges. That's how he's gonna be the Avatar.
Even if the bending effects had been perfect, though, the attack on the Southern Air Temple still would have sucked shit, because they made Monk Gyatso go down like a little bitch without killing anyone. The one thing this scene could have done to justify its tasteless, tacky take on Aang's tragic backstory was show us how the heck that room got like that. And they completely f***ed it up. I was so mad after watching this prologue, I could have sat down and started roasting right there. But I'm glad I kept going, because it did get quite a bit better. Eventually. Not now, to be clear, because now's when we're introduced to Sokka and Katara, and with them, another much publicized capital C choice. Sokka's not a sexist pig anymore. What? Again, I do see the vision here. This one more the prophecy of doom type vision, in which many tweets are made by people who don't know what a character arc is about how Sokka's all problematic and poorly aged now. I'd be wary of that too if I just dropped a Scott Pilgrim anime. But by taking the coward's way out on this, Netflix has fundamentally changed where Sokka comes from and what his whole character arc means. He's supposed to be a yokel, a crude, rude kid with tude who's never seen the world beyond his very small town and says a lot of dumb dumb crap, but only because he legitimately doesn't know any better. His regressive attitude toward women is the most obvious expression of that, and when Suki knocks it out of him in episode 4, that's his first step on a very long journey to becoming a real man of the world. Also toward a genuinely compelling romance, especially for a Nick show, where the fact that these two characters fall for each other really says something about both of them.
I'm so glad to see you, Sokka. I knew you'd come.
Anime Sokka's a real good guy deep down, but cocky and very rough around the edges. Stupid with a grace and confidence that makes competent, driven women like Suki and Yue think, I could fix him, and freaks like Ty Lee think, I want to make mistakes with him. Sand those edges down, and what you're left with is a mostly together fella with some confidence and daddy issues, a great sense of humor, and an impressively progressive worldview for a dude who's only ever met like 70 total people. All with that jawline? No mystery why he's pulling princess. He's still got a lot of the important Sokka stuff, you know, the meat and sarcasm.
Bet you taste like chicken.
What are you doing here?
We're doing what we're doing. Right, but why are you doing it here?
Ian Olsley definitely gets the character, but take away his key flaw, that confident ignorance, and Kyoshi Island's suddenly just a story about a hot guy who meets a hot girl, and he likes martial arts, and she likes martial arts, and he's got daddy issues, and she's got mommy issues, so they kiss. This is barely CW tier shipbait, albeit better directed than most CW shows. But the real problem, one that has immediate consequences for the entire story, is how this changes Sokka's relationship with his sister. Because now he's not a pig-headed jerk who doesn't take Katara seriously because women can't warrior, and she's not the unwilling surrogate mother forced to clean up after that jackass's messes. They're just siblings who bicker a bit about the age-based pecking order, meaning they have nothing to really fight over, like ever, meaning that the inciting incident of the whole story, where Katara gets so mad at Sokka for being a sexist idiot that she accidentally waterbends the Avatar free, gets changed to, oh no, the boat we were just mildly arguing on is too far away. Well, I guess you better use magic water to get it back, even though we were just arguing about that, because honestly, not that big a deal. All right, I'll just do some, oh, whoops, there's a bald kid now. And also meaning that later on, we'll need a whole mess of exposition about how bending power and control are tied to emotions, because this adaptation failed to cinematically show don't tell us that in its opening moments, unlike the low-budget cable show it's based on. Season 1 of which is roughly the same length in minutes as the Netflix version, just by the way, but due to this show's much less efficient storytelling, it's only able to cover about half of Book 1's plot points. Now, some of that time loss is the result of a few new Fire Nation subplots that were added for the sake of having more scenes on reusable sets, which honestly make way better additions to the story than what Netflix Bebop tried to do with Vicious, for example, though not as good as what One Piece did with the Marines. But the contrivances made to accommodate all these unnecessary changes to Avatar's characters also really add up, especially when it comes to the most egregious capital C choice this adaptation makes. Aang doesn't want to goof off anymore. You know, Aang, the beloved, iconic character whose first words in any piece of media ever were,
I need to ask you something. What? Will you go penguin sledding with me?
Now he's all about duty and saving the world and stuff. This Aang didn't run away from home directly into a storm to throw off any airbenders following him out of sheer terror at the overwhelming responsibility of suddenly being Kung Fu Jesus at the tender age of 12. He just flew away from the Comet Festival to clear his head for a bit, real low to the open ocean for some reason, and then a tidal wave snuck up on him. It's a very silly change that seemingly makes no sense unless you're you're looking at the story from the perspective of a TV producer who's trying to make it fit a budget. Playing up Aang's avoidant wanderlust means adding more locations to the shoot schedule, or paying a CG team to mock up more Mandalorian sets, which ain't cheap either way. But if Kyoshi shows up at the start to give Aang a prophetic vision of shit going down at the Northern Water Tribe, thus forcing him to make a beeline there, now you can focus on making a handful of more prominent locations look as good as possible. Plus, then you get to make the B-plot of the Kyoshi Warriors episode about a kid sitting in front of a glowy statue for a couple hours while his friend gets lucky, as opposed to a kid trying to ride a giant monster that is, in a very real sense, made of time and money. The critter effects we do see in the show, particularly Momo and June's Shearshoe, are legitimately quite impressive, but every $1 million you don't spend filming penguin sledding is another $1 million you can spend butchering the Airbender genocide. And the stated goal of the project is to make an explicitly less cartoony, more adult version of Avatar, so what's wrong with toning down Aang's childish, goofy side? Nothing, if you don't mind toning down Avatar's soul. Avatar: The Last Airbender is a fascinating media chimera that fuses the more mature storytelling sensibilities of Japanese anime with the playful comedic energy of American cartoons. When fans, particularly adult fans, look back on the series now, I think we tend to overemphasize the anime part of that equation. The lore, the continuity, the fights and romance, all the things that made Avatar so special and distinct from the American kids' TV landscape from which it first emerged. But both ingredients are equally essential to Avatar's secret sauce. The tension between the series' two identities, as a wacky slapstick Nicktoon about a goofy bald kid and his magic animal pals, and a serious, serialized war anime with life or death, world-shaking stakes, reflects the tension at the heart of Aang's character. The carefree, fun-loving kid he wants to be versus the responsible, decisive young man he must become. As the series goes on, the balance of serious anime action to goofy cartoon diversions shifts perceptively in conjunction with Aang's own increasing determination to see his destiny through. The very structure of the story grows up alongside its protagonist, and when you take away the more childish, cartoony aspects of Avatar to focus on the good anime bits, you lose that effect entirely. That's not to say the show's allergic to goofy fun. It still plays the hits like Secret Tunnel, and, of course,
My commentary!
They even brought the original actor who played Cabbage Guy back. This adaptation was clearly made by fans who love and care for the original series, but they're also clearly more anime-brained fans who treat the funny bits as non-essential comic relief, and probably share the widely held Avatar fan opinion that the series only really gets great after Book 1. That would explain why both Aang and Sokka kind of feel like they just time skipped ahead to mid-season 2 in their character arcs. Now, don't get me wrong, some of that reluctance to step up and grow up is still there in this version of Aang. He'll tell you as much if you ask him, at length.
This whole time, I've been worried that I don't know what I'm doing.
You're not gonna lose us.
But just the thought I could is gonna hold me back. The other kids always say I'm lucky because of the things I could do. But I'd trade places with any of them. I don't want the responsibility. I'm scared of my power. I'm scared of being alone. This was my home. And now it's gone. It's only after we've lost something that we realize how much it means to us.
You can't just have your characters announce how they feel. That makes me feel angry.
But then he kinda has to tell you, as does basically every character in the show at some point or another, how he feels, because everything the original series used to show it has been stripped away. And it legitimately sucks that Gordon Cormier has to waste so much of his time soliloquizing things that he should just be able to perform, because holy crap, can this kid ever perform? Someone in the Netflix casting department is clearly some kind of dark wizard, because between him and Iñaki Godoy, they keep finding these people who were just born to play anime heroes at just the right age to star in their adaptations. It's kind of crazy. Though on the other hand, they did miss the mark by like 3 decades with Ed here is actually a great example of just how wrong this whole thing could have gone. Aang is, after all, also a weird little dude prone to bouncing off the walls, sometimes literally. And translated into a real human performance, that could have easily been way too much. But Cormier manages to capture the essence of the character in a more subdued, grounded way that feels like a real kid. His talent is seriously remarkable, so it's a shame the script barely gives him any chances to actually play Aang, which in turn gives Kiyoentio Tarbell even fewer chances to play Katara. Between Sokka not being a jackass and Aang consistently staying on task, she really has no fuel for the fiery emotional outbursts that are supposed to define the character outside her relatively brief conflicts with Jet and Master Paku. And both of them are basically reduced to side characters by the choice to blend their stories in with other episodes. So yeah, Katara's just kind of there. Everything that happens between her and Jet now happens at the periphery of Sokka's surrogate father story with Danny Pudi as the Mechanist, which is truly inspired casting, by the way, whom Jet wants to bomb to death for his traitorous dealings with the Fire Nation now. And all of that takes place in Omashu now, where Zuko and Iroh are both sneaking around to, you know,
capture the Avatar!
All of those plot threads eventually come together into a satisfyingly chaotic climax, ending with Iroh and Aang both in jail and leading into the A and B plots of Omashu Part 2, where Aang reunites with and is tested by King Bumi, while Zuko saves his uncle from the Earth Kingdom prisoner convoy. Also, there's a C plot where Sokka and Katara work out their watered-down sibling issues down in the secret tunnel. That bit kind of sucks, except for the Badger Mole. Badger Mole looked pretty cool, but other than that, I honestly really enjoyed how the Omashu two-parter came together. With the understanding that they probably had to blend all these plots together to justify the cost of rendering a 3D Omashu, imagine doing all this to only tell one story there. I think the ones they chose complement each other very nicely. The Mechanists meddling with Fire Nation spies feels a lot more dangerous in a crowded city than an isolated temple, and helps to foreshadow the eventual fall of Omashu. Having Jet try to kill a character we actually know and love, because it's impossible not.
$32, that's not bad. Buzzsaw.
Oh, is that what level I am?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
We can get that up.
I don't know, dude. I found that cool sword in Graveyard. I think I'm ready, dude.
Hell yeah.
I got the Whirlwind axe today. I would love to help you find that same axe.
I approve of this. Excuse me. Who am I to decline? I would be remiss.
What you into?
Nothing at the moment. I'm chilling. I was about to go back. I was about to go back to napping. I saw a bunch of people in here. Got off Helldivers 2.
Oh, you bought it?
Somebody else bought it for me. So
You'll love to see it.
I got it gifted to me.
Your
So
sugar daddy?
yeah.
Hell yeah.
And yeah, I've been playing a lot for the past couple weeks. It's really good. It's a good one.
Well, stop playing it. Please.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to finish a backlog of very good games right now. While I have the motivation.
Well, I hope you lose motivation.
Come back to the depression dumps of SoD with me.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm gonna bang out all the rest of the side quests in Kingdoms of Slamalamalur, the Jammining.
Come back and play again soon.
And then we're gonna start Dragon's Dogma, and then finish Dragon's Dogma, and then probably Final Fantasy IX after that.
Uh-oh.
That was like too many games, bro.
No, I have to finish. Good games are coming out next year. I must finish. I need to be done. I don't know what else I want to do.
I got you.
Yeah. But Helldivers has taken over for the past couple weeks. Currently.
You playing it with Mitch and them?
Yeah, they suck so bad. My man has killed me more times than I care to count. We calling it airstrikes. Oh yeah, sorry dude, I didn't see you there. Like sick, bro. Like five times a match, maybe minimum. It's great. I mostly been playing it just like duo with Cody, because he's actually good at games and especially shooting games, so that kind of stuff. So that's what we were just doing.
Okay, oh yeah. I've been watching Gabe and then play that.
Yeah, it's pretty good, dude. Good board shooter.
You know, I'm too frugal for all that.
Yeah, I understand. It's completely respectable.
All these badass games come out, and I bought one of them, and I'm like, ugh, I don't even play that anymore.
Rub your tummy. That's I'm full. That's enough for me.
On this boss, we just want to kill ads when they spawn. Make sure we kill them. You see these bindings on the ground? Try to tank them like in the middle of the triangle of the bindings, because the ads are going to spawn and run to these bindings, these desecrated fallouts, and when they do, they're going to spawn at. So you tank him in the middle. Try to. I mean, he's going to drop fucking oozes or clouds on the ground or whatever. You're going to have to avoid those. But as long as we kill the ads when they're up, we should be pretty easy.
Thanks,
Yep, gotcha.
We have enough space to kill him, but I'm just going to pull this guy real quick. And once we kill this, we should be able to pull if everybody's good on mana and stuff.
He's coming at us, careful. Well, he's gonna turn.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait for him to pat back around.
He should come right here, right to us.
Yeah, he should come to the right here. I don't know how far he actually comes up. I think he should come this far.
Should come to the cog. I'm gonna pull him when he gets close. If we're ready.
Yeah, just make sure you don't get that other ad there.
Yep. Alright, going. Not bad, that was pretty close.
Kill the ads.
Interrupt 2.
Not drag him?
Yeah, drag him out of the ooze.
Interrupt 3. Interrupt 3.
That's a huge fucking yikes. What the fuck? What is this?
Yeah, we didn't really have enough damage on the goose when they came up. They got to the bindings. You gotta kill those goose ASAP.
Thank you for the diagnosis.
No problem.
I feel like it's a case of standing the bullshit as well.
Oh yeah, it looks like we took a lot of damage from the clouds standing in the poison.
I did anyway. Oh, jump on the big cog.
You didn't do it?
No.
No, I mean, Sprox, you didn't do it.
What? The jump?
Oh, sorry, that was Sprox that I was looking at. I thought you were talking.
There's an ad up there. Well.
Wait, there's not an ad though.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Okay.
All right, here he comes. I'm gonna try to bring him right where y'all are standing now. Ready, check. Let's do this.
Ads.
Slow Nova. Got
Get
one
that
head.
other ad.
Legend 5, get ready to move.
You got 10 seconds on Goose.
Yep. Gonna bring him right. Fuck, here.
That's fine. Just kill the one on the left here.
I'll frost shock.
There's gonna be an ad in the back here.
Sludge now, moving.
Interrupt 2.
Leave you all a path back.
Watch your feet.
Sludge in 5. Moving.
Just watch out for the other ads.
Yep.
Like the ones in the room.
Yep. Good job.
That was a lot better than the last time.
100%.
Yeah, I mean, really, the only thing about that boss is just killing ads. If you kill ads and don't stand in the goo, it's pretty easy.
Pulling ads.
Okay, big 18.
Roll. Wow. Broken dice.
Excuse me.
You're excused, bro.
Okay, thank you.
And these shoulders look the same as the other shoulders. That's not exciting at all.
DPS is lagging because I'm not listening to electronica. Damn.
The first step is admitting you have a problem.
Yeah.
Good thing you caught that, though.
I'll get help one day.
But
This next boss is easy. Just there's gonna be little cogs that fly around the room. The platform, I guess, not the room. They're gonna go pretty slow, but if they hit you, they'll knock you back, and they can knock you off the edge, and then you're dead. So watch out for the cogs. And he does this AOE frontal cast thing in the direction that his feet are facing. So he might be facing a different way sometimes, but his feet will always tell where the frontal is going to be. So when he starts doing the cast, just move behind his feet. There's like some like armor plate or some shit on it, like above his feet on the front. So it's kind of hard to tell sometimes. If you just look for that armor plate, like right above, it's like a yellowish armor plate or something. I don't know. You'll probably see it. I mean, it works, you know. Pays the bills.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Whatever works, dude. Whatever works for you.
Oh, it doesn't work for me. My feet are fucking hideous. My wife's the, you know, pays the bills. Hell yeah, dude.
So you're the one paying this water bill.
That's it.
And my truck payment.
Hey, there you go.
Nice truck, bro.
Hell yeah.
Alright, but yeah, just watch the cogs. When he starts doing the cast, just get behind his feet. Oh, it's not the... I don't think it's the plate above his feet. Oh wait, yeah, no, you see the yellow plates, like on top of the front of his feet.
Yeah.
Use those kind of as like a guide, because it's kind of hectic sometimes, like AoE and shit.
Alright, pull in. 3, 2, 1.
behind him. You're in front.
Yeah, hell yeah, somebody got real lucky.
It's a little crazy.
Behind.
You don't have to. You just have to not be in front. But behind is probably the best.
I mean, he'll smash you back too. That's what happened to me.
I'm gonna put an icon on myself, diamond. So just stay on top of me if you need to get behind him.
Oh.
Guy's such a crowd pleaser, dude.
More cogs. Watch out for those cogs.
Got one.
Oh fuck.
I admit I was casting and I didn't get out of the waiting time that time.
Thank you for your honesty, Foreskin.
Yeah, thank you.
Is that both of our heals or is Cadia?
Grave is heals. Shaman.
Okay.
You guys got this no problem. Especially if you don't make the same mistake I did. Nice.
Healing Sprox. I got that claw on me. There we go.
That wasn't my mistake though.
Good job.
Good shit, guys.
No way it dropped.
The pummeler?
Yeah, the offhand.
Ah.
Sorry, I didn't know there were dead people.
Sick offhand. Oh yeah.
Yeah, our shaman tanks are dual wielding this last lockout, and it's nice because threat's not really an issue like that. But if you got like a tank with shield, it's definitely an issue. Yeah, the last two fights, shield's definitely helpful.
Owen.
Hello.
Hello there.
No, agree. No, agree.
Gonna hug left. Made it? Hell yeah.
There's an alert bot back there. Get it. This boss paths around too, so just be careful. I'm gonna mark him real quick. Yeah. Pull the mobs on the ramp. It's patting back around. Just keep an eye on him.
I'm glad that thing doesn't squish you to death.
We might as well kill this group on the left. Alright, I'm gonna put a mark on 2 range for the 2 different groups for chain lightning. Anybody want to volunteer that's done this and knows? Alright, anybody else?
Pulling this one more back. Gonna drag him.
Yeah, you can put one on extra. I'll be the first group.
Alright. Alright, so the way this is going to work, he does 2 mechanics pretty much. He does arc lightning, chain lightning. It's going to put a debuff on you, and it's going to hit the furthest person away, and then the 2 people closest to that person. So the plan is group 1, the first group that's going to be the furthest away. So basically, if you're tanking him right there, let's say everybody is closer to him, and then you would stand back here if you're in group 1 where circle is. So that way you're the 3 furthest away, and it chains to you guys. Once you guys get the chain lightning, then you move forward, and then the second group, which is going to be Star with Mage Heal, moves back to that spot. So you guys are basically just rotating those spots every time the chain lightning comes out. Puts a debuff on you, and you can't get it again or you're going to die.
Yeah, once you have a debuff, you definitely don't want to be one of the furthest away.
All right, so first group's gonna be extra on circle with Gravend and Moga. And second group is going to be Mage Heal on Star with Katie Bear and I Will Go Out, Sprox.
You mean if the boss is coming toward you, Star, right?
You don't have to really stand in different spots like that. You guys just swap spots. So like after Extra's group gets Chain Lightning, then they move forward, and Mage Heal, you would move back to where he was. If you know, just stay on top of your mark at all times. Make it easy. Don't worry about like which number you are or anything like that. As long as Extra and Mage keep tabs on when they should move in and out, then you just stay on top of your mark.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, the only other thing he does is a negative charge. If you get a negative charge, you get all these little lightning sparks around you, like tethered to the ground. Just move away from people. If you're melee, move to the right side of the boss, away from like max range on the right side, and everybody else in melee move to the left side, or vice versa. All right, anybody have any questions? You guys know which groups you're in? He's gonna head around. We can pull him on the right side here. Oh. Alright, maybe we won't pull him on the right side.
Alright, that's weird. I fell into the elevator shaft and it... Oh. I think it sent me to the back entrance.
What? Holy shit, it did.
Yeah,
Alright.
I can't zone out. That's funny. That is weird. I'm gonna just die and then come back. There's mobs here.
We'll go AFK for a second while he gets back.
Funny that you can get fricked by the elevator. Yeah, you can just jump, but it seems dangerous. You're not? I'm kidding.
Still trying to get through that water pile. Just 3 of us in here, but 2 are in the raid. A muck and extra foreskin. Right.
But yeah, we had a tank buzzsaw or bone saw as he appears on your screen. He'll be coming back. No, he was just our tank in phase 1. But we had a guild in Classic Era, and half of them stayed there. They're not into Saw.
Half of them, 90% of them stayed there.
Yeah, I guess. Most of them stayed.
Yeah.
Well, no, they're progressing naturally, actually. Yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah.
We all met in Classic Era. Hell yeah. You hear that green machine? It's a joke.
I mean, hey, it is what it is. It's fun.
No, I'm kidding, dude. No, yeah, it's not meant to be done really in Classic. It can be done for sure. Hell yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I only went tank spec so I could farm that fucking beacon out in Feralus. And yeah, here I am tanking Gnomer.
Fuck yeah.
Even though your gear wasn't good enough for me.
Right.
Just
No, you're good. Looks like we're gonna get him back on the left side over here. I'm just gonna tank him against the wall by that mailbox looking thing.
yeah, we'll be outside first.
Yep. Yeah, extra and mage just call out when your group is going out. Just say circle group, star group, whatever. That way it's just visible.
Pulling in
Audible,
3,
rather.
2, 1.
Circle in.
Yep.
Target you. Knocking back.
Circle out.
Oh, Muck, when you get that, you can just stay on like max range on the right side of the boss.
Oh, gotcha.
Circle in.
Knocking back.
Pulse on me.
Yeah, we got it.
Star out, star out.
Circle out. that's not good. That's the other healer.
Careful on me.
All right,
Careful.
circle, go in.
Target you.
Yeah, I'm just melee, so it takes me a second.
Knocking back.
Circle out.
One of the melee go out with circle. Somebody go out with circle. Somebody go out with circle.
Jesus Christ. That's good. Circle group. Got it, go in.
Star's gonna need one more out here.
I'm on star.
Alright, cool.
Knocking back.
Alright, I'm dead, so
Circle
I can't
out.
go into star.
Pull in. Somebody got it.
I think this next one's gonna hurt. Might wipe.
Run out. Knocking back.
Oh. It knocked me to the ad.
Yeah, 8%. Okay, no.
Nah, he's not gonna drop quick enough.
It was a good try.
Target you.
Alright.
I think the arc is gonna wipe you guys up.
Knocking back.
Yeah, make sure if it's not your mark, you move back in.
Yep.
Or else you will die. Alright, one or two less people die. We got them easy. Oh yeah, we can do that too.
Yeah, we'll have Nodri be the first backup if somebody can't make it, and then Muck be the second one.
Good plan. No, Drew, you got that?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Oh, you can take teleporter, by the way. You don't have to.
And also repair.
Akira, you good?
Looks like he's moving. BRB PP.
Zakira, you can take the teleporter, buddy.
We good to pull?
Yep, looks like it.
How's
I remember. First group is Circle, Extra with Gravend and Moga. Circle out.
Knocking back.
Circle.
Target you. Knocking back.
On me, careful. Melee. On me again, careful melee.
Knocking back.
Nadri, you're gonna have to fill in on Circle group.
Okay.
Circle. Star group.
Knocking back.
Gets thrown out again.
Somebody's gonna need to go out for. Actually, I can go out for this one. I'll go circle.
Knocking back.
Was there there wasn't enough in the group. Yeah, all good.
Make sure as soon as that chain lightning goes out and hits people, the group that got hit moves forward, and the group that's supposed to be out next moves out, because he's going to target the furthest person and then start casting. So.
Yeah, I think the hunter just left Discord, they just smashed their computer. Left everything.
Yeah, we saw Menagerie and Electrocution. Or well, it shouldn't change the rotation at all. We're just gonna be losing one of the top DPS in the group, but he's melee, so he was just a fill anyway for the group. Yeah, people just gotta make sure they're going in and out when they're supposed to. That's the only thing killing us.
I'll see you on a bit if you're still on.
Yeah, take it easy, yeah.
Alright, I'll see you.
Bye.
They got way more DPS than us, Chief.
Yeah, we definitely need more DPS for all that. Fair.
It's gonna be very mana intensive for healers for the last two bosses, though. Between overheat damage, last boss healers don't really get to click buttons too freely. I mean, unless they're, it depends on where you're tanking. Right, you gotta think about bombs though too. Bombs fuck everything up.
Yeah. It's like I do. I'm feral, but
Alright, boss is here. We pulling?
We're all ready. I'm going. 3, 2, 1.
Alright, remember to circle group out first. I'm not gonna be able to get this, Muck. You're gonna have to go for that. Or go now.
Knocking back.
On me, careful.
I'm not gonna be able to get this one either. What the fuck? Keep getting negative charge.
Target you. Knocking back.
Muck, you're gonna have to fill in on the star permanently now.
Target you.
understood. Just let me know when. I'll run back.
Knocking back.
Oh, gotcha. Fuck.
I think maybe somebody didn't run back.
It was me.
Target you.
Yeah, we got 2 down. Basically, if you don't have the debuff at this point, run run out. Yeah, it's gonna be a wipe.
Knocking back.
Yeah, we had a good hunter. Decent melee hunter. Well, do y'all want to call it? Y'all want to keep trying?
I got work in the morning. I'm not gonna be able to. I don't think we should 9-man it.
I feel the very same.
Yeah, I mean we got some kills. It's all good. People got
Yeah.
some loot. But alright, you guys have a good night. GG's.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate all of you.
Appreciate y'all. Later.
Peace.